start shortly. Good morning, everyone. The session will start shortly. For better experience, please keep it. Sorry. Good morning, everyone. The conclave will start shortly. Sorry. For better experience, please keep your mobile phones on silent. If you have any queries, please reach out to the volunteers. We appreciate your patience. We request everyone to please settle down. The conclave will start shortly.
Good morning, Good morning, everyone. On behalf of PSG Institute of Management, it is my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to Marketry, the Marketing Conclave. We are truly honored to have with us today our esteemed industry speakers, our director, Dr. Srividya, our dedicated faculty members, guests, participants, and students from across institutions. In today's fast changing landscape, where algorithms evolve faster than attention spans and where consumer expectations are anything but predictable, disruption is not a buzzword anymore. It's the new normal. And that's exactly what we're here to explore. How to not just stay afloat, but make waves. Throughout the day, we will hear from eminent industry speakers, leaders, innovators, and changemakers who've embraced disruption and turned challenges into opportunities. I now invite Ms. Kavi Gayatri to render the invocation song to begin the day on a divine note.
I request everybody to please rise.
मूषिगवाहनमोदगहस्त चामरकर्णविलम्बितसूत्र वामनरूपमहेश्वरपुत्र विघ्नविनायकपादनमस्ते विघ्नविनायकपादनमस्ते.
With that divine beginning, I now take great pleasure in inviting Dr. Srividya, Director, PSG Institute of Management, to formally welcome the gathering and inaugurate the conclave as we begin this exciting journey into the world of marketing. We request Dr. Srividya and Professor S.B. Srinivasan to occupy the dais.
Good morning, distinguished speakers, dignitaries, delegates, Professor S.B. Srinivasan, invitees, faculty, and students. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you to this marketing conclave. The conclave is named as MARKETRY, and I'm sure Professor Srinivasan, when he is giving us a brief note on the theme, will throw some light on what MARKETRY means. Today, we live in a world which is constantly evolving. So change is not the new norm. Change is something which is inevitable, which is constant. So how do we respond to change and how do we use change to lead is something which we have to be looking at. There is disruption in the economy with the geopolitical risks, technological disruptions, and there is also disruptions with penetration of mobile phones, and this disruption is not new. A disruption has been happening right from the moment the planet was born. And how are we actually responding to this disruption is what we have to be pondering about. So disruption cannot be treated as though it is a threat, or it cannot be, since it cannot be avoided, so let's not look at it with fear. Let's see how we can use disruption, or how can we embrace disruption as a strategic tool. Today, when we are sitting here in this conclave, which is an interface between the industry and the institution, the educationist, I think we have to come out with innovative ideas where we will be able to embrace this disruption. This conclave brings together some of the greatest minds and inspiring individuals. They have not only experienced disruption, but have also used disruption to redefine their businesses, reimagine and reshape how businesses marketing, and consumers will be looking at their businesses. This conclave is unique because it brings together diverse thoughts and experiences. We would be having speakers from across a broad domain, from branding, manufacturing, services, innovation, but all of them united with a common belief that the future belongs to those who dare to disrupt and be disrupted. You will be listening to their thoughts and gain valuable insights into contemporary topics or themes, sustaining innovation, power of offline strategies in an increasingly digital world, experiential marketing, and the strength of cultural branding. These are some of the themes which I think that they would be talking about. But I would urge you not just to participate and to be listening, though this is a convergence of idea, but this should also be a call for action. Take a moment to rethink the way we approach problems, to reimagine what is possible, and to redefine what leadership means in the era of constant transformation. I encourage all participants to make most of today. On behalf of PSG Institute of Management, I once again thank each one of you for your presence and extend my gratitude to the speakers and guests for sharing their time, wisdom, and experience with us. And I also thank all the participants for registering for this conclave. I think Professor S.B. Srinivas has put together diverse topics and themes and brought in industry experts and top academicians from across India. So I appreciate the efforts, and I thank him for putting this program together and also inviting the industry to be part of it, not just making it as an industry institute interface where we get industry speakers for the benefit of our students alone, but I think there is a whole spectrum of industry people who are here who would also be gaining from this conclave. Thank you again, and I wish you a fruitful experience today, and I take this opportunity to welcome each one of you again to this conclave. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to invite Professor S.B. Srinivasan, Dean of Industry Engagements, PhD Institute of Management, to take the stage and set the tone for the day by introducing the theme of the conclave, Disrupt or Be Disrupted. Sir, the stage is all yours.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. The idea of this conclave itself is a disruption. We were asked to, bring in some industry experts to interact with students, and I convinced our director that we will do it in a much larger scale. She was a little worried that we'll, may not be able to carry it through. I think we have carried it through with style. So thank you everybody for being here, especially the industry participants, the galaxy of speakers that are here. I'm going to have just one opportunity to speak to you all, so I will do as much as I can, because after me, what's going to come is, world class. That's good. The kind of speakers that we have here are simply going to set, take us on a higher plane of knowledge and wisdom. Okay? I would like to add a few thank you notes first. Thank you to my team, my director, the management, and the administration of PSG Institute of Management, who have gone through quite literally hell from the kind of demands I have put upon them in the last 1 week, 10 days. So a special thank you to my team who, geared up for all this in a very, very short notice. I express my gratitude to them. Thank you to our partners, Srivatsa Real Estates, Trans India, and then the Veranda Club, Swarajya, the Hindu Economic Forum, who are here as partners at different levels. I also especially thank Dinamalar, who have helped us, market this conference. Not only that, they have also delegated, representatives to the conference. Thank you very much, sir. With that small thank you note, I know this is supposed to come at the end of the conference, but I just get one opportunity to speak, so I'll do that. I'll now formally introduce the theme of the conference. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to MARKETRY, our annual marketing conclave. I hope we'll be doing this again and again. The name MARKETRY comes from marketing and mastery. We've tried to clone both these words together and come up with a new word, MARKETRY. I think it has struck a chord with everybody. So I think we are on the right track as far as the name of the conference is concerned. It's a reminder that today's marketing is not just a function, but a driving force behind innovation, disruption, and strategic growth. The theme this year is Disrupt or Be Disrupted. We live in a time when the shelf ideas of brands and even industries is shrinking. What was once considered a best practice yesterday may become obsolete today and even irrelevant tomorrow. Whether you are a startup, a century-old institution like we are, a retail brand, or a digital-first unicorn, this message is clear. If you are not disrupting, you will be disrupted. It isn't just about technology, it is about rethinking the way we deliver value, the way we engage with customers, and the way we define brand experiences. It's about asking difficult questions, and today's sessions have been curated around some of these questions. Through a powerful lineup of speakers, interactive sessions, and storytelling formats, we will deep dive into how marketing is no longer about selling a product. It's about selling a purpose, a story, and an experience. You'll hear from leaders who have challenged convention, from how Autoprint sustained innovation in the printing space for the last 30 years. They started with disrupting the printing industry with their first 1510 mini printer. And they continue to sustain this space, for the last 30 years and have been very successful at it. How Brookfields has transformed a mall into a lifestyle experience. How Ramraj, from the dhoti being an insignificant ritual amongst, our very, very private festivals, has become a youth icon, or a lifestyle dress today. We have two of our distinguished speakers here with us now. Mr. Raghu, who's from Vertibrand. I would like to tell a lot of, when I read his profile, there were a lot of brands, but one brand strikingly comes to my mind. He was responsible for Tanishq, if I'm not wrong, sir. Yeah. So Tanishq is a brand that's become, synonymous with our gold buying today. And if you go out and buy gold today, I think you'll buy it at a much lesser price than you would have bought it last week. And for all of you who bought it last week, my apologies. Okay. So we have many speakers, 7 to number, who are going to really make this day very, very empowering in terms of the kind of wisdom and knowledge that we are going to take back. So to each of you here, marketing professionals, students, entrepreneurs, and thinkers, we say,
to disrupt to lead, future-proofing brands. I request Dr. Uma Maheshwari, Faculty in Decision Science, PSG Institute of Management, to accompany the speaker for the session, Mr. Raghu B. Vishwanath, founder of Vertibrand Management Consulting Private Limited, onto the stage. We would like to thank Dr. Srividya and Professor S.B. Srinivasan for formally inaugurating MARKETRY, the Marketing Conclave, and giving it a very good start. I now call upon Ms. Fatima Mohammed, student of PSG IM, to introduce and welcome our distinguished speaker.
A pleasant morning to one and all present here. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this special gathering. Today, we are honored to have with us a visionary leader, a brand building expert, and a name synonymous with strategic marketing excellence, Mr. Raghu Vishwanath, the founder and managing director of Vertibrand. Mr. Raghu, an alumnus of IIT Madras and IIM Calcutta, blends academic excellence with business insight. He has held key positions at industry giants, including brand manager for Horlicks and Boost, at GSK Consumer and National Head of Branding and Marketing at Titan Watches. Mr. Raghu played a pivotal role in launching the iconic Tanishq jewelry brand in 1995, redefining the Indian jewelry market. His strategic vision has significantly impacted branding in India. His career exemplifies the power of combining technical knowledge with creative acumen. In the year 2000, with a vision to bridge the gap between brand strategy and execution, he founded Waterbrand. Today, it stands tall as India's only end-to-end outsourced brand strategy and execution firm. Under his leadership, Waterbrand has empowered businesses across diverse industries to not just grow, but grow smart, with a focus on long-term brand equity, profitability, and financial brand asset value. Mr. Raghu's expertise spans a wide array of domains. He has worked hand in hand with CEOs of multi-grow organizations, delivering results that are both strategic and measurable. It is truly an honor to have such an accomplished thought leader in our midst. His journey is not just inspiring, it is a masterclass in vision, execution, and impact. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Raghu and Dr. Uma Maheshwari.
Thank you, Fatima. I now invite our esteemed guest, Mr. Raghu P. Vishwanath, to lead us into the session. The session is for 30 minutes, followed by a 10-minute Q&A session. Sir, we are honored to have you with us today. Please enlighten us with your experience.
Good morning, everybody. I'm humbled actually to be in this forum. 35 years ago, I was a student like many of you here in IIM Calcutta, listening to speakers and eminent faculty talking to me about marketing, branding, and the world around us. What I would like to say to a lot of the youngsters here is that over 35 years, I've seen businesses change. I've seen how companies have grown. I've seen many companies go out of business too. But I think what we must all understand in today's world is that the basic principles of marketing or branding have actually not changed. So when we are talking about disruption, the key point I would like to highlight as a theme is that let's understand that we are not going to do different things really. What we are really going to do is to do things differently. So it is about pretty much doing the same things that we were doing maybe 35 years ago, but we have to do them a lot differently today just to stay afloat. Many of you may have heard about the book Alice in Wonderland, right? I mean, it's a very famous book, which I don't know if today's youngsters even read, but we used to read it once upon a time when we were young, but there used to be this famous classic book called Alice in Wonderland. And there's a line there which is very, very important for all of us to remember. Somewhere in the book she says, I need to run faster and faster to stay in the same place, right? And that's really what disruption is all about. Even if we have to survive in today's world, we have to realize that we have to do things differently and we have to run faster just to survive. If that is what business is about, therefore branding and marketing is a very, very critical component of this business. I was actually touched, sir, when Professor Srinivasan and Dr. Chitra came to welcome me at the airport yesterday. And I did tell them, saying that, you needn't have taken the trouble. It was a late night flight. I really, you shouldn't have taken the trouble of coming and picking me up from the airport. And there's one thing that, Professor Srinivasan, that you said which, stayed with me. You said, that is Coimbatore for you. So in some sense, what you are trying to tell is that there is this synonymous feeling of hospitality that is inherent to brand Coimbatore, right? That is really what branding is all about. The moment you talk about a word, there is one particular thing which comes to your head, regardless of what advertising, what communication, whatever works around you. It is that one thought, one feeling that really branding is all about. I would like to share with you an experience which I went through when I did my summer internship at Ponds way back in 1989. You know, at the end of the first year, I think it's even there now, man. There's a summer internship where companies come to campus and pick up students. So Ponds used to be a company which came to IIM Calcutta, and it would pick up students. And it was a very coveted job those days. Later on, it became a part of Hindustan Unilever. So I was fortunate to be selected. I was working on some project. I don't know how many of you are aware that they were one of the biggest marketing companies, but they had launched those days a brand of toothpaste called Ponds toothpaste. They had spent millions of dollars of marketing money on that brand. And the best advertising agencies had actually worked on it, and lots of media spends were also put behind the brand. But the brand was a phenomenal failure. And it was the first time in Ponds history that they had actually launched a brand anywhere in the world which actually failed. So it was a very, very big deal for most of the people in Ponds, because they didn't even know, I mean, how can we, who are known for our marketing prowess, how can we fail? I mean, it was something that they just could not contend with. So I remember I was a young summer trainee like many of you here, first year of MBA. And there was a very big global research which had to be undertaken. And in India, the research was done by an agency called ORG. It was a big research agency. There's a lady called Dr. Rama Bijapurkar. She's a legend in her own right. And she actually was commissioned to do the research and was presenting at the conference room of the corporate head office. So my boss, I was working on something else, said that, you know, it will be a good learning for you. Why don't you sit quietly in that corner at the back and just listen to what is happening, because it will be a good knowledge and exposure for you. We didn't have the concept of a laptop and screens those days. We had something called an overhead projector. You might know, right? There were transparencies and slides which you would put, and I don't think any of your youngsters here would even know what it looks like. So you had to have... Oh, very good. So I think, but the youngsters would not even know what we are talking about. So you had to actually write out the slides and transparencies, put it there, and it would get projected onto the screen. That's how it used to happen. So when when these transparencies were put, I remember Rama Bijapurkar coming with, you know, walking into the room like this, you know, carrying two sets in either hand. On one hand was a complete bundle of about 30, 40 transparencies, because one after the other she had to put it and then make the presentation. And on the other hand, she had only one transparency or one slide. So very humorously she came in and then she asked the entire forum, you know, I've done this entire research over about 3 to 4 months, and I'm going to tell you what the problems are. But before that, I want to ask the audience one question. Would you like me to take you through the entire set of slides on my right hand, which is about 35 to 40 slides? Or would you like me to summarize my entire research with that one slide on my left hand, which is one slide? Which would you prefer, right? So there was a twitter in the audience, and then obviously everybody said, ma'am, we would like you to first start with that one slide. So then she said, great. She said, unfortunately, it's not one, but it is two. We said, it's okay. Let's do it with 2 slides. So she put it up, and the reason I'm telling you this actual experience is something which has stuck in my mind forever. And it's a phenomenal learning about what brands are. So she put up the slide and she said, Pond's toothpaste as a brand in India did not succeed because ... She removed the first slide and put the second slide and said, because what people want to put on their face, they don't want to put into their mouth. Very simple analogy, very poignant, but I think it kind of tells you the whole story of what branding really is. So brand is actually a perception. It is something which you are actually beginning to think about and you're beginning to relate. and then it starts becoming a part of you. Therefore, what is a brand? A brand, there are many definitions, okay, and this presentation can be shared with all of you at the end, more as knowledge and learning, so it's not, the content there is not important, I think the thought is more important. There are many definitions of the word brand, right? But the key point I'm saying is every one of these, when you see the names or the logos, there is a certain perception and feeling that you get about it. Now let's take on the top row, you have a brand called Tata on the left and you have a brand called Reliance on the right? If you really look at it today, pretty much both these businesses are across very similar industries. Both are in telecom, both are in infrastructure, both are in retail, both are in consumer brands, right? I mean, pretty much as businesses they have straddled almost, and both are extremely large, well-known, valuable companies. Yet, the moment you say the word Tata, there is a certain perception that you have in your mind about Tata as a brand, as opposed to Reliance as a brand. Nothing good or bad. Reliance is this very quick, fast, sweet, street smart, cutthroat kind of brand. Tata is seen as slightly laid back, slightly older, a little more benevolent. It's a perception. No, that may not necessarily be that all Tata companies are like that or all the Tata brands are actually managed like that. But there is a certain perception that you have. That perception is built over time. And that is really what branding actually is. Therefore, the key reason I'm saying this is the fact that if Tata's is today synonymous with trust, it's very difficult to say that it should suddenly become synonymous with something else tomorrow. No, it should continue to be synonymous with trust. But the point is, how you cue trust to the Gen Z of today will be very different from the way you cue trust for people of our generation. Because today's Gen Z only is interested in a T20 match. They are not interested in a test match. They want everything quick, fast, in your face. Nobody is willing to wait. So you need to be trustworthy even in today's context, rather than trying to change the fundamentals called trust. And you cannot do that. And that's really what branding is about. So what is branding? It is really this process of creating this unique identity. What is this identity? What is it that you stand for? Another example that I would like to share. What is the first word that comes to your mind when you think of the brand called Liril? Anybody? Anybody in the audience? Somebody said that. Freshness, right? Is there any reason for us to believe that we don't feel fresh when we bathe with any other soap? We all feel fresh, right? You want to go have a bath because you want to feel fresh, regardless of what is the soap that you use. Yet, somehow, Liril as a brand has appropriated that word called freshness for itself. Now, the issue is, this is done by design. This is where a marketer comes in. You try to realize that there is a certain gap in perception in the market because nobody has appropriated that brand or made it synonymous with the category. And then you start appropriating that feeling and making it synonymous with the category. That's really what branding is about. So what is marketing? Marketing is the method by which you create this brand identity. Now, if you are saying that you want Liril to stand for freshness, there are multiple things that you need to do. You first need to see how can you heighten that feeling of freshness. And therefore, what did they do? They were the first to bring in a lemon flavor in the soap, right? That was the first part. Second, what did they do? They had Karen Lunel under a waterfall as the first ad which nobody can forget. It was a bold move for those days, but it was a move which stuck in everybody's mind. So a combination of product, of pricing, the way you sell it, the kind of communication that you're doing, all of these things together is what made sure that Liril stood for freshness. This task of putting all of these 7 P's together is really what marketing is about. So when we are talking about building brand equity, when we are talking about using marketing to build brand equity, let's understand that it is not just about communication. It is not just about logo. It is about making product changes. It is about making pricing changes. It is about making packaging changes. I mean, paper boat, classic example, right? When everybody was giving it in bottles, just the one single packaging innovation. Today, if you say paper boat, the first thing that comes to your mind is the package, not even the content inside or the product inside. So therefore, the way you communicate brand identity could be by one or more of any of these mixes, 7 elements of the mix, which is your product, your price, your place, your promotion, people, processes, and the digital environment in which you're operating. Even people in a service business. I mean, you saw in the previous slide that we talked about Infosys and we talked about TCS. Both very similar companies in the IT space. What is the brand there? The brand there is nothing but the people, right? So they say that the biggest asset that a service business today will have its people. And therefore, the better the quality of people, the stronger is the brand. So are branding and marketing the same? Branding is really what we call the soul of the business, right? And marketing is the voice that brings that soul alive. And when I say voice, I don't just mean the noise. I mean, like I said, it includes all the 7 P's of the mix. The product, the price, the place, the promotion, the way you communicate, all of these come together to determine what we call the soul of the brand. The other important point I would like to make is please understand a very important thing in today's world, and that's where the future is moving. Branding is not just about the logo or communication. Brand is no longer a picture. Brand is actually a number today. And why is brand a number? Because the venture capitalists and private equity funds today are pouring in millions of dollars, as you know, in many of these businesses. Haldiram's, recently, we all know, right? 80,000 crores was the valuation of the brand Haldiram's. And people actually took a share of that pie. So today brands actually have a value, a valuation which is far more than even the turnover of the company, because that is the inherent potential of the company. WhatsApp had 0 revenues when it got acquired for billions of dollars. Why? Because people believed about the future potential of this brand called WhatsApp or of this entity called WhatsApp. So the moment brand becomes an asset which can be valued, we need to look at it as a number. So that is a very key disruption. Brand is no longer a picture. Brand is today a number. And the moment the brand becomes a number, it has a certain financial value attached to it. The moment it has a financial value attached to it, you have to look at all aspects of marketing to enhance the financial valuation of the brand. Therefore, like we said, all these 7 P's become important when you're looking at marketing and branding. Because eventually, the role of a marketing head today and the role of a brand manager today is not just coming out with good ads, as was normally assumed in the past. The role of the brand manager today is actually to manage the P&L of the business. The role of the brand manager today is to say that the brand valuation of what I am handling must keep changing over time. So there is a sea change in what is the expectation of the role definition of a brand manager itself in companies. Because unless the brand valuation continuously improves over time, the person is not doing his job. P&G, for example, has a specific function. I don't know how many are aware, but P&G has a specific function at global level called the brand equity manager, which is a little different from the brand manager. The brand equity manager's only job is to see that the valuation of the brand that he or she is handling is continuously improving over time. Are the 7 P's relevant today? They are extremely relevant. Like I said, it's not about doing different things. It's only about doing things differently. They are extremely relevant. Customers still buy value, right? But they like to have co-created experiences. I still want the same toothpaste, but I want it through Blinkit in 10 minutes. I am not willing to wait till the Kirana shop opens the way we used to do. It used to be in my time, right? So, the brand close-up, the brand Colgate is still relevant to me, It is just that the way the brand is delivered has to change. And therefore, we need to really, when we are talking about the future of branding, it is more about how that brand is delivered, how the customer experience or the experience of delivery for the customer changes significantly for people to appreciate the same values, largely because people are not patient anymore. So just wanted to share another one little anecdote which one of my professors in IIM Calcutta called Dr. Ramanuj Majumdar. He's retired now. So he had kind of told me about 4-5 years back when I had gone to give a talk in IIM Calcutta. He said, imagine Raghu, a brand, with all due respect to the women here, a brand is a beautiful lady. You are the customer who's sitting here. What would you do during your time if you see a beautiful lady, right? He would say, you would go ogle at that customer, right? Beautiful lady. But you develop a relationship with her because you're talking to her, you know her, you get to know her, etc. Unfortunately, what do people do today? They do the same thing, but they put the go and ogle together. They Google the customer, right? So the moment you do that, your knowledge of your customer comes down significantly. Sitting in your chair, looking at secondary data, looking at Google, yes, Auntie Google tells you everything that you want to know, but your first-hand knowledge as a marketing head about the customer has come down significantly, right? And those are some of the things that also the change in the way we do are also creating issues. Are they getting disrupted? Of course they are getting disrupted. So product was typically tangible goods or services, right? I mean, one would not even have heard of the concept of NFTs and digital currencies until 10 years back. Anything was always a physical product, right? Today you can have NFTs. Now, I'm sure many of you here know non-fungible tokens. You can have NFTs, you can have cryptocurrencies, you have digital wallets. You don't need to carry. I mean, nowadays I don't even carry physical cash. So even to tip the valet at a hotel, I keep struggling because I don't carry cash with me in my purse. So suddenly, but you still need to pay. The method of payment has changed. So you'll see that everywhere. Product, pricing. How has the current trends disrupted pricing? I mean, I think we all know, right? Ola and Uber. The actual pricing mechanism changes depending on the kind of phone that we actually have. And they have actually found this out. You carry an iPhone, for the same distance, the Ola and Uber fare will be different than when you're not carrying a high-end phone. So things like that, promotion, people, process, everything. I am saying that there has been a traditional focus, but the way things have been delivered have all getting changed. Marketing funnel has got broken. There is no attention span anymore. That is the key thing. You used to have, I'm sure it's even part of your 101 marketing where we talk about AIDA, awareness, interest, desire, and action, right? I mean, we've learned all of this in classical marketing books. Where is the awareness today? I mean, you have 1,000 brands jostling for space. It's impossible for any new brand to create. So any awareness that you create can only be limited, and it has to be necessarily disruptive in nature for you to be able to to make that mistake or to make that effort to learn about the brand. And therefore, this whole thing about consistency, waiting for long periods of time for you to make a decision is no longer valid. So suddenly the marketing funnel has completely collapsed. So this whole concept of awareness, interest, desire, and action, which would actually be a sequential process, has all come together. At one shot, at only that one click of your mobile, you should become aware, you should have desire also, and you should have interest, and you should also buy immediately. And within 10 minutes, the product must be at your doorstep. That is how the branding is getting disrupted. So unless you're no longer looking at things as a sequence, you're looking at things as a circle. This is exactly how today marketing is getting disrupted, because you're doing everything together. You're not doing it one after the other. So imagine that marketing is a thread. You are from awareness to action. Was the old school, right? The new school is you put it together and it becomes a circle. Because you're going to do everything together. Very quickly. So this is how television advertising was earlier. Then you had the e-commerce emergence. Then you have social media revolution. Now you have AI. AI is continuously powering consumer preference. I have searched for some product yesterday. Tomorrow I'm going into a Samsonite store and suddenly I'm getting a whole lot of Samsonite ads saying there is this deal, there is this. So it is continuously tracking. Sometimes it's scary. Right? You know, I get into the car and it suddenly says this particular location is you're going to reach today in 53 minutes, 8 minutes later than usual. I mean, it's scary. I mean, that instrument knows where I'm going even more than my wife. Right? It's really scary. I mean, it's about what AI can actually do for you. Customer inclusion. Earlier, anything that you would do in terms of product ideas, in terms of communication ideas, I just talked about the Karen Lunel ad, about Liril, etc. Everything was done largely by the marketing manager, that is the company or the client, doing some research, thinking about it, working with the advertising agencies, and actually coming out with brilliant creatives. Today, we don't have that luxury. Because customer is king far more than he or she was earlier. So we need to involve customers in all the marketing activities that we are doing. Unless we are able to continuously understand what the customer wants or understanding the customer journey, it is going to be impossible for us to succeed. Therefore, the difference in the role again is the fact that today people like Amazon, today people like Flipkart, Myntra, they invest billions of dollars in analytics to understand the customer journey. The moment there is a set of customers who are not liking a particular variant of a particular product, immediately that information goes to the product manager in the company, and that product is either killed or some change is made. Nobody is waiting for like Pond's toothpaste, for spend millions of dollars and then wait to see whether the product has succeeded or not. Everything is done immediately. So it is continuously done very quickly. So there is a shift in audience behavior. There is a shift in personalization. There is a shift in technological acceleration. So combination of technology, combination of consumer behavior, and most importantly, personalization is a very, very important trend today. Because I am not doing a one-size-fits-all anymore. I am doing something for each person. And today with AI, I have the ability to personalize and communicate that. Just a few examples. I mean, all of you know about blockbuster videos, right? I mean, they were once upon a time a billion-dollar industry. With the advent of streaming and Netflix, they're completely dead and gone. Nokia, we all know, is a classic case where the brilliant brand in India and worldwide failed just because they did not recognize the importance in the advent of smartphones. So the point we are saying is, the moment we are saying the future of branding or the way it should get disrupted is we have to keep on looking at product innovations. We have to keep on looking at process innovations. We have to keep looking at pricing innovations and distribution innovations, and put all of these things together for you to be able to succeed. But there are barriers to disruption in many companies. What are the barriers? Technology investment. Many companies in our country still today have legacy systems. Not too many companies are looking at real-time consumer data, because the investment in technology or upgradation is very, very large. But if they don't do it, they are doomed for failure. So it is absolutely important that we have to succeed and sustain. We have to be able to continuously invest in real-time data and analysis, and therefore better quality of technology. Most important, I have found in my 25 years of running Vertibrand and working with a whole lot of family-run companies, the biggest challenge is actually in the mind. It is not in the business. It is not about the money. people just get extremely comfortable because they had their father or their grandfather had succeeded, not realizing that in today's world and in tomorrow's world, the parameters of success are going to be different from what it was for me, right? Honestly, today I stand before you saying that I know very little about the confluence of technology and marketing compared to all you youngsters here. Because you guys live it on a day-to-day basis. We have not. I have not. My generation has not. So I have to keep on learning if I have to succeed in today's world. So continuous learning becomes a very, very important critical parameter for success. Therefore, talent gap. If we do not bring in the right quality of people, I mean, the head of marketing of Levi's in India told me that when they first set up, when Levi's first came into the country in the year 2001, they launched the Levi's brand in India. People had come from the US, and apparently the MD said that all people in my retail department should necessarily be people less than 27 years of age. I don't want to take anybody else. Because it is only those who are less than 27 who will have that mindset and who will understand the mindset of those who want to wear jeans. So therefore, it is important for us to have this, not just the aptitude, but even the attitude of the current customer. So if you do not have the right knowledge and the right quality and quantity of people inside, you are bound to fail. We need to embrace disruption, right? It is all about, like I said, it is speed over perfection. Today, nobody wants you to do 2 things with 9.5 on 10. They want to do 10 things with 6.5 on 10. So those who do 10 things with a score of 6.5 on 10 are still considered to be far more successful than the person who's doing 2 things with a score of 9.5 on 10. So speed over perfection. Narrative over noise. It's not the quantity of advertising that you're doing. It is the kind of ad that you're talking about. I mean, one example I can tell you is during the first World Cup that India had won, Coca-Cola was the official sponsor. And they spent a lot of money on TV saying that we are the official sponsor of the Indian team and World Cup and all that. And here was this young new upstart called Pepsi, which had just got launched a few years before that. They did not spend as much money in advertising like Coca-Cola did. They just did a very simple campaign which said Pepsi, nothing official about it. And the rest was history. So it is the kind of narrative that you do rather than the amount of noise that you create becomes even more important, right? Purpose-driven positioning and data-backed personalization. There must be a purpose. Every brand must have a purpose. PSG is a brand. What does PSG as a brand actually stand for? What are we unique? What is our brand purpose? Is something that we all need to not just know, but we need to live by on a day-to-day basis. And everything that we do, our every action, our every behavior, whether it is pedagogy, whether it is content, whether it is the cultural culture that you are fostering within the institute or the kind of faculty-student interactions must all be based on that singular brand purpose. Data-backed personalization. Like I said, real-time data and analysis has to continuously happen. One more example called Nykaa, right? Completely disrupted the cosmetic landscape in our country. Online brand, completely disrupted. Extremely personalized, right? They have personalized offers with notifications. They ask to share suggestions to a community. So they managed to create, and we all know they recently went IPO. It was a huge, phenomenal success. Another example which a lot of the youngsters here will definitely resonate with is, right, boat. Again, huge amount of effort they put in 2 things. One is they were talking about the Made for India vibe. And they talked about technology and personalization in a very big way. To be able to say that this is the brand, it is a new brand for a new India, was really the message which they had to give. But it's more than the advertising. Why am I a new brand? What is the kind of product features and disruption and innovation that I'm creating? And what is New India? New India is all about the millennials. It's all about the Gen Z. How do we kind of put both of these together in every aspect of the marketing mix? Is really what, Boat was trying to do. So therefore, if you are going to, I only have a few more slides and I'm done. If you really want to therefore say, how will I embrace this disruption? So the reality is disruption is all around us. We cannot run away from it. We have to embrace it. And when we say that we have to embrace it, I think the important lesson is we all have to change. As human beings, as marketers, we need to change. Unfortunately, change is not easy. There is this very famous saying that the only person in the entire wide world who likes change is a wet baby, right? Nobody else. So I think it is extremely important that we embrace change. We know that the world around us is changing. We know that the old order has to change, yielding place to the new. And therefore, we have to look at the product differently. We need to look at the packaging, process, people, everything differently, even if we have to be successful with the same brand. We need to invest in strategic marketing technology. Very few companies today are doing that. I still have battles with, because we primarily at Vertibrand, we work with owner-driven companies which are today trying to change and which are going in for an IPO, etc. Hugely, financially, hugely successful companies, 6,000 crores, 7,000 crores, 8,000 crores, no dearth of money. But there is a huge resistance in changing, in bringing in a certain level of modernity to their age-old legacy processes and systems. So things like e-com, things like marketing technology and analytics, many of the old guard still feel that it's a waste of money, not realizing the value that this can bring to them for the future. Luckily, in most of these companies, the second and the third generation are now taking over. Most of the youngsters have studied abroad. They've kind of worked in large international companies. So slowly the mindset is changing, but unless the mindset changes fast enough, it's going to be very difficult. So I keep saying, I think we've got some phenomenal products and services in our country. The reason none of our brands are in the Fortune 500 is only because of one thing. Because India as a country has not believed in the power of marketing. We've not invested in scientific marketing the way it should be invested into. And that's our problem. I mean, why products? I mean, look at the places and the historical monuments and sculptures that we have. We have such wonderful. The first time I went to UK or London, I had stars in my eyes because I'd only heard of Trafalgar Square. Those days there was no Google. I'd only read about it in a book saying Trafalgar Square. There's a monument, and you can give these little bit of things to the pigeons who would all gather there. The first time I went to London, I was so disappointed. I said, "Arey, ye to hamara India Gate mein bhi hota hai." So why are they making such a big deal out of this? I mean, where when we've got such wonderful places which we don't market. So I think there is a lot of inhibition that we as Indians have in being able to market ourselves, our products, our services, and even our country. The moment we realize that we need to do this, of course we don't need to be arrogant about it, but if we do this in a scientific manner, we do this with all the necessary data and technology support that we have at our command, I think we can be a lot more successful than what we are today, across brands and across products and services. So, can you just play some of the ads? So these are some of the ads that
They say some dreams are too ambitious, but we've never believed in limits. Challenges didn't hold us back, they pushed us forward. Every obstacle, every doubt shaped us into something stronger. Because progress isn't about the past, it's about what's possible. And what's possible is everything. This isn't just a return, it's a comeback. And together, we vow to always come back stronger.
I'm playing this because this is the world's first completely AI generated ad. There has been no human being which has thought through. There was only a brief which has been given, and AI has completely generated this ad, including the kind of visuals, the kind of pictures, the copy, everything has been done. So you see, this is how the world is changing. The moment you have things like this, even advertising agencies will kind of go out of business and will become redundant. Yeah, just can you play the other two also, please? Phenomenal ad, isn't it? Phenomenal, right? I mean, imagine what it does. It says that even AI would like to have a break before it is able to do something, and then they are able to bring it so closely with the brand of have a break, have a Kit Kat. So the point I would like to make is, see, today we have technology to do these things, but the idea must still come from human beings like us. The idea of how you want to use AI is still ours. So let's not forget that there is a lot of relevance for us as marketeers even in this age of technology. Because what AI does is really going to depend on the kind of idea and the kind of prompts that we are going to give it to make an output. Therefore, it is extremely important that we keep being more and more creative as human beings, and we also know how to use a confluence of technology and marketing to come out with the right kind of support. Yeah, last, can you just show the McDonald's ad?
Calming. Where's my hamburger?
So, interesting spoof on hamburgers and how a computer can do that. So anyway, let me just escape. Yeah. So therefore, hyper personalization. I mean, the reason I'm saying this is that these kind of things are specifically for a particular generation of audiences, and you can actually do multiple kinds of communications for different sets of people. You have today AI generated content. I mean, imagine Nutella. I'm saying it can suddenly you have a complete different kind of packaging with everything possible. So we should also ensure that there is we don't kind of misuse AI at the same time to be able to, in our branding journey. There's conversation marketing, ad optimization, lots of them, Sephora, Myntra, all of them, they continuously use conversations, social media conversations to actually optimize and personalize their various ads as they go forward. Some facts. 80% of customers are more likely to purchase a product or service from a brand that provides a personalized experience. These are actually based on research figures. 32% of customers said they stopped doing business with the brand that they love after a bad experience. So today customer experiences at every touch point become extremely critical, and you have to keep managing and measuring every experience that the customer has at every touch point. DHL's, the parcel opter that is using drones to deliver actually came by talking to customers. They spoke to a lot of customers to understand what would they like to do. And it was a customer generated idea in terms of, how can we use drones to be able to make sure that, the parcels are delivered better. It's not the company's own idea. So the point I'm only trying to make is when we are talking about the future, you need the clients and the customers to kind of collaborate a lot more in this journey of decision making, even for your own brands to succeed. It is no longer that I am on this side of the table and the customer is on that side. We are all on the same side of the table. But of course, there are fallouts. We know about the ethical dilemmas. We've already talked about it. So future trends of branding and marketing is there will be hyper personalization at scale. Like we said, there will be extremely focused marketing campaigns talking to each individual customer. And today you can have, with the onset of digital media, you can have different messages of the same brand using geo-targeting to go to specific geographies about the same brand. Because the customer profile, especially in a country like India, the customer profile varies from state to state, even in one region. So the method by which you are actually messaging can go. I just came back. Yes, I'm from Chennai. We are doing a large work for this group called the Pothys Group. They have actually a fashion brand called Auto Clothing, OTTO. I think some of you might know about it. So we are doing the complete, brand transformation for them. So the thing that we were discussing yesterday is that it's becoming increasingly difficult for them to decide on the product mix. Because between Andhra and Telangana, the kind of colors and the kind of patterns that the same customer wants of the same age profile is different. So how do we ensure that we have the right product mix using data in terms of consumer preferences for colors and patterns? Was a discussion that we had only, and unless they do this, if they start doing it in the same manual way of saying that, okay, I have these 100 products, these 20 will go here, 15 will go here, 10 will go here, they will simply get killed by competition. Phygital experiences, right? Today, nobody is buying like before going to one shop and buying. You're Googling, you're looking at some 10 different offers of the same brand on 10 different sites. You're also going to the shop and first checking out the product physically, Chroma or whatever, if it's an electronic gadget. And then you end up buying wherever you get the best deal. It's all about deals for the youngsters today. So it's actually consumer buying has become a 360-degree experience. You're looking for it somewhere else, you're buying somewhere else, you're collecting data and references and influences from a third place, and then your mind is putting all of this together and you're eventually buying in a fourth place. So it's actually your whole branding and marketing experience is a 360-degree phygital experience. Sustainability. I think Dr. Izzi also said that there's something, people are talking about sustainability in this session, but sustainability as a brand core. A lot of people are, the millennials and Gen Z are becoming a lot more eco-conscious than what we were, or environment conscious than what we were. So environment and eco-consciousness is becoming a big thing. And of course, decentralized branding. Is disruption only digital? AI is a powerful tool, but it's not the only one, right? The point that we are trying to say is, like I just said some time back, if you really want brand disruption, you need to ensure that you have creativity, objectivity, and curiosity. Now, please remember, technology and even the concept of AI is based on how you train the tool to be able to make decisions. So who will train? We only have to train. Now, if we have to train the tool to take decisions, obviously we ourselves should know what is the decision that the tool should eventually take. And if we should know what is the decision that the tool should take because we are training the tool, we need to have these characteristics ourselves. We need to continuously have objectivity, creativity, and curiosity. And that's why I talked about this Google some time back, right? I'm Googling at the customer. Today, again, a huge challenge I find, with all due respect to the younger lot and generation, is that the youngsters are not as curious as perhaps they should be. They should keep on asking questions, why, rather than just taking a particular job for granted. So they need to be creative, they need to be objective, they need to be curious. I was just discussing with Dr. Sandeep here yesterday over dinner that one of my biggest experiences has been that, the freshers, I don't know if it's true here also, sir, but the fresh MBAs, Nobody wants to go to marketing jobs anymore. The reason they don't want to go to marketing jobs is because if you want to succeed in a marketing job, you really have to do the hard labor of going into the field in the hot sun and selling Horlicks and Boost to shop, over several months. I have youngsters who come and say, anything where I have to get out into the sun, I don't want. Please give me a job where I can sit in front of a computer in an AC room. I mean, while I'm saying it in jest, I'm telling you that for success in marketing and branding, it is definitely not going to stand us in good stead, because unless we know what the customer wants, and in this case, the customer is both even the dealer, the shopkeeper and the retailer, who's our primary customer, and obviously the end consumer, who's our tertiary customer. So unless we know and have a first-hand interaction of what the market is like, what our customers want, we will not be able to succeed. Just by using technology and collecting data from the computer, not good enough. That's why we said AI is a tool, but it is not the basis on which the whole marketing success can work. We have to stop trying to get noticed. I mean, everything can't be about the fact that, I want to shout out. Listen, be part of the thing. There is enough amount of co-creation and collaboration which can happen in today's world. And today, the entire dynamics of the world are all about co-creation. Somebody can do one part of a product, somebody can do another part of a product, both of these can come together and the end product can be far better than what it was before. So it's today a game of 2 plus 2 becoming 22 and no longer 4. Invest in your brand or your audience or your employees becomes very important. You have to keep on investing on your brand. You have to keep on interacting with your customers and your target customers. And very important, you have to keep retraining the employees in organizations. Because technology is changing fast and we will get outdated. So we have to keep on learning and unlearning and relearning for us if we have to stay in the same place. Rest will follow suit. So eventually, the point that we are saying is, at the end, all that I want to say is, when you want to build a brand in today's world, you don't have to change who you are. You can remain your authentic self. Every brand is known. Like I said, the soul of the human being is unique. And there is nothing right or wrong about that soul. So we can all be ourselves. But how we continue to project ourselves will have to keep changing as we go along. I don't need to change. If I'm a fuddy-duddy conservative person, very difficult for me to wear a pair of Bermuda shorts and jump around in the middle of an audience like this, right? So I don't need to change. But I need to definitely communicate what branding means today in a very different manner than what it was when I gave, let us say, a similar session 15 years ago. Because trends have changed. I have not changed. The content may be different. The messaging may be different. But what the message will be the same. And that is really what I wanted to emphasize on in my session. Branding is all about the soul. It is about being unique. You can continue to be who you are. You don't need to change as a person. You don't need to change as a product or a service. The way you connect with your customer, the manner in which you communicate with them, the kind of tools that you're using to be able to increase the sales of your product, and therefore all the marketing activities that you're doing around to make your brand a success will change. So in sum, brand is constant. Branding is immutable. Marketing is dynamic. And the way you use marketing to communicate and connote the same immutable brand values is really what will make or break the success of any organization today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Please take a seat on the stage as we begin the Q&A session. I also invite Dr. Uma Maheshwari to join us on stage to felicitate the interaction.
Thank you, Mr. Raghu, for that master class in marketing. The one lesson which definitely stands out to me is brand is not a picture anymore. It's a number. And I think that one line or one statement speaks volumes about the entire session, what you were talking about. Thank you so much. Uh, yes, I loved your presentation. I could, you know, completely. It was really good, a very fruitful session to be listening to. There are some questions which they have, given me. I'm going to probably start with one question, which is mine first, before I go to the questions which is put up here. And this is for my students who are sitting there back. Some of them probably have already decided that they're going to take marketing. Some of them who had a doubt, I think after the session today, I think there are going to be more students taking up marketing as a career. Now, my question to you is, with the kind of disruptions what you were talking about, with the kind of changes and the dynamic field this marketing is, what do you think are some of the skill set the students of this generation needs to develop in order to be industry ready? What are the the kind of qualification would you expect from a fresher who's coming out of an MBA program who might or might not have a few years of experience back then?
Thank you, ma'am. See, like I said, I think there are two aspects for any fresh student to succeed in today's world, right? One is aptitude and the second is attitude. So in terms of aptitude, I think knowledge of data science, using data a lot more to be able to understand customer insights and therefore make decisions is obviously important. And it is something that I think, I believe is now becoming part of the curriculum of most marketing management programs. So we should not look at data science as a separate area. It is something which must be integrated as part of your consumer behavior and your consumer insights decision-making process. I mean, this is something that I have also advocated in a few other institutes where I go to. But more importantly, I think for today's students, the important issue, like I had mentioned in my speech, is more than the subject matter knowledge. I think there must be this inherent curiosity about markets, products, and services. So I'm saying this, and that will come only by spending a lot of time trying to understand the market and understanding the customer. So when I was talking about students of today not wanting to go into the field, I really believe it is actually a weakness or a deficiency. Because unless we are present in the market where the product or the service or the brand is going to succeed, we will never really know the real reason why the brand will succeed or fail. So I think the important lesson that I would like to give is, while there is a lot of subject matter knowledge that the students will have to pick up as part of the curriculum, I think they must not shirk from doing the hard labor of actually going into the field. So I'll give you an example. When I first joined Titan in '93, even though I was a national brand manager and the head of marketing, every Saturday and Sunday, which was a holiday for the corporate office, mind you, because it was a 5-day week, it was part of my training that I had to stand at a retail counter of Titan, behind the retail counter, just like one of the other people who are selling the product. Customer would not know that I am the head of marketing of the company, and I would have to wear the same uniform that they were and would actually sell to customers. And I had to do this continuously for 4 weekends, for 3 months. Enormous learning I got myself. Of course, it was a pain. There was only 2 days of holidays, and I had to spend the afternoon, sitting there. Of course, it was not very easy. But the amount of learning that I got by just that experience of standing behind the counter and selling, I don't think that I would have got through any of the subject matter or theoretical knowledge that I would have got. So that's the point I wanted to.
Thank you so much. Very well taken, sir. I'm sure my students resonate with that and realize the importance of being out there in the field to get a hands-on experience before they get into a career there. Now, my next question is also, this is from the audience, and this is also pertaining to the Gen Z. You have been, having your decades of experience in the field of marketing. As academicians, Gen Z is definitely a tough lot for us to handle in class.
As entrepreneurs and managers also, let me tell you that
Gen Z is the toughest. So my question is, how do you actually engage with this audience? And how do you actually, engaging is definitely something which you have to do. But more importantly is the trust which you need to gain out of this audience, which is the toughest we've had so far. What is your take on this, sir?
So I think my experience has set has kind of shown me this. I think Gen Z today are extremely smart. I think they are probably a million times smarter than what we were during their age. So they are extremely smart. Okay, so there is no doubt about that. So the levels of intelligence and smartness are extremely high. So if we have to really keep them engaged, I think the onus is as much on us in terms of how we are able to speak in their language to make them understand. Often what happens, especially as academicians, let's say when you're sharing a certain subject knowledge, if we kind of approach the dissemination of that knowledge in the same pedantic approach, today's Gen Z, they kind of they kind of switch off very quickly. So it's extremely important that we are able to connect with them in their language, in their way. And therefore, that is one. Second, I think today's Gen Z is not, my experience has been that they don't like to just sit and listen to some lectures, right? They want to actually participate in actually making things happen as soon as possible. So the more number of such kind of, I would say, either workshop sessions with brainstorming, like we said, just like I was talking about marketers interacting with the customers to be able to come up with decisions. I'm just giving an example. If I'm saying there is a lot more interaction between faculty and the Gen Z students, even in terms of how to improve things and actually make things happen on the ground, I think there is going to be a lot more learning through those kind of interactions rather than the conventional approaches of, theoretical lectures that we were going through earlier. This has at least been my learning when we've worked with a lot of youngsters, even in my own organization and in client organizations.
Thank you so much, sir. Though I have many more questions, I've got the signal from the MC's desk that time is up. May I request for a big round of applause for Mr. Raghu for the excellent session today. Thank you so much for being here today, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, sir, for the enriching session. Your perspective on future-proofing brands through purposeful disruption, like making changes and innovating, and cute trust among the consumer, has certainly sparked fresh thinking among all of us. The advertisements shown are a powerful reminder of how innovation and fresh ideas can shift perspectives and inspire us to keep pushing boundaries of creativity. Thank you once again for setting such a powerful tone for the day.
I now request Dr. Uma Maheshwari, Faculty in Decision Science, PSG Institute of Management, to present Mr. Raghu B. Vishwanath with a memento as a gesture of her gratitude. Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am. That was an insightful and engaging presentation. This juncture, we would like to extend a heartfelt thanks to the event sponsors for this support. Event partner, Srivatsa Realty and Swarga. Online partner, the Veranda Club. Media partner, Swaraja. Networking partner, Hindu Economic Forum. Thank you once again for supporting MARKETRY, the Marketing Conclave. It's now time for a short refreshment break. All the guests, faculty members and industry participants are welcome to proceed to room number 511 on 5th floor for refreshments. All student participants are requested to go to amphitheater on the ground floor for the refreshments. The next session will resume sharply by 11 a.m. I repeat again, the guests, faculty members and industry participants are welcome to proceed to room number 511 on the 5th floor for refreshments. We appreciate your patience. We will resume the conclave shortly. Once again, welcome back to Marketry, the Marketing Conclave. Our next session delves into the art of sustaining disruption beyond the breakthrough. I request Dr. Kavita Faculty in Finance, PSG Institute of Management. To accompany the speaker for the session, Mr. C.N. Ashok, Managing Director of Auto Print Machinery Manufacturers Private Limited, onto the stage. To lead us through this, I invite Ms. Aishwarya, student of PSGIM, to introduce and welcome the speaker and set the context for this exciting session.
A warm morning to one and all present here. It is a true honor to welcome a distinguished leader, an accomplished professional, and a visionary entrepreneur, Mr. C.N. Ashok, the founder, director, and managing director of Auto Print Machinery Manufacturers Private Limited. Mr. Ashok is a chartered accountant by qualification and a gold medalist. He has brilliantly combined financial acumen with entrepreneurship. In 1992, he co-founded Autoprint in Coimbatore with a mission to make high quality, reliable and affordable printing machinery accessible to small and medium enterprises across India. Under his leadership, Autoprint has evolved into a globally respected brand with over 12,500 installations spread across 52 countries across the globe. His commitment to innovation, excellence, and customer service has not only driven Autoprint's growth but also contributed significantly to the transformation of the Indian printing landscape. Apart from his business achievements, Mr. Ashok has contributed to the industry as the former chairman of the CRI Coimbatore zone and as the former vice president of the Indian Printing, Packaging and Allied Machinery Manufacturers Association for the Southern region. His dedication to the printing industry has been recognized with laurels such as the Stalwart of the Printing Industry and Lifetime Achievement Award. A sports enthusiast at heart and a mentor to aspiring young basketball players, Mr. Ashok is an inspiring blend of professionalism, humility and social responsibility. May I now request everyone to join me in welcoming Mr. C.N. Ashok and Dr. Kavita.
Thank you, Ms. Aishwarya. Now, I welcome Mr. C.N. Ashok to commence the session. The session will be for 30 minutes, followed by a 10-minute Q&A session. We are honored to have you with us, sir. The platform is now yours.
Thank you so much for the nice introduction. I started the company in 1992, wherein it was a startup then. I had an option between continuing my CA profession or start a printing unit, and I decided the later and eventually started the printing business. So coming to disruption, I was just recollecting how many times we were disrupted and how we came out of it. And every time when a disruption happened, we were conscious. And as the chairman of Intel says, paranoid will survive. So every day we are paranoid about it because a salary check to our employees of 1 crore for 200 people every fifth is a big time task when disruptions happen. So fortunately for the last 32 years, we've been continuing with several disruptions in between. But every time we have come out successful, and I thought I will share my experience on the disruption and what did we do to overcome each of the stages. Just a little bit about our company. We produce offset printing machines and packaging machines. The ticket size of one machine is about 6 lakh rupees at the lowest end, and the highest is about 1.2 crores. As was introduced, we export 50% of the product to many developed and developing countries, including US. And as of today, for 31/3/2025, we have grown by 40%. So this has been our company, and we employ about 200 people. We are completely in Coimbatore with all branches and resident representatives across countries and maybe in overseas like Indonesia and other places. we have our own people. So coming to the part of first disruption, in 1992 we started producing these machines. And being a chartered accountant, you should know that my other director is a MTech from IIT. We synergized, both of us are from PhD. I'm from PhD Arts and he's from PhD Tech. So each printing machine has about 3,500 parts. And we currently procure about 7,000 unique parts every month. This is a big challenge, and the accuracy of these parts have to be very high, otherwise the printing starts suffering. So what we did, we produced the first prototype. Prototype was a big success. We went and launched it. Acceptance was very good in the market. Everything was fine. Suddenly, 1991, you all know, you would have read in your MBA and other places, economy opened up and second-hand imported machines started coming in. When we talk about second-hand imported machines, they come in containers and they are priced, we price it at about 4 lakhs, whereas the other guy prices, the imported second-hand comes at about 1 lakh. And to fudge the duty, the Havana route is being done, so we really don't know what is the price of this machine. So we just launched it. Everywhere when we go, as Mr. Raghu was saying, we really went each pin code. We were there in each pin code, meeting each customer, hot sun, everything, whatever he says was true. We went about it and started meeting people. And whenever we started meeting people, we'll go there, the next day morning a second-hand machine will be installed. So the ratio was 1:10. Every 10 leads, hot leads that I would have, you would get one, or maybe not even one. It was so tough at that situation. So what we did was, to overcome this disruption, I have something called core ability to thrive. Every business has something called core ability to thrive. For example, you all know about QCD, quality, cost and delivery. So every business talks about quality, cost and delivery, that is continuous. Whereas if you go into each industry, you will find something called core ability to thrive. I'll give you an example. For example, let's take airline industry. Airline industry, it will be safety and agility. If they flunk in terms of safety, the airline industry is gone. If they are not going to be agile, they are going to have a problem. If you go something like fresh fruits, if you go to a fruit shop like Paramudra Nilayam, etc., they've been there for 50 years. If you see there, their core ability to thrive is to be always fresh. Like that, each industry, if you go to hospitality, it will be hygiene. It will be some other industry you go, it will be. So we started looking at it, what is it for a capital equipment like a printing machine? We decided it is after sales service and reliability. So in terms of after sales and service and reliability, we started investing, and slowly the second-hand machine started vanishing. In fact, whoever bought the second-hand machine started buying our machine because our after-sales service, availability of parts, and our machines were much reliable. So the first, to overcome the first disruption, we used something called core ability to thrive, and each business will have one, each industry will have one, and you need to identify and you need to invest on them. It can be each, for example, if it's a college, I would say the core ability to thrive will be industry-institute interaction. They can have all big infrastructure, they can have everything, etc. If the interaction between industry and this thing is not there, the syllabus doesn't get updated and the placements go down. So if this is not, this seminar is one best example where industry people are coming and talking to you, and this interaction of AI, blah, blah, whatever it is, everything comes up, and this is how an industry like PSG will be surviving for so many years. This is the first disruption. Second disruption was, we were doing very well, 750 machines to 1,000 machines a year shipment. No credit, no loans, built 2 factories, employed well, everything was going fine. we had only one this thing called offset printing machine. That was still about 95 to 95, 2000. Very good, 1,000 machines a year. Very good, everything was fine. Internet came, WhatsApp came, then all others follow. Nobody prints invitation, nobody prints, this seminar I can see nothing will be printed. Done. Disruption. Our machines, what we are selling 1,000, started dwindling, started coming down. So what did we do at that point of time? We could, at that point of time, much ahead, understand the bend in the curve. We knew immediately when the internet came in 1995, and 1995 and WhatsApp came in 2010. So 15-year window was there, but in 1995, little later than that, we understood the bend in curve and immediately diversified and started producing packaging machines instead of being in printing. We also decided that we will not do printing machines, but we will do packaging machines for finishing, and that is where we diversified, and the bend in curve was very good, and a close interaction with customers, what they needed in packaging machine, and we clearly decided we will go into mono cartons and started doing mono cartons. By which then printing machines came down, packaging took over. Today packaging is doing very well. We've participated in a German exhibition. 92 countries footfall was in our stand, and post that the sale was brilliant. Everything is okay. So we overcome the bend in the curve was the next lesson when the disruption, so that when everything is going fine, you need to spend time to find the bend in the curve. How many years you have now before you're going to really have problems? That we could do it in the second phase. The third phase was, again 2015, up to 2015 everything was fine, going fine, we were shipping to America, everything was fine. From 2015, we had Chinese competition. So Chinese competition was really aggressive. When it became aggressive, what we did, we went to China, we stayed in China for about 2 months, appointed a Chinese guy because we couldn't speak his language, went to all the factories in China, and myself being a chartered accountant, I really did not understand how they cost their machine because they were cheaper by 50%. We just couldn't do it. Then we said, how are we going to compete? Because the government of China is giving them a lot of support, and our material costs, they were producing their machines, and we were not able to do that. So then what we did was, the good thing about it is we started differentiating our offering from China. China majoritarily copied European technology, dropped the prices, and reasonably, at that time they were bad in quality, now they've improved in quality, they were doing everything. But how we differentiated our product was, we started adding value by synergizing with domestic players. For example, I'll give you one example. We produce an inspection machine which inspects the printed cartons for pharma industry. So the medicine that you buy from the pharmacy, the carton that what you get with that tablet is inspected using our machine, and that machine inspects at 300 meters per minute. And it has deep learning, it has AI, it predicts the failure. For example, you should understand now in the crowd that there is a erythromycin, a 2 mg and a 10 mg tablet. The artwork, advertisers know, they give the same artwork for both the things, because I don't know what is the reason, they will clarify. Now imagine a 2 mg pediatric dose is administered to an adult, you don't get cured. And then a 10 mg is administered to a pediatric patient, the patient dies. So what we do, we produce an inspection machine which inspects all the cartons. If you leave it inside that at 300 meters, the good ones, that is, it will compare it, and it will ensure that there is no mix-up of cartons between 2 mg and 10 mg. So we differentiated ourselves from the Chinese offering because in India software is very good. we have 3 cameras, 2 cameras on the top and 1 camera at the bottom, and 300 meters per minute. And then it started happening. And now today, I can proudly tell you, last time I calculated was 500 crore cartons are being inspected annually using our machine. And we have about 100 machines, be it Cipla, Ranbaxy, etc., etc. Their packaging units are there in Mumbai, Vapi, Gujarat, and all the places. In all the places, and today when you go buy a medicine, you can confidently buy a medicine that you're buying only a pediatric dose and you're not buying an adult dose. So that is what we differentiated, and the learning in the disruption was synergizing and differentiating. That is very, very critical. Why I'm saying synergizing is the camera technology and AI, etc., 5 years back, we did not know about it. We had somebody in Bangalore who could offer the 3 cameras to us with the software. We did the conveying system, integrated the conveying on top of it, and started inspecting. So the third lesson here is in terms of synergizing and differentiation. Then the fourth disruption, COVID hit. So when COVID hit, what happens is capital equipment dies the first, recovers the last. Because why would you? I'm not even able to pay my salary today, or I'm not able to do anything, I'm just sitting at home. Why would I buy a capital equipment? So completely down, we couldn't just ship. Only thing, one good thing happened was medicine business, the pharma business was going good, and they needed inspection machine because your dolos and things like that were going in big numbers. So they wanted, so the government gave a special permission and gave a pass to us that we could ship inspection machines to any pharma. And at that point of time, we got 100% advance for few customers asking machines that we couldn't deliver, but fortunately we had few machines in the shop floor. We shipped it and managed that 6 months or 1 year. But what did we do in COVID? When that disruption hit us, we never lost skilled manpower. We were very careful that we should never lose a skilled manpower. So we started doing training. Can you believe the COVID hit on March 23rd? I don't know how I did it. The company did it. In April first week, we started training. Virtual training to all the people. And we started training for finance to non-finance to bring down their insecurity. So even now today my employee says that was the best training, sir. We learned about EMI. We learned about all the non-finance people in factory knew about finance during COVID, and we could comfortably spend because all of them were free doing nothing and their input to them was excellent. So coming to the conclusion, I'm done. The conclusion is core ability to thrive. Any business apart from QCD, please ensure what is your core ability to thrive and then start focusing on 1. 2, bend in the curve, close contact to customers. You need to be in contact, and now so many methods are there to be in contact, but personal contact or virtual contact or whatever the contact is important. Differentiate the product, synergize with people, and the last one is hold on to skilled people as much as possible. So this is how my journey of disruption is there, and till today we are surviving. The last year has been good. God has been kind enough, but then every day we are paranoid. I'm done with it. Any questions is there, I can take it from you.
Thank you, sir. Please take the seat on the stage as we begin the Q&A session. I also invite Dr. Kavita to join us on stage to facilitate the interaction.
Okay, thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful session and for also summarizing the points there. We have one interesting question. Are you expecting any further disruptions in your industry in future? And if so, are there any measures which you have taken to tackle that?
Well, 100% we expect. We expect the disruption to happen any time. And the good thing about it is data is available. There are historical data, and then now you can predict the data forward with various tools and so on. So we continuously, for example, my son now is in China. He's gone yesterday. He's there for a week. My business development guy is somewhere meeting the customer. So we are paranoid on a daily basis. The disruption will happen. The only thing is we are getting prepared, and our muscle is getting stronger and stronger to face disruption. And we are not looking, saying that there is not going to be a disruption. There will be, and we need to face. I don't know whether I answered the gentleman who has asked the question. It's tough, but we need to prepare. It's something like, let's take IPL today. Yesterday you see a match. How many players are coming today? I mean, you are not secured of an Indian team today. You don't know, next match somebody else is there, and this match this guy is there, third. So everybody is insecure. You need to practice, you need to be there and then overcome it. You have no other choice.
Thank you, sir. So I think this is a follow-up on the question we had in the previous session. So you told us that it's very important to stick on to people and keep upskilling them. So is there any strategy which you would deploy to retain the Gen Z people who are coming in now? And do you think it's going to be an easy task or a tough task? Any suggestions from your side?
Since there are so many students here, I learned it very late in my life. I'm 60 now. I learned this at about 52 years. There are 12 qualities. Since time is not there, I will only tell 7 qualities first. Maybe you can note down. This is how we go about. One is passion for quality. Passion for quality is first. Second is cost prudence, communication skill, and then customer centric, taking ownership, team playing, willingness to learn and develop. In these 7 qualities, any common person, whoever is sitting here, including me, including everybody, if somebody scores below 5, you need to produce evidence. If I am a team player, in my department, I'll measure my attrition. If I'm a HOD, and in my HOD, if my attrition is very high, I'm not a team player. Similarly, in willingness to learn and develop, as we grow old, we don't change. We learn a lot of things, but do we change? Something like today, I was pushed in my office saying that, in Apple, there is something called reminders, and you can put your tasks in it. Such a powerful tool, whereas I have been conventionally writing on a book all my tasks, right? And now I started using it for the last 3 months or 4 months. That reminder is so brilliant that I'm really saying, oh, why I didn't know about it 3 months or 4 months back, or 5-10 years back. So these 7 qualities, what I say, if you score below 5, please identify and cross above 5. If you do not do that, throughout the career, you will be hit and you cannot progress. For example, cost prudence. I don't know, you're all today, this generation, how cost prudent you are. You want a branded clothes, you want to do this, you want to do that. But then, do you know the value of money today? That is cost prudence. And many people, when they come into the corporate, they don't know the value of money. They don't know the value of time. So in my opinion, to prepare yourself in an interview, we go through these 7 qualities and find out evidence. Are you a basketball player? Are you an NSS? Are you a football player? Or are you in NCC? These people are given credit. Or in this seminar, are you a committee member? If you are a committee member, I give you a better score. So you are a team player. So we find evidence when you go through the interview, and if I find that evidence is not below 2, below 3 in any of the important qualities, we don't select them. I don't know whether I've answered that question. I've given it very general.
Thank you, sir. I think we have time for one more question. So we understood from your profile that you are a chartered accountant, and you've done technically very well with all your innovations to take over the disruptions. So we have a lot of students here. So what do you think is the best fit for somebody who aspires to grow and set up businesses on their own? So should they be studying marketing? Should they be studying finance? Should they be studying operations or HR? Because they can't pick one and everything. So do you have a take on that?
It's a very tough question. So what I would do is, I'm a chartered accountant, core is finance, everything. Yes, I've gone into an engineering business. I appreciate my other directors' input very much. When it is coming to engineering knowledge, the willingness to learn and develop, core, I may know everything. I know a balance sheet, I know a profit loss account, I know the ratios, blah, blah, everything is okay. But on an engineering side, I will be definitely weak because that gentleman is much, much stronger. As a team player, do you give him genuine respect? And are you prepared to learn from him? So that way, I'm so proud to tell you, 32 years we have been in business, myself and my other director. We have traveled together, thick and thin, bad situations, etc. He's a tennis player and I'm a basketball player. So I would say, if you have weaknesses, we all will have. It's not that we don't have, we all will have. Identify that, and then can you lean on somebody to overcome, then you are secure. If you're going to be egoistic, and then you're going to tell that I know everything, and then I don't need somebody's help, that's where the problem starts. At no point of time after 32 years, I'm 60 now, I give top priority to the team playing, and team playing has something called emotional bank account. As I speak to you today, I'm opening a bank account with all of you all called an emotional bank account. In this bank account, if I continue to deposit, then my relationship starts becoming, one simple example. So you give a commitment and you fail, you're making a withdrawal. And that withdrawal is not a good symptom for a team playing. So you need to deposit, and in my opinion, you can always be secured as you know your weakness, clearly your weakness, and then you have somebody to compensate that weakness, and you respect and you take inputs from him, you're secured in your life.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful session and for the insights. I'm sure the students have understood what is required of them and to survive. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. That was a powerful session. Your journey and the way you have embraced the disruptions in your company clearly shows the importance of a company's ability to thrive in the market. Your inspection mission, proving a significant role in the medical industry, has grounded a view of how innovation creates an impact. Thank you once again, sir. I now request Dr. Kavita to present Mr. C.N. Ashok with a memento. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
That was an enlightening session. As we continue our exploration of sustaining disruption beyond the breakthrough, please join me in welcoming the next speaker of Marketry, Mr. Sridhar Ramanujam, founder and CEO at Integrated Brandcom. I request Dr. Chitra, faculty in marketing, PhD Institute of Management, to accompany the guest onto the stage. I invite Ms. Lekha Shi, student of PSGIM, to introduce and welcome our guest for the session.
Good morning to everyone present here. It is with utmost pleasure that I welcome our expert for today's session on brand disruption, breaking the mold, building the future by Mr. Sridhar Ramanujam. Mr. Sridhar Ramanujam is a seasoned communication consultant, author, and educator with over 4 decades of experience in advertising, branding, and public relations. He is the founder and CEO of Integrated Brandcom Private Limited based in Bengaluru. He has previously held positions such as Executive Vice President at Mudra Communications, CEO at Pratibha Advertising, and Executive Director at R.K. Swamy BBDO. He has received the Lifetime Achievement Award for Communicators from the Public Relations Council of India. An alumnus of Indian Institute of Management, Bengaluru, Mr. Sridhar now spearheads the brand consulting projects at Brandcom. The company offers an integrated array of services across digital marketing, public relations, and integrated talent communications within companies. The company's goals of effective communication and better storytelling are testimony to Mr. Ramanujam's work ethic. As an educator, he has been the visiting faculty at prestigious institutions such as Indian Institute of Management, Bengaluru, and Indian Institute of Management, Vishakhapatnam. He has also delivered lectures at Cornell University, USA, on topics such as branding in India and other relevant branches. Mr. Sridhar's multifaceted contributions to the fields of communication, education, and social service underscore his commitment to excellence and societal development. Please join me in welcoming this visionary, Mr. Sri Ramanujam, to the stage. I also take great pleasure in welcoming Dr. Chitra along with our guest.
Thank you, Lekha. Now I welcome Mr. Sridhar Ramanujam to take the session forward. The session will be for 30 minutes, followed by a 10-minute Q&A session. Sir, we are honored to have you with us today. You may now enlighten us with your session.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure and a privilege for me to be here. Actually, I've not been accepting speaking as engagements outside of Bangalore for a few months, actually a year now. But I had to make an exception for you for a couple of reasons. One, when I passed out of school, I went to Loyola, but many of my classmates came to PhD, and that's really what a brand is about. And second is, because of my affection and admiration for the city of Coimbatore, I've been visiting the city for close to 40 years now. We had an office in Mudra way back in late 80s and early 90s. And that continued in Brandcom. In fact, the head of our office is here. We do some interesting work for clients like BNC Motors and Ramraj and Bakaru, to name a few. But this is really a very, very industrious and hospitable city. And I'll tell you a real life anecdote about one more reason why I like Coimbatore. Several years ago, I got a call from somebody in Coimbatore saying, we want to do a branding project. Will you come and do it for us? So I came, took a brief, met the owners and everything, and they wanted to reposition their brand. And then I said, I'll come back with a proposal. And then I kept asking them, who recommended you to me? Because I had not written to them. I didn't know about the company, though it was a very large company. He didn't answer for some time. He was a bit sheepish. And then finally he said, "Thappa nenachikadinga sir. Enga driver vandu unga column நானே விகடன்ல நீங்க வாரம் branding பத்தி எழுதுறீங்க. அது பார்த்துட்டு வேற யார்கிட்டயும் போகாதீங்க, ராமானுஜம் ஸ்ரீதர் கிட்ட போங்கன்னு. I thought here is a country or a place where the drivers know much more than owners, and the owners at least have the ability to listen to drivers when they give good advice and are not directed only by designation. So I think that's a very interesting example of the power of word of mouth. I mean, I had never met this guy. He was reading my column and he had told his boss that please do work with him. So today, for example, the power of social influencing in marketing is something that we are all familiar with, and brands are struggling with it because people who don't buy your products are criticizing it. They're talking about why are they showing people from different communities. Tanishq, for example, I'll talk about that a little later. So this is a point that we had to talk about. So I can talk about as the predecessor, he spoke really well about some of the disruptions that his company faced and how he is preparing for the future. Well, I can talk about my company, but I sincerely believe that, we are too small to really share some experiences, though I will do one or two experiences. Most of our experiences come from our clients. We work with some of the largest clients in the world, and as a teacher, I have followed some of the biggest brands in the world. So I feel it's better if we talk about what brands have experienced and what they have learned from as students, for you to really see if you can adapt and learn to face disruptions in your own career and in your own life. The first, obviously carrying coal to Newcastle. Many of you are management students. You're doing courses on brand management. So to tell you what a brand is, I think is like carrying coal to Newcastle, but I will still say it. There are many misconceptions about branding. Sometimes people mistake a logo for a brand. They mistake colors for a brand. They mistake advertising for a brand. They mistake PR for a brand. Branding is this and all of much more. It's actually everything that your company does. So you might have a great advertising campaign. People might like your brand, and the way you answer the phone is so terrible that people are immediately put off. They put you on hold for 15 minutes. So what's the point of all the advertising that you did? So the most important thing that you got to remember is that everything that you do is actually branding. And the moment you realize that, you will be in a much better position that you are. So when we talk about brands, obviously one of the most valuable brands of all time has always been Apple. And that is the basic principle of disruption, I think, to challenge the status quo. Apple changed the way we listen to music with the iPod. They changed the way we computed. They changed the way we entertained or got entertainment. And finally, they're changing the way we use the mobile phone. So the moment we accept the status quo or live in our comfort zone, then you're going to be in trouble. And this is really what Mr. Ashok said when he said, only the paranoid survive. So where is this paranoia coming from? It's because it comes from the consumer. So we need to constantly keep looking at what the consumer wants. And very often, the biggest challenge is the consumer does not know what he wants and does not articulate what he wants. I'll give you two examples of what I've seen in real life. In 2003, I keep going to different World Cups to watch in different parts of the world. I went to South Africa as one of the customers of Airtel. Actually, very few customers came, so it was mostly their own people. And I had to share a room. It was a really slumming experience with the regional manager of Airtel in Hubli. In the morning when I got up, I went to brush my teeth. I generally get up earlier than the other person in the room. I found a tube of Fair and Lovely in the wash basin. I was just wondering, what am I doing with Fair and Lovely? I thought something's wrong with my specs. I put it on again, it was Fair and Lovely. And this young man who had come from Hubli, who was very dark. If I am saying he's dark, then you can imagine how dark he is. So he was using Fair and Lovely. And obviously, at that point in time, there were no men's fairness products. So the brand obviously saw that there is an opportunity here to... So one of the biggest ways of creating disruption is observing the customer closely and seeing if there is something that I can do to fulfill that need. So I'll give you another example from a brand that we work for, Van Heusen. So they suddenly found that they were doing their khakis and men's trousers and everything. They found that there was a lot of sale of waist 28 and 30 trousers. I don't know how many men here have waist 28 or 30. I don't have, certainly. And it was actually the women who were coming with the men and buying the women's trousers. And that was the starting point of women's wear, which is such a big brand with such a big category today. So again, I'm saying, particularly for youngsters, go to the mall, see what people are doing. I'm saying it must be interesting to watch people from the other sex, but I'm saying watch their behavior, watch how they're buying, watch how they're choosing, understand their language, so that you know that this is how the consumer talks. So when you're able to market to them, when you're able to communicate with them, you understand their talk and use their language to reach out to them. So I think this observation and coming out with consumer insights is one of the most important ways of creating disruption in the market. And I hope that some of you will understand this. More importantly, it speaks to the value of market research. All of you are in, some of you are in marketing, and some of you were asking, what should we do to succeed in business? The most important thing is to understand what's happening around you. And to that extent, market research is extremely important, because you are not able to see the changes that are happening around you. For example, I don't know how many of you watch the OTT platforms. There is a serial called Adolescence, which is happening, which really tells you how out of depth we are with what's happening with teens and adolescents in other parts of the world. The language they speak, their emojis. It seems that they are speaking Greek and we are speaking Latin. If this is the situation of the next generation, and this is the situation of our understanding of them, then we really are in a bad shape, and I think it's really important for us to understand what's happening there. But Apple, I'm still staying with the Apple example, are not doing so well in India. They're not the market leaders as they are in the US or in many other countries, because in India, there's a big difference, which I have written about in my books, is that we are okay with acceptable quality at affordable prices. If it's an over-engineered product, if it's very expensive, we will not be able to buy it, or we don't want to buy it. We just want, okay, how many of you remember the Bajaj scooter? For a long time, we thought the only way to start the scooter was to tilt it to the left because the engine was to the left. We waited 7 years for the scooter and sold it 7 years later at the same price we bought it in, and everybody said your horoscope is very good. That was the state of the Indian economy, but today it's changed dramatically. But having said all that, we are okay with acceptable quality, and that is really where there is an opportunity. And that is really where, when he spoke about 91 and the liberalization, many of the foreign brands which came into this country didn't do very well. And some of you may have heard of C.K. Prahalad, a very famous management guru from this part of the world, whose fortune at the bottom of the pyramid led brands like Velvet and Chic to talk about the single-serve revolution and do the sachet, which is an amazing innovation. Today, whatever the category, whether it's hair oil or shampoo, I shouldn't be talking about shampoo, but some of you can definitely use it, is today brands like P&G and Hindustan Lever have 54% of their turnover comes from sachet. So the opportunities can be anywhere. And again, the important thing is to understand the consumer. And there is a great inconsistency about the Indian market as well. Whilst we struggled to buy a sachet, few years ago, COVID time, the most number of Lamborghinis were sold in India. So really, it's a market of niches, and you have to figure out which niche is where my opportunity lies, rather than talking about generalities about the vast Indian middle class, etc. So I think, again, it points out to greater information, greater market research, greater consumer insights, all of which will lead you to decisions. The second point that I wanted to make is just because a brand was successful at one point of time, it need not be successful a few years later. When I used to do marketing and branding classes a few years ago, one of the biggest examples I would talk about was Starbucks. Starbucks was the greatest thing that happened. You know, a coffee which was 50 cents in other parts of the America, he was able to sell for $3. It was the third place in the American's life, his office, his home, and then this was Starbucks, where he met his friends, where he did interviews, where there was, chill out time, etc. But where is Starbucks today? They're struggling for two reasons. One is ambience can be replaced. For example, if you come to Bangalore, you will find so many coffee outlets, all of which are funded by VCs, which are outstanding in terms of ambience and outstanding in terms of service. And they also charge $300 for a cup of coffee. And they have the same variants that the Starbucks has. But today Starbucks has multiple variants in addition to the various things. It's saying with cream, without cream, caffeinated, decaffeinated. So the barista takes so much time to make a coffee that somebody is saying, why should I wait somewhere? I'll go so long for one coffee because there are 3-4 people already standing in the queue and I'm going to work. So I think the point is brands have to constantly reinvent themselves. I cannot sit back on what I have achieved and said that I did this, so I'm okay. People will keep coming. No, people will not keep coming. And as Mr. Ashok said, the more paranoid you are, the greater your chances of success. The other big problem which is happening, and I spoke briefly about this social media, is the crisis which brands can be hit with very, very easily. I always say that a brand is like a fine piece of crystal. It takes years to build, but it can break in a second if you're careless with it. All of us are familiar with what happened to Maggie. All of us are familiar with what happened to Pepsi, and more recently Tanishq, where their advertising campaign showing different religions or a girl without a bindi for Diwali. So somebody did a major campaign saying no bindi, no business. So, and that person will never buy a Tanishq in her life, but she's very powerful. I am writing about Tanishq. Now, what do I know about jewelry, or what is my locus standi to say buy or not buy? The last time I bought jewelry for my wife was 50 years ago, so that's okay. But I'm writing, and people are reading what I'm writing and probably sharing what I'm writing. So this is the big challenge that brands have to face today, that it is not from their customers, but from influencers. People who may never buy a product are actually having a comment about it. They're talking about it, they're making it viral and ensuring that your brand is hurt. So this is one of the biggest challenges marketers are facing, and as a PR company, one of our, I won't say strengths, but one of the things that we constantly keep working on is how to beat a crisis. And everywhere there is a crisis. For example, we were doing work for a large retail chain, and one of the people went and committed suicide from the 6th floor. So, I mean, he could have done it anywhere, but he chose our mall to do it. So, every paper was there on it, and television cameras. So, anything and everything can become a crisis. So, you put a program of what are all the possible crises that a brand can face or run into, and what is the possible solution that we can do. So, that's part of the job that we do. So, I think this, again, being paranoid is a very, very important thing. Some companies think that changing their brand identity, announcing it with great fanfare, calling an international design company, and doing a brand new identity, everything will change. No, you're the same old company. Unless you change your outlook to business, unless you re-engineer your service, unless you're offering a dramatically new product, there has to be something different, and the change cannot be merely cosmetic. So I think it's very, very important to learn from what's happening all around us. And since I speak about crisis, some of you may be familiar with this, what happened with Tylenol and Johnson & Johnson many years ago, before some of you were born. So people died, but there was one good thing, which I think is very important for all people who are in branding to understand. Johnson and Johnson was a company whose products had been used by children all over the world. Mothers knew it. Your baby talcum powder, your snow, and all the stuff that children were using were all done by Johnson and Johnson. So there was a lot of affection for the brand. So when they went through a difficult time, people supported them. So I think it's very important for brands to build a reservoir of goodwill with their customers over a period of time, which is really the other point that I'm trying to talk about, that branding is essentially a long-term sort of activity. It's not, okay, you can see a lot of these startups spending a lot of money and saying that they've built a brand in a very short time. And today, for example, thanks to television, thanks to internet, you can build a brand in a very short time. But by the same logic, you can get into trouble in a very short time. Look at Byju's, which was one of the most visible brands. They were sponsoring the Indian cricket team. Where are they? They're bankrupt. And what has happened? All this has happened in the space of 2 to 3 years. So I think this is a very important thing, that you try to build a reservoir of goodwill. And I'll give you the same example. Some of you are familiar with what happened to Union Carbide. But Union Carbide was just a battery making company. So nobody knew anything about it. There was no support for it. And in India, of course, everything gets sidelined and some other crisis will come. But in the rest of the world, never forgave Union Carbide for what they did in Bhopal. So I think it's very important to build a reservoir of goodwill through CSR, through concern for the society, through being involved in social causes, which will help you in a rainy day. The other thing is, since you're students of management, I will share 2 examples from my life, which I had observed, not so much done for. Titan, as you probably know, was launched in 87, was the first launch of Titan. And at that time, we were working for HMT, so we faced the full brunt of Titan's marketing ability. And they did some amazing watches, very successful quartz watches and everything. And then they went into jewelry. And everybody said, what is this? We are all fascinated by Western management theories. All of you are familiar with the theory of core competence, which means stick to your knitting, don't extend yourself, don't go to new areas, etc. But Xerxes Desai at that time said, our competence is design. And if I can design watches, why can't I design jewelry? Today, Titan is a 40,000 crore company, and 75% of their turnover comes from jewelry. They have nearly 1,000 outlets. Their jewelry, they have 7%, 8% market share in jewelry with all the individual players and everything. And all of this because he had the courage and conviction to say, we will look at opportunities. When the rest of the world is perhaps saying, let me stay with what I have. And this is, again, disruptive thinking. It is against conventional thinking. And I think that is very, very important for you to grow, succeed, look at new areas. And Tanishq is such a good example. Another example of Titan, again, something we were familiar with because we kept facing was 1 year they didn't have an advertising campaign. And Titan's advertising campaign in the 80s and 90s were things that people would look forward to: amazing watches, amazing music, O&M, which is another interesting point about consistency. From 1987 to 2025, 38 years, same advertising agency, which means that the advertising agency will invest in research, they will know about your brand inside out, they will know more than the company, and they're able to produce great work. So 1 year they didn't have a campaign, so they came up with a gifting campaign, saying how people can gift a watch instead of, say, a sari or a shirt or jewelry. And today, I'm not sure of the current numbers, it was 64% some time ago. Gifting is 64% of Titan sales. So again, I'm saying opportunity is always there. how you use it is really what makes a difference. When I was a kid, dairy milk was India's most popular chocolate. It still is India's most popular chocolate. And all of it is due to the advertising. Because you have multiple uses. Somebody passes the exam, dairy milk, give it as dessert. It's bored, nothing to eat, have dairy milk. How to break a conversation, start a conversation, give dairy milk. So in terms of advertising ability and ability to make simple situations interesting around the product, I think dairy milk is a great example. So I think all around us are examples of success and failure, and how we observe them, how we adapt from them, and how we learn from them is extremely critical for our own development and growing. My son always says that I'm a dangerous combination because I'm both a parent and a teacher. You know, parents advise and teachers lecture, and he says you do both. So I cannot end without giving you some advice, so please bear with me. The first thing is, somebody said I worked for 32 years. I started working on the 10th of December 1973, I remember the date. How many years is that? 52 years. Okay, not bad. So I'm still here. I'm still able to talk to you guys. So I think the most important thing for you to be interested is to find a career that you like or you're passionate about. The early stages of your life, you don't know what you're passionate about. And I don't blame you for that because you don't know what's happening in the world. You don't know what are the opportunities. Sometimes you're more fortunate because you do summer projects and different internships in different places, so you get a feel for different industries. But talk to your seniors, talk to industry, look at what's happening in social media, and try to find a profession which you like. Like Bob Dylan said, if you get up in the morning and go to sleep at night, and in between do what you like, consider yourself a successful man. There's no point in doing code if you hate it just because it gives you money. I have been on the board of ISB for several years, and most of the students have worked for, applicants have worked for 8-10 years in coding, earn a lot of money, but are so sick and tired that they just come to management school and try to make a lateral shift. And it becomes a lot more difficult at the time because you're already earning 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs. So I think the most important thing is try to figure out a career that you will like. I think that's an important bit of advice that I can give you. The second thing is, there is always this fascination for going abroad, working abroad, doing things abroad, and you know how US is such a wonderful place despite the tariff and everything. So first, my sincere bid to you is be positive about India. Lots of good things are happening in India. Look at the digital revolution. Look at the changes that have happened in the last 10, 15 years. And you are in the right place at the right time. That's my view. I wish I was born 40 years later. Unfortunately, I can't redress that. But try to work in India because I think you've all grown up here. You understand the customs. You understand the culture. You can understand how people behave. And it'll be very easy for you to create products, market products, and sell products in India. So think about that. And try to be an entrepreneur because you are in a state and in a place where entrepreneurship is valued. I started my company when I was 47 years old. I had no option but to start a company. I wish I'd started much earlier. Same thing I would say, if you're in the 30s and start a company, even if you fail, you can go back to work. Whereas if you start very late, it's always going to be a challenge. So try to be an entrepreneur. And most importantly, from a career perspective, because there's so much disruption happening in the world of technology through AI and artificial intelligence and machine learning and everything. Understand this technology, harness it, because however much technology grows, it needs people to manage it. It needs a human mind to guide it and lead it to the next generation. And I think people like you can make a big difference because you're young, you come from a good background, you belong to a great institution which has a heritage which has been in existence for over 60, 70 years, which has a tradition of giving. So make the most of it. And one of the other important things that I've always followed is however busy I am, if somebody says I am from IIM Bangalore, he gets to see me. So please be very, very attached to your alumnus. Give them a priority. Be part of alumni meets. Be in touch with the institute. When you become big people, come and talk to them so that you can share your experiences with people who are currently studying. So thank you very much for your patient listening. If there are any comments or questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please take a seat on the stage as we begin the Q&A session. I also invite Dr. Chitra to join us on stage to facilitate interaction.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable insights and expertise. We have few questions. In your experience, what are some of the common mistakes legacy brands make that make them vulnerable to the disruptions?
I think one of the biggest mistakes that brands make is that they get too arrogant. I used to work for BPL, which was one of the biggest television manufacturers in this country. They were market leaders, and they were tied up with Sanyo, which was a Japanese brand. And as you know, Japanese brands are very, very conscious about quality, and they were outstanding products. When we did research, we found that the Indian consumer was looking at Samsung and LG in a big way. And we went and told them that I think we are having a problem. I think these brands are getting much better noticeability and awareness than they were before. The MD just laughed at me. He said, Korean brands? What are you talking about? I thought you knew something, Sridhar. I think you're clueless. So, and then you know what happened. Samsung and LG took over the market. They, in fact, worldwide, they even beat Sony. So I think it's not taking your competition seriously at whatever stage is one of the biggest problems that well-established brands face. Yeah, sorry.
I think recently, one more question is recently many FMCG companies are investing in AI rather than investing in their R&D. It shows that companies building on the new future in the technology, on the product, not on the product. So what do you think about that?
Actually, I don't think I'm competent enough to comment about companies like Levers and P&G, but I think one of the problems that brands face is that if they miss out on a trend, then they are left hanging. So I think the fear that technology will take over the world is it's a very real one. We are experiencing it, seeing it, and reading about it every day. So I think people who run companies and who are on boards also are people like us who are influenced by what is happening around them. So to a large extent, they do want to ensure that they are not left behind. Second is, if many of my products are consumer, like say a soap or a detergent or a shampoo, and I'm not trivializing their value or anything, but there's not so much that you can do in terms of R&D, unlike say if I were in the semiconductor business or I were in the... So I guess it would depend on the category, but I think you cannot walk away from the fact that technology is becoming one of the most important determinants of success or failure. So I don't want to be left behind. I think that's the guiding principle here.
Another question is in today's landscape, where political correctness and social awareness are important. How do you develop marketing strategies that resonates diverse audience while minimizing the risk of backlash?
Yeah, but I think why is Trump being noticed so much today? Because he's politically completely incorrect. Okay, everything he says is wrong. Everything he says is not acceptable. It's not he, she, they, all that. He just says whatever he wants. I'm not justifying what he says or his actions. But I think in advertising, we always try to beat the clutter. And if I'm going to be politically correct and I'm going to be very safe, I will have advertising which does not get me into trouble but will not take my brand anywhere. So I think the dividing line is very thin, and we have to figure out a way of how, I remember when my friend Balki did one campaign for Fair and Lovely, and it was extremely controversial. There were a lot of people who had protests in Bombay and all that. And he would say that these people in Nape and Sea Road are not going to buy my product, so I'm not worried about them. The people who matter, the girl who's being rejected because she has got a dark skin, is my target audience, and she's liking it. So I think sometimes we have to make a conscious choice and say that who's my target audience, what do I want, and if I have to take a risk, I will take a risk. And sometimes a controversy can actually help a brand because a small brand can get noticed by controversy. I'm not saying that's the right strategy all the time, but it can be a big reason why a brand gets noticed.
So, what will be your advice to the young marketers or the entrepreneurs trying to build a disruptive brand from the scratch?
No, I think the most important thing is it has to be different from whatever the competition is doing. If you look at successful brands, they have two qualities. One, they are relevant to the consumer. Second, they are very different from whatever they were doing, the competition. So, having an idea is good. Having a proposition which you think will make a difference to the customer is important, but you need to research it and you need to have the resources to promote it. So you must also have a proper strategy in place. I don't need to go national, let me be regional. So I think there are a lot of opportunities for niche brands and niche products. So everybody shouldn't think that I'm going to be one big brand. Now, if you look at all the innovation, and I think even Mr. Piyush Goyal spoke about it, all of it seems to be in the delivery space. Instead of 10 minutes, I'll give it to you in 7 minutes. I'll give it to you in 8 minutes. All this can be replicated. So can I do something which is very different, where there's a genuine consumer need, which if somebody invests properly and I manage sensibly, I can take to the next level. I think that will be the guiding principle.
So for future marketer, I think today we are speaking about the AI-driven and other things, AI-driven personalization also. So how traditional brands reinvent themselves to stay culturally relevant without losing their core identity?
So I think the most important thing is for the brand to define its purpose, because just because there's an opportunity, I cannot become something else. I suddenly cannot become a 25-year-old just because I'm talking to young people. No, I have to be the way I am. If I'm seen as a mature adult who has some experience and who has some wisdom, how can I fine-tune that is really what I'm saying. I give you a good example from a paper that all of us are familiar with. I started reading the newspaper at the age of 6. It was the Hindu newspaper in Madras, which the city I was born and grew up with. The way to spoil your day was give the Indian Express instead of the Hindu and give tea instead of coffee. Your day was ruined. That was the level of involvement of the brand and coffee in our lives. And then what happened? Customers became younger. The Times of India came. And the Hindu tried to be something else. Today, a person who read the paper for 50 years has stopped buying the Hindu because it is no longer the paper that I bought. It is no longer the paper that I grew up with. So it's very important for a brand to retain its core essence even in a modern world, even as it reaching out to new customers, because it's like saying that in Tamil they say arsana nambi pondate kai utta kada. You husband kanavana kai utta kada. You lost your old customer in your desire to get the new customer and you transformed yourself into something which nobody wants. So I think it's very important that there is a changing world, there is technology, the customer is changing. How do I change myself without losing what are the reasons why people like me? It's not easy, but if you look at brands like Pepsi, they've been there for 100 years. They're still young. If you go to America, you'll find a father, grandfather and grandson drinking Pepsi. That means they're doing something right. So I think we need to figure out what brands are doing and what is it that I can do to stay with it.
How you view brand disruption in today's hyper digital environment?
No, I think, as I said, this environment is a given now. Whether I like it or not, people are constantly on the mobile, they're seeing everything, they're not buying newspapers. So many changes are happening all around us. The only way I can keep abreast is to understand what is happening. And to understand what's happening, there is constantly market research, constantly, looking at street talk, looking at what are the current trends, and where am I in this context. If I am not seen as the brand to be with it or the current brand or whatever, then I'm having a problem. So I think the most important thing is to keep your eyes and ears open to what's happening to the environment. Look at where are the various opportunities that are happening in technology that I can use. For example, can I have very young influencers talking about my brand rather than doing mainline advertising? So there are many ways by which I can remain relevant. Instead of doing one IPL sponsorship, can I do something which is very, very different, which will get the attention of young people? So I think it's an ongoing challenge, and how alert and how open I am to new opportunities will really determine my success or failure.
Thank you, sir. I think embracing change is required. I think disruption is inevitable in all the industries, whether it is in brands or whichever FMCG sector, whatever it is. And I think innovation is the key for success for anything. Thank you for sharing your
Thank you.
valuable insights.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Sridhar, for that brilliant session. Your insights and importance of consistent observation of customer behavior and market behavior to create disruption has given us a plenty to reflect on for all the youngsters out there. It was a pleasure to listen to your experiences and learn from them. Thank you for being with us today, sir. I request Dr. Chitra, Faculty in Marketing, to present Mr. Sridhar with a memento as a gesture of our gratitude.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir. We are grateful for the knowledge and perspective that is brought to this session. That brings us to the end of a power-packed first half of Marketry, the Marketing Conclave. We explored disruption, brand sustainability, and the evolving role of marketing in today's world, and we're just getting started. At this juncture, we would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to the event sponsors for their support. Event partner, Srivatsa Realty and Swarga. Online partner, the Veranda Club. Media partner, Swarajya. And a networking partner, Hindu Economic Forum. Thank you once again for supporting Marketry, the Marketing Conclave. Now, let's take a break for lunch. The next sessions will resume sharply at 1:30 p.m. All the guests, faculty members, and industry participants are welcome to proceed to room number 511 on the 5th floor, and the students can proceed to the amphitheater on the ground floor for lunch. I repeat, the next sessions will resume sharply at 1:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. The lunch will begin in 15 minutes. You can use the opportunity for networking with the industry experts around.
ஹலோ கரக்கூடாது. பேசுவோம். பேசாம இருக்கும். அவ்வளோதான்.
അയ്യോ കാർത്തിയോടെ പോസ് കാപ്പിടിച്ചെന്ന് തിട്ടുവാണേ.
என்ன பேச
Thank you for your patience. We'll resume the next session by 2 p.m. We'll resume the session shortly. For better experience, please keep your mobile phones on silent. Welcome back, everyone. I would like to invite Professor S.B. Srinivasan to address the gathering before we proceed with the next session.
Good afternoon, everyone. I threatened that I'll only speak once this morning. I'm back on the stage to speak for a second time. I'll start with a small experience I had. We were working for Robert Bosch on one of their events, and we had to execute completely, a temporary air-conditioned auditorium, which was completely running on, generator power. And the president of Robert Bosch called me a few days before the event and told me that I was speaking at the Taj in Bangalore, and exactly when I was speaking, the power went off, and it took Taj half an hour to bring back the power. And Dayanandi Maran, the then communications minister, was a part of this event, which we were working on. And his boss, in Bosch they call them G1, G2, G3, which means the group president, was coming for the event. So he said, I can't afford the power going off when things are happening. And he was constantly telling me about this, Srinivasan, what are you doing about the power? So we took him, we said, sir, 162 kVA generator for power on stage, 125 kVA generator for, power for the rest of the audience. For the mic, there's a separate 62 kVA generator that is running. So don't worry, power will not go off. What if it trips? So if it trips, there is an alternate generator running idle to which the power will be transferred. Are you having an automatic trip switch? No, sir, we don't have an automatic trip switch, but it's a manual switch which will be done in a matter of seconds. Now, this guy was going on asking me about this. So at one point in time, I told him, sir, stop asking this because you're adding energy to the, power going off. Okay? So at that point, he stopped, but it was too late. Exactly when G1 was speaking, the power tripped. Okay? Our team brought it back in 30 seconds, and G1 was graceful enough to compliment us for having brought it back in 30 seconds. Today's afternoon lunch took a little more than 30 seconds. My apologies, and we have to shift you from the 5th floor to the ground floor. We were so very conscious that we have to serve you a good lunch that we forgot the logistics about the lunch. Okay, my apologies, we are starting half an hour late because of that, but I promise you that the next session will be a fantastic session. Most of what I profess today is what I learned from Mr. Jagannath. I take the opportunity to hand it over back to the team. Thank you for bearing with us for the delay in lunch. I hope the lunch was, compensating for, whatever the delay was. But I'm sure the sessions here on and the ones in the morning will definitely compensate for that small mismatch that we had in the lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. As we continue our journey through today's session, it's time to delve into the real world power of offline strategies and how physical presence can create lasting emotional connections. I request Professor S.B. Srinivasan, Dean, Industry Engagements, PSG Institute of Management, to accompany the speaker for the session, Mr. Jagannath Ramaswamy, Chief Mentor at Crystal, onto the stage. I invite Ms. Sai Lakshmi, student of PSG IM, to introduce and welcome the speaker for the session.
Good afternoon to one and all gathered here. It is a privilege and a pleasure to introduce a distinguished leader, Mr. Jagannath Ramaswamy. An alumnus of two of India's prestigious institutions, IIT Kanpur and IIM Calcutta, Mr. Jagannath embodies a rare combination of technical depth and strategic foresight. Being the former president of the Advertising Club Madras and with over 4 decades of expertise in the field of advertising, Mr. Jagannath brings in a lot of knowledge to the crowd. Mr. Jagannath is currently running communication strategy and creative planning consultancy called Crystal. For over 21 years, he has been the guiding force at Crystal Advertising, nurturing it into a cutting-edge agency that thrives at the intersection of conventional advertising and digital innovation. As a chief mentor, his role goes beyond leadership. He shapes vision, cultivates talent, and drives purpose-driven branding in the digital era. While most of the marketing strategies now emphasizes on clicks and scrolls, Mr. Jagannath invests in handshakes, eye contact, and traditional experience in advertising. Mr. Jagannath is not just a marketing expert, but an inspiration and influence to the next generation of entrepreneurs. He's here to give his insights about the power of presence, how offline strategies build deeper consumer connections. It's an honor to welcome him onto the stage. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Jagannath Ramaswamy and Professor S.B. Srinivasan, Dean, Industry Engagements, PSG Institute of Management.
Thank you, sir. Now, I invite Mr. Jagannath Ramaswamy to enlighten us with addressing the session. The session will be for 30 minutes, followed by a 10-minute Q&A session. Sir, we are honored to have you with us today. You may please proceed with the session. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure that introduction was AI generated because it had a modicum of truth and lots of not so factual truth. Anyway, since it was all complimentary, I accept it and hereby declare that all that was said is true. Okay. Having said that, I can use this, right? I can use this? Yeah. All right. Yeah. This was the topic, the revised topic given by Mr. Srinivasan to me, because earlier he wanted me to talk on online, and I very graciously admitted that I don't know a thing about it. And he being a little too close a friend, I didn't want to tell a lie like AI would. So therefore, he very generously decided to add the word offline in it. Okay. Now, this word offline actually bugs me a lot. Sounds as if something is not correct. Something is not online. Something is not on track. Therefore, it is off. The off word பார்த்தாலே கொஞ்சம் சிலப்போ கொஞ்சம் கஷ்டமா இருக்கும். எவன் கண்டுபிடிச்சான்னு தெரியல எனக்கு, but anyway. For those of you who
were awake after that heavy lunch Srinivasan was talking about, must have at least gathered at least a couple of points. What they forgot to mention there was I joined advertising in 1977 and I am 73 years old, 72 going on 73. So at least one thing would have come in your mind. There is a prehistoric animal standing in front of me and he is going to talk about those golden days when there was no line, meaning no online, right? I won't disappoint you. I am going to talk a bit about that. Let's face it. You call a 73-year-old man who has spent close to 50 years in advertising, do you seriously expect me to stand here and proclaim this is the best period for the advertising professional? No, I won't fool you. I'm sure you won't be fooled. The year Apple computer was incorporated, there were no PCs, no internet, no mobiles. Indeed, life was blissful. And this was 1977. When I joined advertising, the appointment letter from R.K. Swamy Advertising, which was my first employer, came to the campus in IIM Calcutta via telex, in no other mode of communication in those days. Life was simple. And I entered advertising when there was only one kind of advertising. And I would still like to call it the mainstream advertising. Just a small little anecdote over here. We all know that Hindu religion doesn't have a name. I mean, that's one, call it a bane or whatever. It's a complaint that Hindu religion doesn't have a name. So when Paramacharya, that is Shankaracharya in Kanchipuram, was asked, how come Hindu religion doesn't have a name? He had only one answer. When at that time there was only one religion, so there was no need to name it. உப்புன்னு தான் இருந்தது முதல்ல பேர், வேற உப்பு கிடையாது, ஆனால் உப்புன்னு தான் பேர் வச்சிருந்தான். அந்த மாதிரி தான் I call advertising. There was only one kind and therefore there was no name. Certainly not the disgusting offline that the advertising has been relegated to today. In those days, the media options were very simple: print, dailies and magazines, cinema, very affordable, not this, you pay 500 rupees for a small little pack of popcorn and one glass of Coke or whatever. Radio essentially meant All India Radio. TV, only Doordarshan, censored content. The only portion which was not censored was Vayalum Vadvam. And then itself we called TV the idiot box. So just imagine what you would call a guy who is sitting 24 hours in front of a computer today. Online guys. Brilliance was celebrated. We had memorable campaigns which not just connected but entered and made the recipient internalize that communication. And those communication lasted for years, like somebody was mentioning in the morning, I think Sridhar, I'm not sure. When those campaigns used to run for years together, because there's no need to change every second or every, like today it's getting changed, morning something, evening something, doesn't make sense when you're talking to a person and trying to get deeper connection with him. Advertising actually became respectable at that time. It was a conman's game. Agencies were considered the brand custodians, honestly. And they behaved like one. I can't say that today. There are not very many advertising company owners now, so I can't say that today. We were believed to know how a consumer behaves, and many of us actually did. There was mutual respect between us, between the agencies and the clients. A profession, by and large ethical, very rarely solicited business from outside. did not offer rebates, did not advertise itself. Can you say that for, very difficult to say that for any of the existing agencies today. Somebody like Srinivasan, who's also been in this field for quite some time, I'm sure will bear me out. We were all proud of the profession. We all used to say, I work for advertising. What do you do? Advertising. So that's a problem. Don't read too much into this. Incidentally, it's the second oldest profession. I'm sure most of you know what is the oldest. If not, I'm sure your Google guru will tell you. And it looks as if we have started competing with the oldest. Obviously, things were too good to last. Recession, delayed payments, behavior change in all the three parties. This was the first disruption which took place in this mainstream advertising. The recession which caused payment problems, liquidity problems, therefore delayed payments, brought behavior change in all the three parties. That is, the client, agency, and the media. These three are no advertising can ever happen without these three people coming together. Now, all these three people traveled in different directions starting from there. And then, even bigger disruptor was the growth of PCs and mobiles. The first mobile which I had was an Ericsson mobile. Solid, huge, brick mari irukum. And the same Ericsson came up with smaller models later, which I'm sure you all remember that famous advertisement, one black coffee please. This was the first disruptor. Then this dirty thing called internet. The way it spread, lost privacy, lost own time with the mobiles. Minalla, when I started working, I'll be sitting in an office, agency I'm talking about, sitting in an office, there'll be a secretary. Any calls to me, come on the landline, the secretary will pick it up, and depending on what mood I was in, I'll be in the office or out of the office, or subject. Nobody will bother you after that. Ippo, wherever you are, you're supposed to pick up. Ippo kuda rendu moonu thara phone adichidi. Both ways it works. Edukalana adha periya aal aitam paru phone edukka maatengran. Na edutena what you will say na periya aal paru inga vandu phone edukran engaloda pesa vandirukanga. Both ways it kills you. And what other disruption do you want in your life? And this emergence of the word online, which the online, so-called online agencies, my enemies at that point. Now, of course, we've shaken hands, promising the moon, sun, and the cosmos. And if there's anything beyond that, that also. And the worst thing was, the good old mainstream was named offline. Yeah, offline, enna the online illa. But where are they? Why offline with the word off? As a matter of fact, I'll come to this coincidence later. I think otherwise I'll spend too much time over there. But my point is that whatever name you call it by, you call it mainstream, you call it the original, whatever, the principles of advertising do not change. This is something which I've been talking to people over and over again, and people who also talk to me, they also agreed. The principles of advertising do not change. The objective remains the same. The methodologies differ. This morning, one of the speakers was saying, now the product is the same, but the delivery pattern is what can create the differentiator. What is the bane of the internet? The spread of internet brought a surfeit of information. I'm sure all of you are, especially those of you who are tagged on online all the time, will definitely know. And it's leading to FOMO, you all know, right? Fear of missing out. Now, fear of missing out on some information. What pearls of wisdom Trump has uttered and which I've missed now? But tono, you are solid per pramadama or na par mispantemper because I can't see my phone. So that fear is also sitting on our heads all the time. Let's look at some figures. This I read somewhere, again, some Google information. I'm sure it cannot be very wrong. Every day 200 zettabytes of information is generated. What's a zettabyte? It's 1 followed by 21 zeros. Soon it will become 1 yottabyte, which is 1000 zettabytes. In the zeros, the whole day will go. And imagine an average newspaper page has seldom more than 500 KB. 5 followed by 5 zeros. And people say newspaper pages are crowded, they are cluttered. So if I were to be considered ill-informed or uninformed, if I don't have access and I don't look at that 1 yottabyte, I think I might as well become a computer rather than using a computer. Let's fast forward now. This is a true story. IIT Kanpur, that's my alma mater, we had a Golden Jubilee reunion. 1975, I came out from IIT Kanpur. So 2025 was a Golden reunion. And this doesn't happen too often in colleges. Generally, people are not even alive. In this case, we had 240 living people. There were at least 50 people who were dead. 240 people, living people spread throughout the world. In those days, in 1975, going abroad, what was not just a fashion, it was very, very affordable and possible. Every university used to give a scholarship. So my batch itself, at least 50% of the people went out. Many of them in electrical and electronics. And therefore, they were all in recognized leaders in IT and ITES industries there. Abroad, I'm talking about. Silicon Valley, ponale oru kallu thooki potta kattaayum it will fall on one IIT Kanpur alumnus. These people, when we had the option of meeting online or a physical meeting, dismissed online meet as useless. These are the people. For those of you who understand Hindi, you'll appreciate it more. Jo maza physical mein hai, wo screen mein nahi. The fun that you have in physical meet, that's not there in online. Okay? Though, and this included, and these are the people who preach how online has taken over the world and how we should be in tune with that and so on and so forth. Of the 180 people who really turned up in Kanpur, it included, I'm calling it Jhum so that I don't forget to mention him. His name is Ashok Jhunjhunwala. Those of you who normally Google as soon as a new name comes up, you can Google and see. He was the head of the electrical engineering department in IIT Madras for a long time. He's a classmate of mine from Kanpur. He was in the Prime Minister's advisory panel on how to increase the penetration of internet. He has done enormous amount of work in establishing internet connections in most rural of the rural areas. He's that kind of a person. And this guy insisted we should have a physical meet. So there is something in this physical meet, right? And didn't stop with that. We had this nostalgia breakfast, which used to be the famous Sunday breakfast in hostels. Those of you who live in hostels will know Sunday breakfast becomes a very special meal. We used to have aloo paratha on those days. Those Kanpur, so north, aloo paratha. And nobody can forget aloo paratha. Even like I used to live in Kanpur at that time, so I'll run away from the institute on a Saturday and come back only on Monday morning. But very often I'll skip it because of that aloo paratha. And this guy, Jhunjhunwala, ate the maximum number of aloo paratha, saying, ये physical खाने में जो मजा है ना, वो ऑनलाइन देखने में नहीं आता है. So what you eat physically, you don't get that fun when you look at a picture and say, hey, aloo paratha, IIT Kanpur. The most satisfying part was the farewell words that people used. Let's meet more often, better than emails. We are all connected on emails, on groups and all kinds of things. But let's meet more often. One, there's a reason for it that all of us are on the wrong side of 70, and therefore we don't know how often we'll be able to meet at all. That could be one reason, but still it came from the heart of most of the people. And they were spending enormous amount of money coming all the way from one end of the US to India. And people say offline is dead. I don't think so. I sincerely believe that offline today can do the best things that online can do and do it better. Is that a work claim? Look at some figures again. The biggest event in the recent times is the Kumbh Mela. 600 million people attended. 500 million took a dip physically. 5 lakh vehicles could be parked physically. 145,000 toilets for people to perform physically. 400 kilometers of roads for moving physically. All these are physical. Look at what some brands have done. These are brands who are definitely present on online. But if they had thought that offline is dead, would they have done any of this? I'll see whether this thing plays. Let's hope it plays. Do I have to do something to make it play?
Brands like Coca-Cola, Dettol, and Amazon are all there. Coca-Cola is offering refreshments to pilgrims, and they are doing a Maidan Saaf campaign to promote recycling. Dettol is doing training programs for 15,000 sanitation workers and is providing free soaps to them. Amazon is turning their cardboard packaged boxes into portable beds for visitors. These are some innovative campaigns. Great way to connect with millions with social and environmental initiatives in place. Now, did you know that the next Mahakumbh will be held after 144?
इस तरह हमारे काले टीके ने हजारों परिवारों को जोड़े रखा।
QR code on the cheeks of children
कि
to prevent them getting lost.
टूटेगा नहीं।
They basically created yellow t-shirts which 2 to 3 people could wear at once and roam around the Kumbh Mela. Now the special thing about these t-shirts was that they were bright yellow in color, which means they were also visible from a distance. They also had the Fevicol logo with a quirky message, "Hum jude rahenge," which also means we will stick to each other. Now think about how crazy this is. Fevicol, on obviously a small scale, was able to find the solution to a very big problem while also promoting their brand identity of sticking things together. They were very smartly able to make their brand visible in the right manner in the place where it matters the most.
This iconic event is shaping up to be more than just a religious gathering. It's a marketer's dream. Marketing budgets for the Mahakumbh have skyrocketed by 300%
see those figures.
since 2013. Now standing at an impressive 4,500 crore rupees, a 70 to 100% increase from 2019. Top FMCG players like HUL, ITC and Dabur are leading the charge, each spending over 120 crore rupees. Telecom giants Airtel and Jio are also making their mark, allocating 80 to 100 crore each to push 5G promotions.
Instead of putting up regular advertisements, they distributed 25 lakh rotis with a message stamped on them with a heat stamp. And the message was very clever. It said, "Life boy se haath dhoye kya?" Basically, they asked people if they washed their hands before they ate their food. And if you think about it, this is very, very smart because of 2 reasons. First, Lifebuoy was able to reach millions of people in a place where they could just not ignore the brand. And second, they were able to connect the brand with a very important hygiene message in the smartest way ever. Now, over the last many years, many big brands have used these festivals to launch super creative marketing campaigns. Take Dettol for example. Instead of just putting up simple billboards, they came up with something called Dettol Ka Dula Kumbh Mela. Now in this, they actually deployed hand wash agents on the ground who helped people clean their hands using Dettol hand wash. And not just that, they even distributed more than 60,000 hand sanitizer packets. And by using these spray pumps instead of regular taps, they managed to save more than 3 million liters of water in the end. So people got to experience the product firsthand, and Dettol also got to be a part of making the Kumbh Mela experience a lot better for everyone.
Brands like Coca-Cola, Dettol.
How do I come out? There. Let's take some of the proven strategies. I'm coming to the most serious part of it now. Handwritten letters and direct mailers with names have been proven to be much more effective. Hospitality, personalized messages, personalized amenities. We'll see some more examples of this. The one which I want to talk about was silk sarees. We belong to Kanchivaram. Kanchivaram is known for silk sarees. You see the shops over there. They've got rooms on top for their customers coming from outside Kanchivaram. They're given rooms. You come here, you rest here, you sleep the night here. Tomorrow morning, come and shop with us. No? And that cannot be done online, right? One more thing, my favorite, the ponnu paakrathu. Just imagine online if you were to do, it's like a multiple choice question. Hindi la you say, tu nahi aur sahi, wo bhi nahi, koi aur sahi. Nee liya, vere yaradu, avle lana, vere yaradu. The excitement of offline, of actual ponnu paakrathu, can you ever take it away? It's true that you may get married online. Nowadays, I believe it happens. But after that, there are certain things you're expected to do after marriage, and they are just not done online. Am I right? Okay. Imagine if you were to talk about clear-cut communication. You've all, I don't know how many of you have been exposed to it. And the Koda Edi Sandan Solluanga, Koda Pakatla, these ladies fight. Let me see whether I can pull out the. See that now? Can I play it? Can online do it? ரெண்டு பேரும் ஆன்லைன்ல SMS அனுப்புறாங்க. நீ அது, நான் அது, உன் புருஷன் இது, உன் புருஷன் இது. Does it work? It doesn't work. See, we need not take this totally negatively. If I'm taking negative examples, you might say, no, it's not. We can certainly take some positive pointers from this. Like, they used eye contact, body language, voice tone, empathy. Very clearly they used. None of us could hear what they said. But we all know what they would. Each one will imagine, if this one would have said that, this one would have said that. You can think of the choicest abuses you've heard of, you'd have attributed it. Okay? Using all this will create a depth of trust and reliability. Take the example of in-person skin consultations which are happening in high-end salons now. Everyone has got some skin problem or the other. Here is one expert who sits next to you, patiently explains, and says, I'll give you this today. If it doesn't work, come after a week, I'll change the thing. Now, these are things where you can increase. Online, you cannot do that. Offline uses all 5 senses: touch, smell, sound, sight, taste. Just imagine what richer experience can the customer have when artisanal chocolates are made in a chocolate shop and the customer gets to taste each one of them while the shop explains how that chocolate was made and what's special about it, what is special about the texture, and so on and so forth. Online, communal moments, emotional bonds. For example, marathons hosted by sports brands, training camps hosted by them, etc. They create a community around them. So there will be communities for marathon runners, there will be communities for training camps, and so on and so forth. What can online do in this? Personalized service, which feels more genuine, real human interaction. Human beings require other human beings. This I read somewhere, that in a bookshop abroad, in UK especially, where still a lot of people buy books and read books, the shopkeeper has one chap who engages a customer in conversation. What kind of book are you looking for? And then he suggests, have you ever thought of looking at this kind of a book? If you want, you can borrow it from us for, let's say, 1 week and give it back to us in a good condition. We'll return the money to you. That can never be done online, obviously. Touch points, they give you unexpected moments. A hotel discovers it's your anniversary and arranges special flowers in your room, gives you a room upgrade, etc. Online, a chatbot, do you think could have done any of that? Full attention and immersion and physical, this I really love. Test drives. Just imagine a company organizes a test drive weekend, takes the customer out on a test drive on a country road, scenic route, music, stops for food somewhere. Can you imagine the customer ever saying no to the car? This online, can it do? No. Real-time feedback and intuition. I've seen this happening. Somebody, likes it, this is very nice, turns it, looks at the price and says, my God, it's too high. Then the shop person goes and explains the craftsmanship, how part of this money goes to improve the life of that craftsman and so on and so forth. Sometimes makes much better results. Let's be honest. What would a chatbot have done in these situations? Only what somebody had told it. Not everyone can imagine all the answers, millions of answers for any of this. So, have I reached my end? More or less, right? So, let's take a vow today, with your permission, to give offline a rightful place in communication. I'm not saying online can be thrown out of the window. I don't think so. We have to live with it. That does not mean offline cannot and should not be used. Using offline strategies can definitely build a much stronger connection, much longer lasting connection with the customer, because this is something the person is used to. This is not something new for him. And stop calling it offline. Call it mainstream, the original, the real. Anything else? But not that disgusting offline. I have myself used offline in this just to see how much of you start, kind of horrifying when you hear the name offline. At least 10 people, it's not bloody offline, yeah, it's mainstream. You're calling it offline just because it's not online. Thank you for your patience and for staying offline all this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Please take the seat on the stage as we begin the Q&A session. I also invite Professor S.B. Srinivasan to join us on the stage to facilitate the session.
I rushed it because I was told you're running short of time. So I think I finished about 5 or 6 minutes before I planned to finish.
Thank you, Jagan. As usual, a nice, simple message, very simply delivered. And the fact that, this conclave is happening here with so many of us sitting in front of each other to engage in offline, within quotes, offline, networking, proves that, people need people, and we need to meet people to, really engage better. The first question of the day is, sorry, it's a dilemma more than a question. My parents studied the advantages of digital media, and we are studying both in the good and bad sides of its future. I'm not sure what it will be. My parents tell me that the negatives of digital media, seeing WhatsApp and other digital medias only. What is your view on this reliability?
Listening to parents is always a good thing. But use your judgment, think for yourself. They are saying it not because, like me, they hate online. They are saying it with your good in mind. Certainly, the kind of harm that can happen to a growing mind through the digital medium is much, much higher than it can happen in offline. Look at the scams those are happening today. Digital arrest. Digital arrest. Somebody calls you and says, you're under arrest because I've got you on the camera. You go sit there. For 1 month, somebody has been sitting. Now, this, either you can believe it or not believe it, but then apparently it's happening. So there is something wrong somewhere. It has to be corrected. Once that is corrected, I think digital will become a useful and a powerful medium. Till then, I think both will coexist. Don't ignore offline. Certainly not. Have I answered your question?
Well, digital arrest, I think it was a judge who got.
Yeah, exactly.
It was a judge who got misled by a digital arrest. So, that's the power of online. So next question, how do younger audiences respond to offline advertising today, and what strategies work best to capture their attention?
If you had seen that Kumbh Mela thing I showed you, there were a lot of young age groups who got impressed by that kind of working, that kind of strategy. Even today, I don't know whether we have the time for it, but even today, there are enough examples of offline campaigns which are aimed at the younger group. You take this radio stations, they do a lovely job. The Radio Mirchi and I don't know, whichever in this part the FM is famous, they go to these colleges and involve all the students there in some get-together, some cultural thing, something or the other, and the kind of messages they are able to convey and convey so effectively. I'm of the strong opinion that age really doesn't make a difference when it comes to advertising. It's a kind of the method that you use, the strategy that you use. Offline can work as well as the so-called online, is my opinion.
Okay, I think this is a follow-up of that question. In the age of instant digital metrics, how do you qualify the value of offline presence and real-world emotional connections? In the age of instant digital metrics, how do you quantify the value of offline presence and real-world emotional connection?
That's exactly what I was trying to say. The kind of connect or the depth of connect that offline can do, online can very rarely do. Online, by definition, is a short span of time, by definition. Have you ever seen one picture on the screen, frozen it and sat there staring at it, thinking of a story behind it? No, by then 6 other messages would have come and gone. Those are temporary, those are all shifting. Offline is the one which really can last for a longer time if it is delivered correctly. That does not mean online does not have its uses. Of course it has its uses. But comparing it with offline and saying offline is nowhere near online in terms of delivering any message, whether for short term or long term, doesn't make sense.
The last question, how do younger audiences respond to offline advertising today, and what strategies work best to capture their attention?
Same question, same answer. The strategy which you adopt is something which will appeal to them, whether you go online, offline, inline, online, whatever it is. There are some strategies, some methodologies which appeal to the younger generation. If I were to, for example, one of the speakers today said that a jeans manufacturer had said that all the people, staff in his showroom would be all youngsters. They will not be more than 25 years old. Now, what is this, offline or online? Definitely offline, it's a good strategy. So the younger generation will react positively to it, is his belief, and I think that's a correct belief. If you use props which appeal to the younger generation, obviously you're going closer to them. But the more you remain staid and conservative and traditional, yes, offline is not going to work. And most importantly, if you start with the premise that offline will not work, it will not work. Start with the premise that offline will work, I assure you it will work.
Thank you, Jagan. I think we are done with it. A very, very simple analogy. I think we're used to this WhatsApp communication. We keep texting, and at some point in time we feel, it doesn't make sense because the person on the other side is not understanding what you're trying to say, and we are not trying to, we're not able to communicate. So the next thing that happens on WhatsApp is, can I call you? Okay. So I think that's the best analogy we can take to how offline works better than online.
Can I come and meet you?
Yeah. Can I come and meet you? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Jagannath, for such a refreshing and relevant session. Your views on the enduring the power of physical presence and human connection in a digital world were truly eye-opening. Thank you for reminding us that not all disruption is digital. We truly appreciate your time and insights. Thank you, sir. I now request Professor S. B. Srinivasan to present Mr. Jagannath with a memento as a token of our gratitude.
Thank you, everyone. I enjoyed it, whether you did or not. Thank you.
We truly enjoy the session, sir.
Thank you, sir. This session has certainly elevated the perspective of the audience. Next, we shift our focus to experiential marketing, how malls, retail spaces, and brands can craft memorable consumer journeys. I request Dr. Tilagam, Stream Head and Faculty in Finance, PhD Institute of Management, to accompany the speaker for this session, Ms. N.A. Sujata, Marketing Manager of Brookfield Mall, onto the stage. To set the tone for this exciting session on experience marketing, I welcome Ms. Vishnupriya, student of PhD IM, to introduce and welcome the speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of PhD Institute of Management, it is my privilege to welcome Ms. Sujata and Dr. Tilagam to this insightful session. Ms. Sujata, a seasoned marketing professional with over 17 years of experience across retail marketing, brand strategy, and EdTech leadership. She currently serves as the marketing manager at Brookfield Mall, Coimbatore, where she has led the marketing operations for nearly 15 years. Her role includes planning and executing the mall's annual event calendar, managing coordination with over 200 tenants and mall's external stakeholders, and driving initiatives in PR, media managing, vendor management, and revenue generation through Space on Hire. Notably, she has championed green initiatives at Brookfields, turning sustainability into a brand statement. Featured in the Hindu, Brookfields, under Ms. Sujata's marketing leadership, implemented eco-friendly practices like waste segregation and plastic-free drives, and community awareness events that align with environmental values. These efforts have been recognized widely and are a testament to her visionary approach to socially responsible marketing. Under her guidance, Brookfield Mall earned prestigious honors such as Marketing Excellence Award. But her achievements do not stop with corporate level. She is the co-founder and director of marketing at iRoboChakra, an EdTech venture established in 2016. The organization focuses on robotics and AI education for school and college students and offer hybrid learning formats. iRoboChakra is also recognized as an ISRO certified space tutor, guiding young learners to become responsible tech innovators. Earlier, she held key position at Pantaloon Retail and SKC Retail, where she specialized in visual merchandising, customer experience design, campaign execution, and budget planning, with a clear focus on enhancing brand presence and store performance. Sujata holds an MSc in Apparel Technology and Management from Bangalore University and a BSc in Apparel Fashion Technology from PSG College of Technology. Most recently, she completed a postgraduate program in Strategic Digital Marketing from Great Learning, equipping her with current skills in content strategy, digital marketing, and strategic growth planning. She exemplifies a blend of strategic thinking, innovation, and strategic growth planning, making her an impactful leader in both corporate and education sectors. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Sujata to give her insights on crafting memorable experiences, the Brookfield's approach to experience marketing.
Thank you, Vishnupriya. Now I invite Ms. N.A. Sujata to kindly commence the session. The session will be for 30 minutes, followed by a 10-minute Q&A session. Ma'am, it's over to you to take the session forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Srinivasan sir, for inviting me here. Thank you, and good afternoon to one and all. Hope you all have had lunch, a session after lunch. Let's see how interesting we can make. Can I have a cordless mic? I'd like to. Should I hold it? I'll hold it. Very good afternoon to one and all. Very good afternoon. Am I audible? Yes. So the topic, after having a discussion with Srinivasan sir, he gave the topic as crafting memorable experiences, the Brookfield's approach to experience marketing. So I'm here to discuss, give you insights, but most importantly to interact here. Because I was having a very impromptu discussion with Vishnu Priya, Hari and Naren sir when I was waiting at the lounge. And I think everyone has such strong memories and experiential memories and nostalgia with Brookfields, right? And they were sharing a lot of thoughts. So in fact, that is one of the very important feature that we are going to touch upon. So can someone tell me what does an experience mean for you? Experience. What words come up to you when I say the word experience? I hope it's interactive, this session. Can I come down? So what word comes up to you when I say the word experience? Okay. Again, there's no right and wrong answer here. Any answer is valid. So what comes up to your mind when I use the word experience? Sorry? Memories. Yes. Then? Sorry? Journey. It's a heavy experience you've had lately. Anything else? Learning. Okay. Sorry? Complete. Okay, interesting. Just see the word experience, how many different aspects it could throw. Any more? Satisfying. Sorry? Satisfying. Okay. You're giving an adjective to the experience. Okay. Creativity. Okay. Anything else? Is that an experience? When you don't get what you want? There's a disappointing experience. Okay. Anything else? Yes, sir. Sorry? Engaging. Okay. Okay. Right. So basically, let's call an event or an occurrence which leaves an impression on someone. Can we call that an experience? It should leave an impression on you. Right? From today morning, you've been having a lot of experiences here. But probably by end of the day or tomorrow when you actually process this, there are few experiences that would have impacted you strongly and that will stay back. Is that true? And that holds true for no matter where we go, be it a mall visit or be it a travel, a journey or anywhere. Let's break it down further. You all have had lunch at what time? 1 o'clock, okay. Now, let us do a task before I go ahead, right? That's an important part. Can I have your notebooks or can you please open up your mobiles and note down these things? All of you. Request everyone to participate. Vinod sir, how are you? Please open up your notebooks or your mobiles and please write down. Anyone feeling sleepy here? Not yet. Please write down what are the emotions you're feeling right now. What are the emotions you're feeling right now? Yes, என்ன emotion feel பண்றீங்க? Please write down what emotions. Now, what could qualify as an emotion? Can you give me some examples? Yes. I hope not this session. Anyways, going further, anything else that you can qualify as an emotion? Is hunger an emotion? Yes. Is anger an emotion? Is curiosity an emotion? Is confusion an emotion? Okay, so can you please list down any emotions that you're feeling right now? And it's completely okay to feel more than 10 emotions. Please try and identify even a small emotion that you're feeling right now. Like you might be curious, you might be, already written. So I hope you've written down. You still have few seconds left where you can identify the emotions right now you're going through. Something that you can identify, even if there's like a tiny emotion of, say, an anger because of yesterday's event, please identify that and write it, right? I know you all look confused. Why am I doing this? That can be also written. You will get answers very soon. So now without telling me what emotions you've written down, can you tell me how many emotions have you listed? You said 1? 7? Okay, you're in my club. Any more? Yes, ma'am. 3. So you're in the Zen mode already. 2. You sure you identified all emotions? Yes. Anyone else? 10 and more? 10 and more? We know it's 3. Okay. Right. So you all are done with writing your emotions, and anyone has written 5 emotions? 5, okay, ma'am. 5, Ingla? Okay. 6 emotions, 7 emotions. Okay, let's see the average. How many are on 3 emotions? 3, okay, that looks like an average number. 2 emotions? Okay, not bad. Okay, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, we'll form a club soon, right? So, now please close your notebooks, keep your mobiles away, sit comfortably. I'm going to allow you to do something that probably other sessions they'll not allow. Close your eyes. Close your eyes, sit comfortably. Yeah, mall experience solti this pandranga. I could hear some murmur. But yeah, let's see what I'm trying to do. Please close your eyes. Close your eyes, sit comfortably. Lata ma'am, please close your eyes. Now, you will have to concentrate on your breathing, right? When I say inhale, inhale deeply, your stomach should balloon out. Now I'll do it 7 times. Inhale deeply, exhale out slowly. Before that, imagine you're in your favorite place. It could be by the seaside or by the mountainside where you have fresh air. The sunbeam is on you, you can hear birds chirping, or any favorite corner in your home, on the terrace. Imagine, go to your favorite space in your head. Completely relax yourself, inhale deeply, exhale out slowly. When you inhale deeply, ensure your stomach balloons out. Otherwise, you're doing it wrong. Exhale deeply, inhale deeply, exhale out slowly. Please do this. We will also have a fun time later. Inhale deeply and exhale out slowly. In case you're feeling sleepy or you're yawning, it's perfectly valid. So 7 counts. Inhale slowly. Inhale deeply, exhale out slowly. 6, 5, 4, inhale deeply, exhale out slowly. Please imagine you are in your favorite place, completely relaxed. I can already see smiles on few faces. Inhale deeply, exhale out slowly. 3, 2, 1. You can keep your eyes closed, and only when you're comfortable, please open it. You don't have to open it immediately. You can take your time to come back to this room mentally as well. Okay, so I can see everyone slowly returning. Right. Can you tell me how are you feeling right now? You listed down few emotions, right? Especially people who listed down 7, 8 emotions. Oh, how are you feeling right now? What is one emotion that you can identify right now? Relaxed. Any more emotions that you can tell me? Satisfaction. Anyone else? Calm. I think calm. Anyone else? Happy. So pretty much you will be experiencing one emotion right now, not more than that, right? So there are two things that I was trying to establish by this exercise. One is, this is an example of curating experience and also experiential marketing. Maybe right now I can pitch an app which talks about mental health and tell that this will ensure that you get these calm moments twice a day. And maybe I will have more takers, one. The second part of why this session was done, you will slowly understand as I go through the other part of session. But yes, the whole idea is how can we curate experiences which is very relevant to our target message. Coming to the mall marketing, right? What do you think is the most important experience in a mall? One most important experience that you would think of when I say mall. Okay, very interesting. Fun. Anything else? Ambience. Okay. Anything else? Sorry? That's a surprise experience that you've had. You surprise yourself. Anything else? Time pass. Okay. Energy. You get energy or you give energy? Both. Okay. Everything in one place. Okay. So, know the experience of a mall, of going to a mall, starts from the time you're going towards the mall, like you're journeying towards the mall. Right now, in the case of Brookfields, it's very centrally located. So, location is one very important thing. Right? How many of you all have got stuck outside Brookfields during weekends? Right? Yeah, we all, even we get stuck and we go park somewhere near IMA because we are doing our event, we rush inside. So, the experience starts even before you go to the mall. That's one, right? But that's not mall determined. But yeah, location is primarily important to ensure that we have the target customers, right? What do you think is the second important thing? Location is primarily important to ensure that you get a certain part of the experience. And for the mall, to get the target customers, because it's a primary catchment area around the mall. For Brookfields, in case of Brookfields, the primary catchment area is within 5 kilometers. Which is Ramnagar, Racecourse, RS Puram, Saibaba Colony, and it's a dense primary catchment area, which makes sure that we get SEC A plus B, and a family audience that walks in, right? And this is one very important factor for the mall. What do you think is the second most important factor? Sorry, sir? Entertainment, sure. Should have good brands, yeah. So the brand mix. So entertainment, yes, I think the whole experience comes together to entertain everyone who's coming inside. We'll get to that. I'm trying to break down various aspects as to what makes a mall experience. So one I feel which is very important is location of the mall. In fact, that determines whether we go to the mall or not, right? Like for many of you all, Prozone might be nearby, Fun Republic might be nearby. That's one of the factors that we consider. Second factor is brand mix. Someone rightly said it's called brand mix. As to what kind of brands are inside the mall. That will determine your experience. Also, that will determine the kind of audience that's coming into the mall, right? For example, we have, I'm sure most of you will be familiar with terms like anchor stores, vanilla stores, right? For example, RMKV is a super anchor store, right? The other anchor stores are Lifestyle, Pantaloons, Westside, Spark, even PVR, which means that these stores or these brands anchor the mall and ensure that the primary footfall comes in, right? That is one. Second is the vanilla stores, right, which are these exclusive EBOs which are there. So even if you see the layout, near the entrances of the mall will be the anchor stores. How many of you have observed? What store have you observed near the entrance? West Side, RMKV, Lifestyle, Spar. So our mall is, both the sides, it's anchor heavy, right? Most of the malls follow this empirical formula where they have anchor stores near the entrance and then vanilla stores or the exclusive stores in between. So they are supported by the anchor stores presence. So yes, sir, like you rightly said, brand mix. Now if you see, now it's almost like a formula that all malls follow. Have you ever seen food court at the ground floor? Why? Huh? People will eat and go out. They'll not come shop. So have you ever seen a cinemas on first floor or ground floor or lower ground floor? Why? Sorry? I like your action. Yes, we want you to experience all the stores. So it's almost like a standard thing that you will always see food court on the third floor, or like the last floor is for the cinemas or the theatre, the multiplex, and then we'll have food court. And then mostly where will you see a supermarket or a hypermarket? Lower ground floor. Why? Huh? Yes, yes. So mostly it will be very close to the parking. So there are few things planned for the customer convenience, also few things planned such that the customer explore the mall. That's one of the things. So brand mix is very important. In the course of this session, you will also be introduced to what's called Family Entertainment Center, which is high on experience. So there will be brands like Funmax, for example, Snow Fantasy. Can you tell me what are the brands which cater to an entertainment alone? Exactly, Fun City. Anything else? Hamleys. Then your friend was telling me about the Mirror Maze. Then PVR. So these are called FECs. They are called Family Entertainment Centers, and these are very, very important for malls. And in fact, now many malls are having like a percentage allocated to these FECs. So if you see, there are more number of FECs which are dedicated to gaming, which are dedicated to Snow Fantasy. How many of you have been there? So stores like this are called FECs. So this is generally about the layout of any mall, right? So then there will be a central arena where events take place, promotions take place, and this is strategically designed. All the store entrances will face the center arena. Most of the mall follow this, right? Now on this note, let's go to the layout, right? So layout is generally designed to make you or me as a customer to stay there longer, right? And to make you feel safe, to make you feel soothing, right? So say if you are going to build a mall and your favorite color is red, will you put red across the mall? No. What colors do you think and why are certain colors used for certain places? Like have you ever seen a hospital? What colors are generally used in a hospital? Interiors, a room. White, what else? Red? Really? Red? Tell me which hospital I'd like to visit. So usually pastel shades, soothing shades are used like a light green, light pink, a white, light blue, right? So similarly, most of the colors are as per the psychology. There's a psychological aspect, right? From the tiles to the colors of the wall, everything. I don't know whether you all realize there's something called decompression zone. When you walk into the mall, so you would know, there's something called decompression zone. It's very interesting. So when you are, before you come to the mall, where are you coming from? You will be coming from probably college, you'll be coming from your home or somewhere, right? So you're stepping to the mall from another reality, right? Which could be your college or from your home. So there is usually a longer corridor that is left there for you to get adjusted to the new reality. So there is a lot of psychological aspects in the design, right? It's called decompression zone. So when you enter the mall, it's not immediately, you will not land up on a shop front. There will generally be a long zone called decompression zone, right? So from there, the subconscious marketing, it is helping you to get used to the mall elements or the mall ambience, And then from there, subconsciously, the marketing is already started. From the lighting, what are the other elements? Somebody told me sensory, very rightly said. What are the other elements that make you like an ambience? Or what do you think are the various elements that constitute to an ambience of any space? Sorry? Air conditioning, AC. I know summer's here. What else? Lighting, the warm light. We buy a shirt or a dress and pantaloons, we come home and see the color changes. Yes, the warm lighting. What else? Music. Yes. Anything else? Music, the lighting. What else? The crowd, how crowded. Okay. But what else? Moving space, you're talking about the space. Again, we're talking about sensory, different ambience which can relate to different senses. So you already told me about the music. What else? Sorry? The aroma, the scent. What else? Okay, visual. How much you like. If you really like a visual of a store, you'll walk in. At least you'll remember the brand, right? So everything is carefully designed in the mall, more so in a shop, right? From the time you get inside, the core merchandise placement, like I was telling your friend here, I started off with visual merchandising, and in fact, visual merchandising is everywhere. Design thinking, visual merchandising, experience designing. Basically, it helps the customer navigate the journey inside a mall. Right now, I'm talking about a mall as a product in itself. But any store you got, any store you go into, there is a design thinking there as to where the customer will enter, what will the customer see, what will they see next. Everything is planned, right? So next time when you go, it's very interesting thing. Next time when you go, you can be aware which store you're going, what is the color used in the branding, what is the color that is recurring inside, what are the color coding done. Everything has a reason. There is nothing that is random there. Everything has a reason. Of course, convenience is taken care. And of course, one part is psychologically, how do we make the customer feel? Now, what is one very important aspect for you to go to the mall? Primary aspect. I'm not talking about the ambience. I'm not talking about the entertainment. Can you tell me one primary aspect that will make you go anywhere for that matter? With family, huh? Sorry? Okay, not this. I'm telling you even a primary aspect. Sorry? No. I'm telling you even more primary. For you to go to a place with your family or friends. No, I'm looking at another answer which is very primary. What will enable you to choose a place? Today I'm going to go here alone. Or today I'm going to send my parents alone there. Safety. Have you ever thought of the safety part in a mall? You've not thought. Because it's a given thing that it is safe. Right? There's so many securities around. It's a given thing. I can send my parents alone there. I can go alone there. My colleague's daughter, 9th standard, she comes alone, goes to the movie with a friend. My colleague is very comfortable. Safety is one primary aspect. We need to ensure that everyone is coming, who is coming, is not even thinking about safety. Right? In one of the mall conferences, someone very wise said that the best thing as a mall, the entire team can do, is ensure an effortless experience inside the mall. They can come out, they can go out effortlessly. Right? We are not even talking about customer delight, we are not talking about all that. The most important thing is effortless navigation, effortless shopping, and then go out without thinking. It should be like one effortless thing. So I feel that is the most difficult actually. And then comes maybe the rest. Can I make it more delightful? Can I make it more entertaining? All that. But this primary thing has to be in place, right? Make sure that the securities are in place. You don't even, like, it should be so good that you shouldn't even think of safety because it's there. It's a given thing, right? So these are the primary aspects that is very important psychologically. I know, in fact, very interesting thing, during pandemic, right, the mall was closed, everyone was closed for that matter, all the commercial outlets. And when the mall started opening up, and just before the news broke out that malls will now open, I got calls from so many acquaintances saying that when will the mall open? I want to come and all that. And I was like, yeah, we will get the official information and we'll let you know. And you won't believe it, we are connected with malls across India, and we used to share as and when, because it opened in a phased out manner, if you remember. So as and when the footfall would come, all the malls will put. Like today we had a footfall of 2,000, 3,000, and our mall is like, we had a footfall of 20,000. And I'm talking about malls in like Mumbai and like comparing to our mall. Right, the kind of crowd that came to the mall after pandemic actually gave us an insight of how important the mall is as a normal part of everyone's life. Like everyone wanted to come every week, and that's when they started feeling normal, things are back to normal. Right, till then, during pandemic, it was such a pain, I guess, such a very, very different or uncertain experience for them to be at home. When the malls opened up, they felt safe, they felt normal. So starting from there, this is a very important aspect to be looked into, how much a 15-year-old mall or any mall for that matter, its location, its safety, and how much the customers are dependent on it for the experience. That part is very primary. So of course, coming back to marketing, the longer you linger, hopefully you shop more, hopefully you do impulse buying. Right, like I talked about this. This is like one floor layout of Brookfields. So this side you have Pantaloons, Trends, Marks, RMKV, you have Lifestyle on the other side, Spar, Reliance, Digital. So from the facade to the interiors, the frontage, the signages, the decompression zone, everything matters. Everything has to be curated and designed carefully. Now there's one more thing. Like we talk about inclusiveness, right? We talk about inclusiveness. In our mall, we have ramps everywhere. We are physically challenged friendly. We have a community of physically challenged people who come every Tuesday, right? In fact, that's like one community. It's very interesting. So now there are other malls in North, one of the mall who are experimenting with braille signages, so that they can again take inclusiveness further and see if they can make it easier for the visually challenged to come and experience the mall. So there is a lot of discussion and exploration in that front also that is happening. So yeah, to a lot of people, I was just discussing with again few students who were with me, they said there's so much events that happening, it's so colorful. But yes, there is so much that's happening, but primarily the safety, security, housekeeping, running around the clock, ensuring the mall is as clean as possible, and other amenities are there. Layout, maintenance is the primary thing. There is no other way about it. Marketing focus comes with the brand mix, events, decor, installation, and the communication. That's where we come in actually. So services like wheelchair, there's also a nursing room, ATM. The key word here is effortless navigation and inclusivity. And we are exploring and seeing how we can further that more. Coming to marketing focus, right? An experience, when we create an experience, it is not a random thing, right? We don't randomly put an experience together. It's a carefully curated thought. It has to be relevant, right? It has to be with the trend, or it has to bring back memories. Now, I think a couple of you all were telling me about how Brookfields brings back so many memories, right? So we will talk a little more about that. But this picture that you're seeing, do you know what this is about? This is at Brookfields. Have you been a part of this event? Did you all witness it? It's actually with Indo-Russian Chamber. We had actually invited the Russian artists to the mall, and we had a performance there. So break down the experience now again. That's the interesting part. So there was a Russian dance happening. Many at the mall have never seen Russian dance before. So it was very interesting for them. They're like, okay, wow, and the crowd gathered around. But when they took up the flag towards the end, the Indian flag and the Russian flag, you should see the kind of emotions that was exhibited there, right? You should see the kind of crowd that gathered. The crowd just became more and they started clapping. The minute the flag came up, people started clapping. What do you think this is? you understand the difference, right? There's just a Russian dance, that's a new experience for you. But the minute the Russians bought out the Indian flag and the Russian flag and they started doing the concluding dance, the whole crowd started cheering up the minute the flag came. What do you think this is? Psychologically, what do you think this could be? Huh? Nostalgia. Nostalgia, right. Anything else that people's patriotism, yes, okay. Anything else? So nostalgia is one key thing in marketing. We will see that more. These are other events that take place. So the whole idea is we believe that Brookfield or any mall for that matter connects communities, right? There are probably people of there's a mass crowd that's coming. I will not say this is a premium mall, right? It's a mall for everyone because you have range of products. So one of the marketing focus event, if you see the first picture, that's for Vinayagar Chaturthi. We supported an NGO which was supporting artists who were making the idol out of the biodegradable elements, like clay. Right now, all of you all will know there are also in the market plaster of Paris, which is non-biodegradable. And we took up that initiative. Year on year, we also do something called Green Ganesha. We invite people to create Ganesha idol of form using biodegradable materials of anything that you can bring. So there are really nice Ganeshas made out of turmeric, made out of vegetables, made out of paper and so on. And we have huge participation and we give away prize. That's one of the events and experiences that we curate because we want to also put this into again relevance and start a conversation about sustainable materials to be used in such an important festival which everyone loves celebrating. The second picture that you see is Brookfield's Khadi Day, which in fact, so I am an alumni of PSG Tech, in fact BSc Fashion Technology, and I collaborated with my department and we actually did a collaboration where it was called Brookfield's Khadi Day on the occasion of Gandhi Jayanti. We also did a collaboration with Sarvodaya, the Khadi Sarvodaya Sangh, and we asked them to display all the Khadi products there. We also had the students from BSc Fashion Technology, now it's called MSc Applied Design. At that time it was, so that particular department made various garments and various accessories like bags, etc. from Khadi material. And they were allowed to sell. The whole idea was, we were talking about Khadi. Now, of course, the mall doesn't have any Khadi products as such, but this was again a part of giving a differential experience and a social responsibility. And there's a collaboration there also. So this was an event called Devi Lokam, which we did as a part of Navaratri. So we had a fancy dress competition and we had small kids dressed up as Devis. Again, it is very interesting because that point of time the kids will still be dressed up and they'll be running around the mall and it will be very interesting, very colorful. So we had a lot of participation. We do this year on year. Again, these are experiences that happen to, experiences that people can see or feel or be a part of when they are there at the mall. And the showcasing happens later. And there's a lot of collaboration within the mall with the tenants wherein they can give GVs to the participants and so on. This is one of the summer camps. So every year we used to do summer camps where we used to have at least 50 kids and we used to again do at least 35 collaborations. So every day we used to have at least 5 different learning experiences where we'll probably call someone from the government. In this case, there is a police personnel who's talking, who's being very friendly, who's telling them about, you know, safe touch and other things. So this is for Pongal. We did an event where on the spot they could do a Pongal painting, the pot painting workshop. And this we saw a lot of people coming in. It was an impromptu event which was not pre-registered. We just asked them to come and do it. So all these events, what happens is we understand that there's a certain experiential thing that we are giving to the audience, the onlookers as well as the participants. So this is a decor and installation. Many of you all must have seen decor at the mall, and usually the decor is such that we'll have to cover it because people go inside it and they start maybe damaging it. We started doing gazebos so that people can go inside, take photographs, engage with that area. So over a period of time, understanding the customers help us to evolve our designs. The design thinking part becomes stronger And every time we curate a design, yeah, we curate the design. We work with agencies across India, but we curate designs or we select designs from the list of curated designs they give us. So this, can you guess what this decor was for? This particular decor, can you guess which occasion this was done for? Yeah. See, this was done for Diwali. Such decorations make people stand there, admire, and kind of give them a moment to soak up in the art that is there. There are two ways of doing. Now, would you be okay as a customer or as a mall visitor that for Diwali I keep a lot of gift boxes and for Christmas I keep big diyas? That's not okay, right? Because we associate certain elements with certain festivals. And that's also related to nostalgia. That's also somewhere related to our childhood strong, high memories. This is one particular decor which had very high traction, which was done in food court, where people just wanted to come sit, take photos. This was obviously for Christmas. This again for Christmas. Okay, we were talking about various experiences that we create by way of decorations, by way of events. Now, of course, technology has come. We have to use technology. So augmented reality, virtual reality is also part of it. These are few pictures, not at our mall, but done elsewhere, but these are also part of experiences. So the word experience or the whole exploration part of what else experience can we give to our customer, that is something that is always been pushed. There is no limit to it. We always have to think, what else experience can I give to our customer? Can I make them feel nostalgic? Can I make them feel good? Can I make them experience something very new? So that's something that is ongoing. Just because our last event was a huge success doesn't mean that we stop doing our research. We have to be on our toes and ensure that the customers get the best experience as much as possible every time. So this is again use of digital and technological zones. That's going to be prevalent. It's already there across India and many malls, but where have we seen a virtual reality inside the mall? VR experience inside the mall? Fun City. Do you know that they use experiences to sell product? Can you give me an example? Huh? Experiences to sell products. Sorry? Smartphones? Can you elaborate? Oh, experience the phone. Okay, yeah, interesting. Yeah. Any other massage chairs? What do they sell? The experience itself. Yeah. So yeah, it was very interesting. I was going to use this mirror maze. How many of you have visited Hamleys because of mirror maze? Yeah, I have at least one person here who's telling that. So there are a lot of kids who like mirror maze, or there are a lot of people who like mirror maze, and because of which they visit Hamleys, and maybe there's a conversion there, there's a sales conversion there. So one thing that I would like to specify or tell about marketing is no longer about just designing events. It's about curating events that evoke certain strong emotion, that gives you all a certain strong experience that leaves behind. So say you're visiting a mall from morning to evening. You're not going to remember every moment of it or every, maybe you're spending 7 hours. You will just remember 1 or 2 experiences. The toilet smelled bad. Maybe the rest of the experience was great. Only that will be remembered. Yeah, or someone did a great service. Someone went out of the way to give you the best service. That will be remembered, right? So I think in the retail front and the mall front also, we are always trying to see if we can break that glass ceiling and see that we can work on the best experiences that we can give. But primary is effortless experience. And mall is already called an experience shop. We sell experiences. And they are family entertainment centers in big way. So to break it down again, meaningful experience, which means richer relationship with customers, and a best practice for driving sales and profit because the customer trusts. They have already experienced mall or a retail outlet in a certain way. So in all this, there's definitely a story to be told. Yeah, I know everywhere in marketing they telling stories, yes, but curating, putting together the elements of the stories and ensuring there is an emotional connect is something that's very important. So with that, we come to the end of the program. And as marketing team, we curate, collaborate, connect, or curate, connect, collaborate, whichever order. But the whole idea is when we come up with the event, we at least have the intention to ensure that it gives a meaningful experience to everyone involved. So on that note, thank you so much for having me here, sir. And yes. Come to the end of the session. Any questions?
Thank you, ma'am. Please take the seat on the stage as we begin the Q&A session. I also invite Dr. Tilagam to join us on stage to facilitate the interaction.
Good afternoon, all. It was a very interesting session. When she asked about emotions, like I felt very curious actually what she's going to talk. She's asking us to write down emotions. So, and she was kind of wondering why I had only two, because I was curious about what she's going to talk, and I was happy that I'm here today. Thanks to Professor SVS. Sujata, like, our students have a couple of questions for you. You spoke about curation and the connect. Curation for the experience of the customers and connect for the customers themselves. How would you collaborate with the brands which are in your store? That is, the question is like how brands collaborate with the mall management. This is the question a particular student has for you.
Thank you, ma'am. And yeah, I think I missed that part, how much tenant communication and tenant coordination is one of our main core profile. So there are 200 plus tenants at the mall, which also includes the smaller kiosks, the anchors and the vanilla stores. So every time we do an event, right, communication is written to them on the scope of the event. Like I said, we carefully curate the event on the scope of the visibility for their brand and whether they can sponsor, say, to start with, a gift voucher or a hamper, or how would they like to place their brand. So then through this communication, we get to understand how many brands are interested. And recently there was this event which happened, I was telling sir also, we did a pitch competition for women entrepreneurs. So that was across 2 weekends. We also honored women professionals which were nominated by their own companies. So that was one part, March being the month where Women's Day programs happen. So year on year, we do something called pitch competition, where we ask women entrepreneurs. So we have a collaboration, again, collaboration with TAI Coimbatore, relevant because I'm talking about pitch competition. Mall is not into that, that category. So we are a platform, so we connect women entrepreneurs and we collaborate with TAI Coimbatore, we collaborate with Startup TN, and this time it was also NAN, the Native Angels Network. And we offered them workshops. We said that we'll teach you how to pitch. So there were a lot of women entrepreneurs who have never pitched before who did the pitching for the first time. They were given enough workshops in terms of confidence building, in terms of how to pitch, in terms of how to, talk about your business and all that. That was one whole day, which led to the next week of the participation, the contest itself. Now, we had, in both the events together, we had approximately around 70 plus women, right, for just this event. So we had anticipated this and we had again communicated to the tenants at the mall and the brands. And we immediately received around 20 plus brands who had expressed interest in participation. And we could actually curate a very nice gift hamper for all the participants, which was at least worth 25,000. And it was a great takeaway for the participants, right? And possibility of such events, it's almost like a B2B collab that we're doing, right? For women professionals, we had more than 25 companies nominating their professionals on the category of exemplary service at their business. We recognized them. That was one. And then we had women entrepreneurs who pitched. Now, all this, we had around 100 women professionals who were entrepreneurs or working women, whom we gave away these hampers to. So what happens in such cases, these are not random participants. So the conversion increases. The general conversion would be 5 to 10%, which will now increase to 25%. So there is that sales angle also which is taken care of. But then every time we do such events, our tenants participate, understanding the scope of their visibility, understanding the scope of conversion of, say, they're giving a gift hamper or a product. That comes into place. That's one of the events that I'm highlighting, but most of the events are planned end-to-end like this.
Thank you. The second question, like I will little modify because, you know, though you're doing for women entrepreneurs, we don't get to see like anybody over there. A mall means you remember only brands. And whatever brands you highlighted in your presentation are there in any mall for that matter. Initially might be Brookfields was the only one, so it was attractive for us to visit. And as of today, as you rightly pointed out, we might not travel that far to go to a mall. We rather would just go into Fun Mall or the other one. So what would be your future plan for those entrepreneurs to be there with you? That is what the students would like to know, because they say like what will make them elevate their marketing experience.
So with respect to marketing experiences, there's always scope for improvement, right? Whatever we've done so far also, there is always scope for improvement that can we do it better. One example that I told you right now is B2B. It was a closed, it happened in a closed hall. There are other events that happened in the atrium, right? But I think marketing, very honestly and very humbly, I think marketing or creating experiences is very important for all the visitors to come and feel and, you know, see there's an experience, see there's an event going on, a colorful decor. But again, what's most important is how convenient the navigation is. How convenient is it, how easy it is to get parking. So someone is telling me, Naren sir was telling me that initially it was very tough for him to get parking. Now it's easier because the whole parking has been revamped. I see a lot of heads nodding. So I think your experience has just gotten better, yes? So, so it starts there, ma'am. It's not only about the marketing events. Like I don't think it would be, I would do justice if I tell only because of the events people come to the mall. That's an add-on. The minute you enter the mall, there's an experience. The minute you enter the vehicle entry, there's an experience. You park, there's an experience. You come inside the atrium, there's another experience. You go into any shop, there's an experience. There are hundreds of experiences waiting there at every corner. It depends on you what you choose and what you create impact and what brings you back. But idea is that can I have an effortless navigation inside the mall? And can I enhance your experience in even the restrooms? Can I enhance the experience there? So that is the thought that the management or any mall looks at in the long run. There's always scope of improvement, and that's something the mall will always work on. Not only in marketing front, in every front.
The next question, she had actually answered that in her presentation itself, the AR and VR technologies. What is going to be the next kind of technology which you are expecting to happen and which would disrupt your mall experiences?
This is a very interesting question. See, with the new technologies, one thought is it really important or is it really a priority to bring that technology in terms of an experience through an event? As in disruption, see, AR and VR is already in the Fun City. We've always thought of bringing AR, augmented reality, which I think was introduced as a part of Mahindra XUV 500, if I'm right, in Mumbai, I think way back in 2012, right? So we are in 2025, but still we've not had the need, and not all malls use technology in terms of marketing front. But yes, technology is used to enhance the experience, be it maybe in terms of mobile app or in terms of can we create a seamless experience a customer is having inside by connecting the shops. So those fronts may be explored. But anything that create more experiential in terms of marketing will we'll still need to deliberate it. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I hand over to the.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Sujata, for walking us through the experiential marketing journey from Brookfields. Your insights on how an experience creates an impression to turning everyday visits into unforgettable experience was both relatable and inspiring. We're grateful for the practical ideas and real-world relevance. Thank you for making this session in itself an experience for us. Thank you once again, ma'am. I request Dr. Tilagam, Stream Head and Faculty in Finance, to present Ms. N.A. Sujata with a memento.
Thank you, ma'am. We are grateful for the knowledge that the session has imparted today. At this juncture, we would like to extend a heartfelt thanks to the event sponsors for their support. Event partner, Srivatsa Realty and Swarga, online partner, Veranda Club, media partner, Swarajya, and our networking partner, Hindu Economic Forum. Thank you once again for supporting MARKETRY, the marketing conclave. Let's take a short break to connect with the industry experts. The next session will resume after the break, sharply at 4 p.m. All the guests, faculty members, and industry participants are welcome to proceed to room number 511 on the 5th floor for refreshments. All the student participants are requested to proceed to the amphitheatre on the ground floor for the refreshments. I repeat, the next session will resume sharply at 4 p.m. Thank you.
The speaker for the next session will be Thiru K.R. Nagarajan, founder and chairman of Ramraj Cotton. We expect you to be on time for the next session.
Hello.
Check.
Check.
Hello, 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 hello. hello, check, check. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 check. Hello, hello. Check, check.
Check.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். For the next session of the day titled ஒரு கதை சொல்லுங்க சார், we are truly delighted to welcome திரு K.R. Nagarajan, founder and chairman of Ramraj Cotton, onto the stage. I request Dr. Nalini, faculty in marketing, PSG Institute of Management, to accompany the guest onto the stage. I invite Mr. Sabarinathan, student of PSG IM, to introduce and welcome the speaker.
இந்த விழாவிற்கு வருகை தந்துள்ள மதிப்பிற்குரிய தொழிலதிபர்கள், ஆசிரியர்கள் மற்றும் சக மாணவர்கள் அனைவருக்கும் PSG மேலாண்மை நிறுவனத்தின் சார்பாக எனது அன்பான வணக்கம். தமிழகத்தின் பாரம்பரியத்தை புத்தாக்கத்துடன் இணைப்பதில் ராம்ராஜ் வேட்டிகள் நிறுவனம் முன்னோடியாக திகழ்ந்து வருகிறது என்பது நாம் அனைவரும் அறிந்த ஒன்றே. அந்த ராமராஜ் வேட்டிகள் நிறுவனத்தின் நிறுவனரும் தலைவருமான திரு K.R. நாகராஜன் அவர்கள் தன்னுடைய வாழ்க்கை பயணத்தையும் தொழில்துறை அனுபவத்தையும் நம்முடன் பகிர்ந்து கொள்ள வருகை தந்துள்ளார். அவரை அன்புடன் வரவேற்பதில் நான் மிக்க மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறேன். பள்ளி படிப்பிற்கு பிறகு சிறிது காலம் வேட்டி உற்பத்தி நிறுவனம் ஒன்றில் பணிபுரிந்தார். அப்போது வேட்டி நெசவாளர்களின் ஏழ்மை நிலையை கண்டு மனம் வருந்தி அவர்களுக்கு பயன் தரும் வகையில் வேட்டி வணிகம் செய்ய வேண்டும் என்ற தீர்க்கமான முடிவுடன் 1983ஆம் ஆண்டு ராம்ராஜ் காட்டன் நிறுவனத்தை தொடங்கினார். உலகம் முழுவதும் நிறுவப்பட்டுள்ள தனது விற்பனை நிலையங்களின் மூலம் நமது பாரம்பரிய ஆடையான வேட்டியை உலக அளவில் ஒரு தனித்துவமிக்க அடையாளமாக ராம்ராஜ் நிறுவனம் மாற்றியுள்ளது என்று கூறினால் அது மிகையாகாது. ஒட்டிக்கோ கட்டிக்கோ என்ற புதிய வேட்டி வகையை அறிமுகப்படுத்தியதன் மூலம் இன்றைய கால இளைஞர்களும் விரும்பும் ஆடையாக வேட்டியை மாற்றினார். இன்று இந்தியா முழுவதும் விற்கப்படும் ஒவ்வொரு 100 வேட்டிகளிலும் 70 வேட்டிகள் ராம்ராஜ் என்ற தனித்துவமான பெயரையே தாங்கியுள்ளன. தொழில் முனைவராக மட்டுமல்லாமல் சமூக மேம்பாட்டிற்காகவும் ஆரம்ப காலம் முதலே பாடுபடும் இவர் எளிமை, நேர்மை மற்றும் தொலைநோக்கு பார்வை போன்ற குணங்களுடன் மாணவர்களுக்கும் எதிர்கால தொழில் முனைவோருக்கும் ஒரு உதாரணமாக திகழ்ந்து வருகிறார். இப்படிப்பட்ட சிறப்பம்சங்களை கொண்ட திரு நாகராஜன் அவர்களை எங்கள் கல்லூரியின் சார்பாக வரவேற்பதில் நான் மட்டற்ற மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகின்றேன். இறுதியாக நான் சொல்லிக்கொள்ள விரும்புவது சல்யூட், ராம்ராஜுக்கு சல்யூட். தேங்க்யூ.
நன்றி சபரிநாதன். பழமையை புதுமையாக்கிய கதையை இப்போது கூற வருகிறார் திரு K.R. நாகராஜன் அவர்கள்.
வாழ்க வையகம், வாழ்க வையகம், வாழ்க வளமுடன். ஒழுக்கத்தால் உலகையே நட்பு கொள்ளும் அன்பு நெறியை தந்து சென்ற அருட்தந்தை வேதாத்திரி மகரிஷி அவர்களை வணங்கியும், PSG இன்ஸ்டியூட் ஆஃப் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் நடத்தும் இந்த ஒரு நல்லதொரு நிகழ்வை காலையிலிருந்து மாலை வரை ஒவ்வொரு மணித்துளியிலும் உள்வாங்கி உங்களின் மனதை பழுது பார்த்து கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் இனிய மாலை வணக்கத்தை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். வாழ்க வளமுடன். என்னோடு மேடையில் வந்திருக்கக்கூடிய அசிஸ்டன்ட் ப்ரொஃபஸர் நளினி மேடம் சொன்னாங்க, நீங்கள் ஒரு 30 நிமிஷம் பேசலாம், அப்புறம் மீதி நாங்கள் என்டர் பண்ண கேள்வி கேட்குறோம், அதுக்கு பதில் சொன்னால் போதும் அப்படின்னாப்புல. காலேஜுக்கு வந்தாலே பாடம் எடுப்பாங்க, அடுத்தது எக்ஸாம் வைப்பாங்க போல இருக்குது. அதனால தான் நான் காலேஜுக்கு வரல. இன்றைக்கி எனக்கு உங்களெல்லாம் சந்திக்கக்கூடிய மிகப்பெரிய வாய்ப்பை சீனியர் சார் எனக்கு ஏற்படுத்தி கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. அவருக்கு என்னுடைய நன்றி தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். இன்றைக்கி எனக்கு முன்னாடி பேசின பல ஜாம்பவான்கள் எனக்கு முன்னாடி உட்கார்ந்துருக்காங்க. அவர்களுக்கு என்னுடைய பாராட்டுகளையும் வாழ்த்துக்களையும் கூறிக்கொள்கிறேன். இன்றைக்கி ஒரு SLCயில் ஃபஸ்ட் கிளாஸில் ஃபெயில் ஆகிட்டு இவ்வளோ பெரிய இன்ஸ்டியூட்டுக்குள்ளே போடிக்கு முன்னாடி நின்று, அது MBA படித்த ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டுக்கு முன்னாடி நின்று நான் என்ன சொல்ல வர்றதுங்கன்னு எனக்கு புரியல. ஏன்னா உங்கள்கிட்ட இருந்தால் நாங்கள் கற்றுக்கணும். இன்றைக்கி எல்லாமே வந்து இன்றைக்கி எங்கள் கம்பெனியை நடத்துறதுக்கு உங்களாட்ட இருக்கிற எம்பிஏ ஸ்டூடெண்ட் வந்தால் தான், எம்பிஏ படித்தவங்க வந்தால் தான் எங்கள் கம்பெனியெல்லாம் இன்னும் பெரிய லெவலுக்கு கொண்டு போக முடியும் அப்படிங்கிற நிலையில் இருக்கிற போது, நான் ஒரு சாதாரண ஒரு வேட்டி வியாபாரி வந்து உங்களுக்கு என்ன ஒரு கதை சொல்கிறது, என்ன புரிய வைக்க போகிறோங்கன்னு எனக்கு புரியல. இருந்தாலும் என்னுடைய வாழ்க்கையில் நடந்த சில விஷயங்களை இந்த அரை மணி நேரத்துக்குள்ள ஒரு 30 நிமிஷத்துக்குள்ளே என்னுடைய அனுபவங்களை உங்களுக்கு பகிர்ந்துட்டா, அதில் இருக்கக்கூடிய விஷயங்களை, ஏன்னா எனக்கு நல்லா தெரியும் படிக்கிறவங்கள நல்லா படின்னு சொன்னால் அவங்களுக்கு பிடிக்காது. அதை விட முக்கியம் அட்வைஸ் பண்ணால் அதை விட பிடிக்காதுங்க நல்லா தெரிஞ்சே இந்த ஸ்டேஜில் நிற்கிறேன். அதனால் எந்த சொல்லி நான் உங்களை அட்வைஸ் பண்ண மாட்டேன். நல்லா படிக்கிற வார்த்தையும் சொல்ல போகிறதில்ல. என்னுடைய வாழ்க்கையில் நடந்த அனுபவத்தை உங்களுக்கு சொல்கிற போது நீங்கள் லைஃப்பில் அதை எந்தெந்த இடத்துல அப்ளை பண்ணால் சரியாக இருக்கும் அப்படிங்கிறத உள்வாங்கிக்கிங்க. வாழ்த்துக்கள். ராம்ராஜ் காட்டன் ஆரம்பிக்கிற போது இந்த வேஷ்டிக்கு நம்ம தமிழ்நாட்டில் மட்டும் இல்லை, சவுத் இந்தியாவில் மட்டும் இல்லை, இந்தியாவிலேயே வந்து எங்கேயுமே ஒரு பெரிய ஒரு மதிப்போ மரியாதையோ இல்லை. நம்முடைய நாட்டை ஒரு 400 வருடத்திற்கு முன்னாடி பிரிட்டிஷ் கவர்மெண்ட்டு ஆண்டுட்டு இருந்தது. அதுக்கு முன்னாடி இருக்கக்கூடிய கலாச்சாரம், நம்முடைய பாரம்பரியத்தெல்லாம் பார்க்குறபோது எல்லாருமே ஆண்கள் அத்தனை பேருமே வேட்டி கட்டியிருப்பாங்க. இன்னும் பக்கத்து நாடு கேரளாவுக்கு போனோம்னா அங்கே செட்டுமுண்டுன்னு பெண்களும் வேட்டி கட்டியிருப்பாங்க. ஏன்னா இந்த வேட்டி நான் புதுசாக கண்டுபிடிக்கல. இந்த அதாவது பழங்காலத்து மக்கள், அதாவது காட்டில் வாழ்ந்துட்டு இருக்கிற போது வந்து அவங்க எல்லாமே வந்து மர உடைய, இலதலைய இதைத்தான் வந்து ஆடையாக கட்டிகிட்டு இருந்தாங்க. ஒரு பருத்திங்கிற காட்டிலேருந்து ஒரு நூல் எடுத்து ஒரு உடை முதல்ல பண்ணியிருந்தாங்கன்னா அது வேட்டியாக தெரிஞ்சிருக்கணும். ஏன்னா தொல்காப்பியத்திலிருந்து திருவள்ளுவர் வரைக்கும் எதை யாரை பார்த்தாலுமே அந்த காலத்தில் வேட்டி கட்டிக்கிற படத்தை பார்க்கலாம், அந்த சிலையை பார்க்கலாம். அப்போ வந்து உடை கலாச்சாரம் வரும்போது முதல் உடை இது வேட்டியாக தெரிஞ்சிருக்கு. இந்த வேட்டிக்கு நம்ம இந்தியாவினுடைய தேசிய உடை பிரிட்டிஷ் கவர்மெண்ட் வந்து நம்மளுக்கு சுதந்திரத்தை கொடுத்துட்டு போயிடுச்சு. ஆனால் போகிற போது நம்ம கல்ச்சரெல்லாம் எடுத்துகிட்டு வெஸ்டர்ன் கல்ச்சர் கொடுத்துட்டு போன பின்னாடி நம்மளுக்கு 42 டிகிரி இருந்தால் கூட, அது உகந்த உடை வேட்டியாக இருந்தால் கூட அதையே யாரும் மதிக்கலை, அதுக்கு ஒரு அங்கீகாரம் கொடுக்கல. அதனால் அதை நெசவு பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கக்கூடிய நெசவாளர்கள் எல்லாருமே ஒரு வேளை கூட சாப்பிட முடியாத, ஊர் உலகத்துக்கெல்லாம் வெள்ளை வேட்டி வெள்ளை சட்டை தயார் பண்ணி கொடுக்கக்கூடிய நெசவாளி வெறும் மேலோடு இருக்கிறத நான் என்னுடைய லைஃப்பில் நேரடியாக பார்த்துட்டு இருந்தேன். என்னுடைய சொந்த ஊர் வந்து அவினாசி. எஸ்எல்சியில் மாதத்தில் வருடத்திற்கு ஸ்கூல் கட்ட வேண்டிய ஃபீஸு 15 ரூபா தான். அதே கட்ட முடியாது. ஆனால் காமர்ஸ் சப்ஜெக்ட் படிக்கிறதுனால வந்து டைப்ரைட்டிங் இன்ஸ்டியூட் எடுத்து டைப்ரைட்டிங் படிக்க வேண்டியதாக இருந்தது. அதுக்கு மாதத்தில் 15 ரூபா கட்டினாத்தான் அதில் ஹையர் சிலபஸ் படிக்க முடியும் நீங்கள் எக்ஸாமுக்குள்ளே அப்படின்னாங்க. வருஷத்துக்கு 15 ரூபா பணம் கட்ட முடியாது இருக்கிற போது மாதத்துக்கு 15 ரூபா டைப்ரைட்டிங் இன்ஸ்டியூட்டில் கட்டி படிக்க முடியாத சூழ்நிலை இருந்தங்காட்டி அந்த பப்ளிக் எக்ஸாம்ஸ் எஸ்எல்சியில் என்னோடய எஸ்எல்சி முடிஞ்சது. அதுக்கு முன்னாடி +2 +1 1977 எல்லாமே ஃபஸ்ட் கிளாஸ் மார்க் வாங்கிட்டு, டைப்ரைட்டிங்கில் மட்டும் 35 மார்க் வாங்கினா பாஸு, 33 மார்க் வைக்க 2 மார்க் இல்லாமல் ஃபஸ்ட் கிளாஸில் ஃபெயில் ஆகிட்டேன். ஆன பின்னாடி கைதட்டுறாங்க பாருங்க, ஃபெயில் ஆனது கூட. காலேஜில் ஃபெயில் ஆனது கையில் தட்டுறாங்கன்னா அதுக்கு எவ்வளோ பெரியன்னு பாருங்கள. ஏன்னா நான் அதுக்கு பின்னாடி வேறு ஏதோ தொழில் பணி ஆக வேண்டியதுக்காக திருப்பூர் போய் விஜயலட்சுமி காதி பண்டர் அப்படிங்கிற வேட்டி தயார் பண்ணி ஆந்திராவுக்கு மார்க்கெட் பண்ணுற கடையில் மாதம் 150 சம்பளத்துக்கு வேலைக்கு சேர்ந்தேன். எனக்கு வந்து அங்கே இப்போ பெருசாக சொன்னால் சேல்ஸ் ரெப்ரசன்டேட்டிவ்னு சொல்லலாம். அன்னைக்கு கணக்கு புள்ள அவ்வளோதான் பேர். மாதத்தில் 15 நாள் ஆந்திரா போகணும், வசூல் பண்ணிட்டு வரணும், ஆர்டர் எடுத்து வரணும். மாதத்தில் 15 நாள் எடுத்து வந்த ஆர்டர் இங்கே டிஸ்பேச் பண்ணணும். இதுதான் என்னுடைய வேலை. எனக்கு ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய வாய்ப்பு என்ன அப்படின்னா, 77லேருந்து 83 வரைக்கும் எஸ்எல்சியில் ஃபெயில் ஆனதுனால நான் காலேஜ் போக முடியல. ஆனால் அந்த 6 வருட காலம் காலேஜ் போய் எனக்கு படிக்க முடியாத விஷயங்கள் அத்தனையுமே வியாபாரிகளையுமே நெசவாளர்களையுமே மனிதர்களையுமே மிகப்பெரிய அளவுக்கு படிக்கக்கூடிய அனுபவம் எனக்கு இந்த 6 வருஷத்தில் கிடைச்சிது. அந்த 6 வருட படிப்பு தான் இன்றைக்கி என்னையே உங்கள் முன்னாடி நிற்க வச்சுருக்கு. அந்த 6 வருட அனுபவத்தை உங்களுக்கு கதையாக சொல்ல போகிறேன் நான், வேறு எதுவுமே இல்லை. அதில் என்ன விஷயம்னா, காலையில் 9 மணிக்கு கடை திறந்துருவாங்க. அந்த கடையில் காலையில் எங்களுக்கு டீ வரும், சாப்பிடுவோம். மதியம் நாங்கள் கொண்டு போய் லஞ்ச் சாப்பிடுவோம். சாயந்தரம் 4 மணிக்கு டீ கொடுப்பாங்க. 6 மணி வரைக்கும் அந்த கிராமத்துலேருந்து வந்து அவங்க நெசவடிட்டு இருந்த வேட்டி சட்டை அந்த கடையில் போட்டு வெளியே ஹாஸ்பிட்டலில் உட்காந்துருப்பாங்க நெசவாளர்கள், வெறும் மேலோட. பசிக்கு அந்த புகையிலை போட்டு துப்பிட்டு அப்படியே பொழுது வரைக்கும் உட்காந்துருப்பாங்க. நம்ம கடையிலேருந்து ஒரு டீ கொடுக்க மாட்டோம், ஒரு டம்ளர் தண்ணி கூட கொடுக்க மாட்டாங்க. சாயந்தரம் 6 மணிக்கு மேலே அவரை கூப்பிட்டு அந்த கூலி பணத்தை எண்ணி கொடுப்பாங்க. அதை வாங்கி எண்ணி பார்க்குறக்கு கூட நேரம் இருக்காது. வாங்கிட்டு மடியில் வச்சு திருப்பி திருப்பி பஸ் பிடிக்க ஓடிடுவாப்புல. இது ஒரு நாள் நடந்த நிகழ்வு இல்லை, தொடர்ந்து இந்த நிகழ்வு நடந்துகிட்டே இருக்குது. ஒவ்வொரு நாளைக்கு ஒவ்வொரு கிராமத்தில் வரவங்களுக்கு எல்லாத்துக்குமே இந்த நிகழ்வு ரெகுலராக நடந்துகிட்ருக்கு. நாம் அந்த கடையில் சாதாரண ஒரு கணக்குள்ளையாக இருந்துட்டு முதலாளி போய் ஏன் இப்படி பண்ணுறீங்கன்னு கேட்க முடியாது. ஆனால் எனக்கு ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய மனசுக்குள்ள ஒரு பெரிய தாக்கத்தை ஏற்படுத்திச்சு. அப்போ நான் வாங்குகிற என்னுடைய சம்பளத்தில் 20 ரூபாய்க்கு அவங்களை கூட்டிகிட்டு போய் அன்றைக்கி ஒரு டீ வந்து 10 பைசா, அஸ்கர் டீயில் 5 பைசா, சாதா டீன்னு 10 பைசா, வடை போட்டால் 5 பைசா, இவ்வளோ தான் விஷயம். ஒரு 20 ரூபா வீல் செலவு பண்ணுவேன். வெளியே ரெஸ்ட் ரூம் போகிறவங்க கூட்டிகிட்டு போய் கடையில் டீ வடை போட்டால் வாங்கி கொடுப்பேன். அவங்க மேலே இருக்கிற அனுதாபத்தில் நெசவாளர்கள் அனுதாபத்தில் அதை பண்ணுவேன். இப்படி என்னால் பண்ண முடிஞ்ச இல்லையா, அவங்களுக்கு வந்து வேறு எதுவுமே என்னால் அந்த சூழ்நிலையில் பண்ண முடியல. ஒரு நாள் எங்கள் முதலாளிகிட்ட கேட்டேன். ஒரு 4-5 வருஷம் போனோன்னே நான் மார்க்கெட்டில் பிஸ்னஸ் நல்லா பண்ணி கொடுக்க, கொண்டு வந்து எழுத, பேலன்ஸ் ஷீட்டு போட்டு கொடுக்க, சேல்ஸ் ஆஃபீஸ் போயிட்டு வர்றேன், பேங்க் போயிட்டு வரேன், எல்லா வேலையும் ஆல் ஓவர் நிறைய வேலையை என்னால் பார்க்க முடிஞ்சதுனால அந்த கடையில் நான் வந்து ஒரு செல்ல பிள்ளை ஆடினாலும் வந்து என்னால் எல்லாத்தையும் கேட்க முடிய சூழ்நிலை வந்தோடனே ஒரு நாள் எங்கள் முதலாளிகிட்ட கேட்டேன். நாம தான் காலையில் 10 மணிக்கு போய் பேங்க்கில் பணம் எடுத்து வந்துடுறோமே, வந்தோடனே உங்களுக்கு பணத்தை கூலி கொடுத்துட்டா போயிடுவாங்களே, இவங்க எதுக்கு பொழுத வரைக்கும் உட்கார வச்சுருக்கணும், எதுக்காக நம்ம இத்தனை சிரமப்படுத்தணும், ஒரு தண்ணி கூட குடிக்காது பசியோடு உட்காந்துருக்காங்களே அப்படின்னு. அதுக்கு எங்கள் பாஸ் சொன்ன விஷயம் வார்த்தை, சித்த கம்முன்னு இருப்பா, பணத்தை கொடுத்தா பக்கத்து கடைக்கு போயிடுவாங்க, அடுத்த வாரம் நம்மளுக்கு பீஸ் வராது. அதனால் பொழுதோட 6 மணி வரைக்கும் இருக்க வச்சு பஸ் டைம் 6:15க்கு முன்னாடி பணம் கொடுத்தா அவள் எந்த கடைக்கும் போகாத உட்காந்துட்டே இருப்பாங்க. பணத்தை வாங்கி நேராக பஸ்ஸுக்கு போயிடுவாங்க, கடைசி பஸ்ஸுக்கு போயிடுவாங்க. அதுக்கு மேலே பஸ் இல்லாதனால கரெக்டாக போயிடும், எங்கேயும் போக மாட்டாங்க அப்படின்னாப்புல. அது வந்து அவருடைய சாணக்கித்தனத்தில் அந்த பிஸ்னஸினுடைய டெக்னிக்கே அவர் சொன்னாலுமே என்னுடைய மனசில் அது மிகப்பெரிய தாக்கத்தை ஏற்படுத்துச்சு. அப்போது ஒரு நெசவாளி இவ்வளவு கலைநயத்தோடு வேட்டி தயார் பண்ணி கொடுக்குற ஒரு நெசவாளி 3 வேளையில் சாப்பிடாத உட்காந்துட்டு ஒரு மேலே சட்டை கூட போடாத உட்காந்துருக்கிறன்னு கூடை போட்டு கமுத்தி வச்சு அவனுக்கு ஒரு எந்த சுதந்திரம் ஃபைனான்ஸ் சுதந்திரம் இல்லாத ஒரு அடக்கி ஆளந்துமே இது எப்படி இது சரியாக வருது, இந்த வேட்டியை விற்காத, இதெல்லாம் இப்படி கஷ்டப்பட்டு தயார் பண்ணி கொடுத்தா விற்காத அப்படின்னு என்ற மனசில் அந்த சின்ன வயசில் பெரிய தாக்கத்தை ஏற்படுறது. அந்த மாதத்தில் 20 ரூபாய் போய் செலவு பண்ணுவேன். அவங்களுக்கு வீட்டில் ஒன்று போய் சம்பளத்தை 150 ரூபாயில் 20 ரூபா போக 130 கொடுப்பேன். எங்கள் அம்மா கேட்கு, நான் வாங்குறதே 150 ரூபா சம்பளம், அந்த 20 ரூபாயை வந்து கொடுத்தா நான் வந்து சந்தை செலவு பண்ணிக்குவேன், நீ கருணபர்மையோட செலவு பண்ணிட்டு வர்றையே அப்படின்பாங்க. ஏன்னா அன்றைக்கி இருக்கிற ஏழ்மை அப்படி. அவங்க கேட்டது தப்பு இல்லை. அப்போ என்ன பண்ணுறதுன்னு யோசனை. ஏன்னா அம்மாவையும் கன்வின்ஸ் பண்ணணும், நெசவாளர்லையுமே அவங்களுக்கு அனுதாபத்துக்கு ஏதாவது ஒன்று பண்ணணும் அப்படிங்கிறதும் இருந்தது. அப்போ நான் ஒரு முடிவு எடுத்தேன். அப்போ வந்து திருப்பூர் டு அவினாசிக்கு 35 பைசா பஸ் சார்ஜு. அப்போ வந்து ஒரு நாளைக்கு 70 பைசா போக வர 21 ரூபா மாத செலவு. நான் என்ன முடிவுன்னு எங்கள் அம்மாட்ட, எனக்கு பஸ்ஸுக்கு 21 ரூபா பணம் கொடுப்பீங்களா, அந்த பணத்தை கொடுத்துரு அப்படின்ட்டு அதை வாங்கிட்டு அந்த நெசவாளருக்கு அதை செலவு பண்ணிவிட்டு நான் சைக்கிளில் போக வர ஆரம்பித்தேன். அந்த 20 ரூபா மிச்சம் பண்ணி அம்மாவையும் கன்வின்ஸ் பண்ணேன், நெசவாளர்லேயுமே ஒரு ஏதோ சாப்பாடு வாங்கி கொடுக்குறவங்க கூட ஏதோ டீ வடை போட்டால் வாங்கி பிடிச்சி அவையிலும் சமாதானப்படுத்தி என்னுடைய ஆதங்கத்தை நான் அந்த மூலியமாக தீர்த்துட்டேன். இது எதுக்கு சொல்ல வர்றேன் அப்படின்னா, இந்த நெசவாளர் மேல் ஏற்பட்ட அனுதாபமும் இதை வந்து என்னை ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய மாற்றத்துக்கு ஏற்படுத்துச்சு. வேட்டி வியாபாரம் அந்த இண்டிபெண்டன்ஸுக்கு பின்னாடி நாளுக்கு நாள் குறைஞ்சிட்டு வந்தோடனே திருப்பூரில் மிகப்பெரிய அளவுக்கு கிராமப்புற நெசவாளர் இருக்காங்க. மகாத்மா காந்தி தமிழ்நாடு வரும்போது ஒவ்வொரு 5 தடவை தமிழ்நாடு வந்திருக்காரு, 5 தடவை திருப்பூர் வந்திருக்காரு. ஏன்னா அங்கே வந்து கிராமப்புற நெசவாளர்கள் நிறைய இருந்தாலும் கதரை இயக்கத்துக்கு மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு தலைமையாக அடுத்து இன்றைக்கி சர்வோதய சங்கம் தலைமையிடமாக இன்றைக்கி திருப்பூர் தான் இருக்குது. அதனால தான் இந்த வேட்டி இங்கே திருப்பூர் வர காரணமே. அப்படி அந்த நெசவாளர்கள் எல்லாருமே ஒரு பெரிய அளவுக்கு தாக்கத்தில் பெரிய வியாபார தலமாக இருந்தக்கூடிய திருப்பூர் வந்து அந்த வேட்டி கட்டுறவங்க எல்லாம் குறைய எல்லா கடையுமே வந்து வேற ஒரு பிஸ்னஸ் நோக்கி போக ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டாங்க. எக்ஸ்போர்ட்டு, ஸ்பின்னிங் இப்படி எல்லாம் போக ஆரம்பித்தோன்னே நான் வேலை செஞ்ச நிறுவனம்னு இனிமேல் எங்களுக்கு இந்த வேட்டி வியாபாரம் பண்ணி கட்டுப்படி ஆகாது, அதனால் இந்த வேட்டி வியாபாரத்தை நான் நிறுத்திடலாம்னு இருக்கிறோம், நீ வேறு ஏதோ வேலை பார்த்துக்க அப்படின்ட்டாங்க. கிடச்சிட்டு இந்த 150 ரூபா சம்பளம் அன்றைக்கெல்லாம் இன்க்ரிமெண்ட் போய் நான் 250 ரூபாய்க்கு வந்துட்டேன். ஆனால் 250 ரூபா சம்பளம் வேறு பக்கம் போய் வேலை கிடைக்கிறதுனா வேலைக்கு போகிறதா முடிவு பண்ண வேண்டிய சூழ்நிலையில் நான் என்ன யோசனை பண்ணேன்னா, நாம் 6 வருஷம் இது பழகியிருக்கிறோம், ப்ரொடக்ஷன் பழகியிருக்கிறோம், மார்க்கெட் பழகியிருக்கிறோம், அட்மினிஸ்ட்ரேட்டிவ் பழகியிருக்கிறோம், ஏன் நாம் ஒரு நிறுவனமாக ஆரம்பித்து இந்த நெசவாளர்களுக்கெல்லாம் வேலை வாய்ப்பு கொடுக்கலாமே அப்படின்னு யோசனை பண்ணிட்டு வியாபாரம் ஆரம்பிக்கிறதுனா முதல் வந்து ஃபைனான்ஸ் கேபிட்டல் வேணும். அது பெருசாக எங்கிட்ட இல்லை. போய் எங்கள் பேரண்ட்ஸை கேட்டேன். நம்ம சொந்த பந்தமெல்லாம் வந்து இன்றைக்கி எக்ஸ்போர்ட் வியாபாரம் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்குறாங்க, எல்லாம் கார் பங்களா வாங்கி நல்லா இருக்கிறாங்க, உங்கள் முதலாளியே வேட்டி வியாபாரம் வேண்டான்ட்டு நீ எதுக்கு போய் வேட்டி வியாபாரம் ஆரம்பிக்கிற, ஏதோ எக்ஸ்போர்ட் வியாபாரம் ஆரம்பி நாங்கள் ஏதாவது வந்து வெளி வாங்கி தர்றோம், வேட்டி வியாபாரம் தரமாட்டேன் அப்படின்ட்டாங்க. யார் சொந்த பந்தம் நட்பு வட்டாரங்கள் எங்கெங்கேயும் போய் தேடி பார்த்தா யாருமே வந்து அதுக்கு பணம் கொடுக்க ரெடியாக இல்லை. எங்கள் முதலாளியே ஒரு நாள் கூப்பிட்டு அட்வைஸ் பண்ணார், எப்போ நாங்கள் இவ்வளோ இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட் போட்டு பண்ணி இவ்வளோ இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர் வச்சு பண்ணியே வந்து பிஸ்னஸ் பண்ண முடியாது இருக்கிற போது நீ போய் என்ன வேட்டி பண்ண சொல்லிட்டு இருக்கிற, ஏதாவது நல்ல கம்பெனியை பார்த்து வேலைக்கு சேர்ந்துக்கா, இல்லை வேறு பிஸ்னஸ் பண்ணு அப்படின்னு சொல்லி அவங்களுமே டிஸ்கரேஜ் பண்ணிட்டாப்புல. பட் என்னுடைய மனசில் வந்து அந்த நெசவாளருடைய வாழ்க்கை தரம் இவ்வளோ சிரமத்தில் இருக்கிற போது நாம் ஏதாவது கற்றுட்ட விஷயத்தை அவங்களுக்கு ஏதாவது ஒரு ஹெல்ப் பண்ணி ஆகணும் அப்படின்ட்டு என்னால் முடிஞ்ச வரைக்கும் பணத்தை பெரட்டி ஒரு 83,000 ரூபா பணம் பெரட்டி 1983 அப்பா பேர் ராமசாமி, என் பேர் நாகராஜ், ரெண்டும் சேர்ந்து ராமராஜன் வச்சு அப்பா பேரில் இருக்கிற 3 எழுத்து, என் பேரில் இருக்கிற 3 எழுத்து, பின்னாடி இருக்கிற 3 எழுத்தையும் போட்டு ராமராஜன் 83 ஆரம்பித்து நேராக நெசவாளர்கிட்ட போய் இது மாதிரி நான் பிஸ்னஸ் ஆரம்பிக்கலாம்னு இருக்கிறேன், நீங்கள்லாம் எனக்கு வேட்டி ஓட்டி கொடுங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லி போய் கேட்குறேன். அவங்க நான் அந்த டீ வடை போண்டெல்லாம் வாங்கி கொடுத்து அவங்க கூட நல்ல ஒரு ரிலேஷன்ஷிப் வச்சுருக்கிறதுனால ஏன் கணக்கில் உங்களுக்கெல்லாம் பண்ணாது வேறு யாருக்கு பண்ண போகிறோம், நீ நல்லா பண்ணுங்க அப்படின்னா நான் அவங்கள காப்பாற்றுறது தான் நான் போயிருக்கேன் அப்படின்னு ரொம்ப ஹாப்பியாக சொல்கிறாங்க எல்லாருமே. அப்புறம் நான் சொன்னேன், நீங்கள் எல்லாம் எனக்கு தயார் பண்ணி கொடுப்பீங்கன்னு தெரியும், இருந்தாலும் ஒரு கண்டிஷன் அப்படின்னு. என்ன கண்டிஷன் கேட்டாங்க. என்னுடைய கடைக்கு நீங்கள் வர்றபோது மேலே சர்ட்டு போட்டு வரணும் அப்படின்னு, வெறும் மேலோடு வரக்கூடாது, மேலே சர்ட்டு போட்டு தான் வரணும் அப்படின்னு. எல்லா நெசவாளருமே கொல்லுன்னு சிரித்தாங்க. என்ன கணக்கில் இப்படி சொல்கிறீங்க, நீங்கள் கொடுக்குறது 2 ரூபா, இந்த 2 ரூபா வாங்கிட்டு வந்து அரிசி வாங்கிட்டு வந்து நைட்டு வந்து சாப்பாடு பண்ணுவோம், எல்லா குடும்பத்தோடு உட்காந்து சுடு சாப்பாடு சாப்பிடுவோம், அப்புறம் அதில் தண்ணி ஊற்றி வச்சுருவோம், காத்தாலுக்கு அந்த புழுது தண்ணி குடிப்போம், அப்புறமா தண்ணி ஊற்றி வச்சு அடுத்த நாள் மத்தியானம் அதைத்தான் குடிப்போம், இது எங்கள் நிலமை, நாங்கள் எப்படி சட்டை போடுறது அப்படின்னாப்ப. சரி 3 வேளை சுடு சாப்பாடு சாப்பிட்றதுக்கு என்ன கூலி வேணும்னு கேட்டேன். 2 ரூபா கூலியை 3 ரூபா பண்ணி தருங்க, 3 வேளை சுடு சாப்பாடு சாப்பிட்னாங்க. சட்டை போடுறதுக்கு கேட்டேன், 300 ரூபா சேர்த்து கொடுங்க சட்டை போடுறோம் அப்படின்னாங்க. அப்போ நான் 2 ரூபா கூலியை 4 ரூபா பண்ணி தர்றேன், நீங்கள் 3 வேளையும் சாப்பிடுங்க, சட்டை போட்டு வாங்க அப்படின்னு முடிவெடுத்து உடனே அவங்களுக்கு 2 ரூபா கூலி 4 ரூபான்னு சொன்னோன்னே அத்தனை பேர்த்துடைய ஃபேஸு 100 ரூபான்னு சொல்லப்பட்டு அவ்வளோ பிரைட் ஆச்சு. அதே நான் வந்து ஏதோ வியாபாரத்தில் மிகப்பெரிய சக்ஸஸ் ஆன மாதிரி எனக்கு ஒரு பெரிய ஃபீல். அதை சொன்ன வார்த்தைக்கே 2 ரூபாயை 4 ரூபா பண்ணி கொடுக்குறோம், அவங்க ஃபேஸில் தெரிஞ்ச அந்த சந்தோஷ மகிழ்ச்சியை எனக்கு மிகப்பெரிய வெற்றி கொடுத்த மாதிரி எனக்கு ஒரு ஆனந்தத்தை கொடுத்தது. அப்போ ஒரு பெரியவர் அதுலேருந்து எந்திரிச்சு சொன்னார், தம்பி எல்லோரும் வந்து இன்றைக்கி 2 ரூபா கூலி கொடுக்குறவங்க வந்து 1.25 பண்ணுறியா 1.5 பண்ணுறியான்னு கேட்பாங்க, நீ 2 ரூபாயை 4 ரூபா பண்ணி தர்ற, நீ ஏதோ சின்ன வயசில் எமோஷனில் பேசுகிற, இது ப்ராக்டிக்கலாக ஒத்து வராது, நீ நாளைக்கு மார்க்கெட்டில் போய் விற்க முடியாது, நான் இன்றைக்கும் சொல்கிறேன் ஏதாவது பத்துக்கு நல்ல வேலையை பார்த்து பொழைச்சிக்கோ, நாங்கள் எப்படியே பார்த்துக்குறோம் அப்படின்னு எனக்கு அட்வைஸ் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சு. யாரை காப்பாற்ற போனோமோ அவங்க கூப்பிட்டு எனக்கு அட்வைஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க, நீங்கள் போய் நல்ல வேலையை பார்த்து பொழைச்சிக்கணும்னு சொல்கிறாங்க. அப்போ நான் சொன்னேன், ஐயா வியாபாரம் பண்ணுறதுன்னா எத்தனையோ வியாபாரம் இருக்குது, லாபம் சம்பாதிக்கிறதுக்கு தொழில் நிறைய இருக்குது, வேலைக்கு போனால் சம்பளம் கொடுக்குறது நிறைய பேர் இருக்கிறாங்க, எனக்கு அது முக்கியம் இல்லை, உங்களுடைய வாழ்வாதாரம் மேலே கொண்டு வரணுங்கிற ஒரே எண்ணத்துக்காக இந்த தொழில் ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்கிற, விற்கிறத நான் பார்த்துக்கிறேன், 6 வருஷம் நான் அதுதான் பழகியிருக்கிறேன், அதை நான் பண்ணிக்கிறேன், நீங்கள் அதை பற்றியெல்லாம் வருத்தப்பட வேண்டாம்னு அவங்களை சமாதானப்படுத்திட்டு, ஆரம்பத்தில் எங்கிட்ட இருக்கிற கேபிட்டலுக்கு அத்தனை பேருக்கு என்னால் வேலை வாய்ப்பு கொடுக்க முடியாது, ஒரு 50 குடும்பத்துக்கு முதல்ல கொடுக்குறேன், அதுலேருந்து ஆரம்பிப்போம், அதுக்கு பின்னாடி ஒவ்வொன்றா ஸ்டேஜ் பை ஸ்டேஜாக கொண்டு போய்க்கலாம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி அன்னைக்கு அந்த ஃபவுண்டேஷன் 50 ஃபேமிலி வச்சு போட்ட ஃபவுண்டேஷன் தான் ராமராஜ் காட்டன். இன்னைக்கு 50,000 குடும்பம் ராமராஜ் நம்பி இருக்கு. மார்க்கெட்டிங்கில் நீங்கள் எல்லாம் படித்தவங்க உடனே காஸ்ட் கூட்டி பார்த்துருப்பீங்க. ஒரு வேட்டிக்கு 2 மீட்டர், 1 மீட்டருக்கு 2 ரூபா கூலி வச்சு பண்ணால் 2 மீட்டருக்கு 4 ரூபா வச்சு ஆகுது. எல்லாருமே மார்க்கெட்டில் 45 ரூபாய்க்கு வேட்டி விற்றுட்ருக்காங்க. எனக்கு 49 ரூபா காஸ்ட் ஆயிடுது. கடையில் கொண்டு போய் வேட்டி தயார் பண்ணி கொண்டு போய் விற்கிற போது, ஏன்னா MBA ஸ்டூடெண்ட் இதுதான் ரொம்ப முக்கியமான பாயிண்ட், அதை கேட்டுக்குங்க. எமோஸில் எத்தனை வேணும் ஆகலாம், ஆனால் அதுக்கு சொல்யூஷன் கரெக்டாக வேணும். எல்லாருமே 45 ரூபாய்க்கு வேட்டி விற்கிற போது என்னுடைய ப்ரொடக்ஷன் காஸ்ட் 2 ரூபா வச்சு கொடுத்தா 49 ரூபா ஆயிடுது. நேராக கடையில் தயார் பண்ணிவிட்டு வேட்டி எடுத்துகிட்டு போய் மார்க்கெட்டுக்கு போகிறேன். ஏன்னா எதை வேணால் பண்ணலாம், மார்க்கெட்டில் விற்றா மட்டும்தான் நம்ம நிற்க முடியும். மார்க்கெட்டில் சரக்கு விற்கல அப்படின்னா எந்த வியாபாரையும் சக்ஸஸ் பண்ண முடியாது. அப்போ தயார் பண்ணி எடுத்துகிட்டு அடக்கத்தை எச்சு பண்ணிவிட்டு கொண்டு போய் அவங்ககிட்ட வேட்டி கண்ணில் காமிக்கிற, சாம்பிள் காமிக்கிற, பார்ட்டி பார்க்குறாப்புல, நல்லா இருக்கிறாங்க, நல்லா இருக்குது, என்ன விலை அப்படின்னாரு. 50 ரூபாய்க்கு அப்படின்னு. அவர் பார்த்துட்டு 50 ரூபா சொன்னோன்னே அந்த வேட்டியை அப்படியே ஒரு தூக்கி அந்த கையில் வீசிட்டு, 4 தலைக்கட்டை வியாபாரம் பண்ணுறவங்க 45 ரூபாய்க்கு கொடுத்துட்ருக்குறாங்க, நீ நேற்று கடையை ஆரம்பிச்சுட்டு வந்துட்டு 50 ரூபா சொல்கிறிய, ஒரே நாளில் நீ டாட்டா பிர்லா ஆயிடலாம்னு நினைக்கிறியா அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு வீசிட்டு அவர் பாட்டு கடையில் இருக்கிற கஸ்டமர் பார்க்க போயிட்டார். இதே எனக்கு முதல் நடந்த சந்திப்பு. அந்த பெரிய சொன்னது எனக்கு யோசனை வந்தது. ஏப்பா நீ எமோஷனில் முடிவு எடுக்கிற, போய் மார்க்கில் விற்க முடியாது அப்படின்னாரு. அது அந்த முதல் இடத்துலேயே நடந்தது இருக்குது. 45 வேஷ்டி கொண்டு போய் 50 ரூபா சொன்னோன்னே எனக்கு 2 ரூபா காஸ்ட் ஆகுது, 49 ஆகுது. எல்லோரும் கார்டன் ஒன்று போட, நான் கோமுட போடுறேன், 50 ரூபா காஸ்ட் ஆகுது. எனக்கு இருக்கிற காஸ்ட்டை போய் சொன்னோன்னே அவரால் எக்ஸெப்ட் பண்ண முடியல, தூக்கி வீசிட்டு கஸ்டமர் பார்க்க போயிட்டார். அவர் கஸ்டமர் பார்த்து திரும்பி வர்றதுக்கு 2.5 மணி நேரம் ஆச்சு. 2.5 மணி நேரம் வெயிட் பண்ணிகிட்டே இருந்தேன். வந்தோடனே அப்புறமேட்டு, என்ன நீ இன்னும் போகலையா, இன்னும் உட்காந்துருக்குற, என்ன அப்படின்னு கேட்குறாரு. இல்லையா அப்படின்னு சொல்லி போட்டு உங்களுக்கு சொன்ன கதையெல்லாம் அவருக்கு சொன்னேன். இப்படி ஒரு மேடையை போட்டு இப்படி பயங்கரமாக பேச முடியல, அடக்கமாக பணிவாக அவருக்கு நான் பேசுகிற வார்த்தை அந்த நெஸ்வாலரே பேசுகிற மாதிரி ஒரு ப்ரெசன்டேஷன் கொடுத்து அவர் அப்படியே கேட்டோன்னா அப்படியே கண் கலங்கிட்டார். கலங்கிட்டு உட்காந்துரு எந்திரிச்சு அந்த கையை பிடிச்சி, எப்படியப்போ இந்த சின்ன வயசில் இப்படியெல்லாம் உனக்கு யோசனை வந்தது, பரவாயில்ல ஆர்டர் எழுதிக்க அப்படின்னாரு. 45 ரூபா வேட்டி விற்கிற இடத்துல இந்த நெஸ்வாலர் கதையை சொல்லி கரெக்டாக ப்ரெசன்டேஷன் கொடுத்த உடனே 5 ரூபா விலை எச்சா இருந்தால் கூட இது அந்த நெஸ்வாலருடைய வாழ்வாதாரத்துக்கு உயர்துன்னு சொல்லி சொன்னேன். நாம் கொடுக்குற 5 ரூபாய் குவாலிட்டி நல்லா இருக்குது, அவங்களும் 3 வேளை சாப்பிடுவாங்க, அவங்களும் சட்டை போட்டு வருவாங்க, அவங்க குழந்தையும் படிக்குங்க, அதுக்காகத்தான் இந்த வியாபாரத்தை ஆரம்பித்தேன். இல்லை நான் இது வரைக்கும் வேறு வேலைக்கு போயிருப்பேன், வேறு தொழில் ஆரம்பிச்சிருப்பேன், அவங்க நல்லா இருக்கிறதுக்காக இதை கொண்டு வர்றேன், நீங்கள்லாம் சப்போர்ட் பண்ணால் தானே இது பண்ண முடியும், நான் ஒரு ஆள் என்ன பண்ண முடியும் அப்படின்னு அந்த ப்ரெசன்டேஷன் சரியாக கொடுத்தோன்னே அந்த கஸ்டமர் எமோஷனல் ஆகி அப்ரிஷியேட் பண்ணி ஒரு பிரைடை என்னை பார்த்து கை கொடுத்து கட்டி பிடிச்சி அந்த ஆர்டர் கொடுத்தார். அந்த ட்ரஸ்ட்டு தான் இன்றைக்கி வரைக்கும் ராமராஜ் இந்தியா மட்டுமில்லை உலகம் முழுதும் கொண்டு போய் சேர்த்துருக்குது. இன்றைக்கி ஒரு 3 மாதத்துக்கு முன்னாடி ஐடிசி ஹோட்டலில் உலகத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய தமிழ் தொழில் முனைவோர்கள் இங்கேருந்து மைக்ரேட் ஆகி போய் அங்கெல்லாம் பெரிய பெரிய செல்வந்தரானவங்க எல்லாம் சேர்ந்து ஒரு அசோசியேஷன் பண்ணி இந்த ரைஸ் அமைப்பில் இது மாதிரி உட்காந்து மீட்டிங் பேசிகிட்டு இருந்தாங்க. அதில் ஒரு மலேசியா எக்கனாமிஸ்ட் பேசுகிறாரு. நான் இவங்களாட்ட ஆடியன்ஸ் உட்காந்து கேட்டிருக்கிறேன். ராமராஜுக்கு அது உட்காந்துருக்க அவருக்கு தெரியாது. அவர் சொல்கிறார், இன்றைக்கி தமிழ்நாட்டில் ஒரு ரீஜனல் பிராண்டு உலகம் முழுதும் போய் சேர்ந்துருக்குது அப்படின்னா 2. ஒன்று சாப்பிட்ற இடத்துல ஹோட்டல் அஞ்சப்பர் இன்றைக்கி உலகம் முழுதும் போய் கடை வச்சுருக்காங்க. அடுத்தது ராம்ராஜ் அப்படின்னாரு. ஒரு ரீஜனல் பிராண்டு உலகத்தில் இருக்கிற அத்தனை பேர்த்துக்கும் போய் ரீச் ஆகிருக்கு அப்படின்னா அது ராம்ராஜ் தான் டெக்ஸ்டைலில் அப்படின்னு சொன்னார். நான் உட்காந்துருக்கு தெரியாதே அது சொன்னார். அப்போ தான் எனக்கே தெரிஞ்சது காலர் மேலே தூக்கி விட்டேன். ஓ நம்ம இந்தளவுக்கு பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்கிற மாட்டிருக்குது அப்படின்னு. இது எதுக்கு சொல்ல வர்றேன் அப்படின்னா, வியாபாரத்தில் எவ்வளோ தூரம் நம்முடைய கிரிமினல் மூளை யூஸ் பண்ணணும், விலை கேட்கலன்னு விலை எச்சு போடணும், முடிஞ்ச தரத்தை குறைச்சிக்கணும், எந்த அளவுக்கு எல்லாம் கிரிமினலுக்கு அதெல்லாம் பண்ணாதான் வியாபாரத்தை நல்லா பண்ண முடியுங்கிற ஒரு காலகட்டத்தில் அதையெல்லாம் மீறி நல்ல தரத்தை கொடுத்து உண்மையை பேசி நாணயத்தை நடந்தாலே அதுக்கு நல்ல பிஸ்னஸ் கிடைக்குங்கிறதுக்கு ஒரு உதாரணம் தான் ராம்ராஜ். அதைத்தான் வந்து இன்றைக்கி வரைக்கும் அது ஒரு ட்ரஸ்ட்டாக பயன்படுத்தியிருக்கிறேன். 83 ஆரம்பித்தேன், 87 வந்தது. அந்த 4-5 வருஷம் பிஸ்னஸ் பண்ணி கடையாக ஏற்றி எல்லா டெக்ஸ்டைல் கடையிலும் நம்ம கடை சரக்கு கொண்டு போய் ஏற்றியாச்சு. எல்லா இடத்துலையும் வந்து அப்போ நான் போட்டது என்ன, இந்த பக்கம் வந்து காந்தி பொம்மை, இந்த பக்கம் வந்து ராட்டை, நடுவில் வந்து அந்த குவாலிட்டி சைஸ் போட்டு கீழே ராம்ராஜ் காதி அப்படின்னு சொல்லி விற்றுட்டு இருந்தேன். ஆனால் ஒரிஜினல் கதர் நூல், போக்குவரத்து, கைத்தறியிலே இருந்துட்டு இருந்தது எல்லாமே. பட் வேட்டியினுடைய எண்ணிக்கை விற்பனை அதிகமாக அந்த ஹேண்ட்லூம் தறிக்கார எல்லாமே வந்து அவங்களால வந்து அதுக்கு நூல் தயார் பண்ணி எனக்கு தேவைக்கு தகுந்தபடி அவங்களால கொடுக்க முடியல. அப்போ வந்து மில் நூலை போட்டு அந்த நூல் கையில் நூக்க முடியாதனால மில் நூலை போட்டு தயார் பண்ண சூழ்நிலை வந்து கிட்டத்தட்ட ப்ரொடக்ஷன் அதிகமாக நான் வந்து காட்டன் நூலையே வந்து ஹேரில் சுற்றுற நூலை விட்டுட்டு மில்லில் தயார் பண்ண நூலை வாங்கி போட ஆரம்பித்தேன். அத்தனைக்கு ரா மெட்டீரியல் கிடைக்கிற சூழல் வந்து அதை பண்ண ஆரம்பித்தேன். ஏன்னா அந்த அளவுக்கு பிஸ்னஸ் அதிகமாகிடுச்சு, வேட்டி மார்க்கெட்டு சூடு குடிக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிடுச்சு, எல்லா அக்கௌண்ட்லையும் ஏற ஆரம்பிச்சிடுச்சு, குவாலிட்டியாக விற்க ஆரம்பிச்சிடுச்சு. அந்த கையில் தயார் பண்ணி அந்த சஃபிஷியண்ட்டாக கொடுக்க முடியாதனால மில் யான் வாங்கி போட்டு நல்ல நூலை வாங்கி போட்டு கொடுக்க ஆரம்பித்தோம். அப்போ எனக்கு மனசில் என்ன நிலை வந்தது அப்படின்னா, நாம் கையில் தயார் பண்ண ராட்டையில் நூக்கிற நூலை போடல, மில்லு வாங்கிட்டு இருக்கிற காட்டன் நூலை தான் போடுறோம். கையில் தயார் பண்ண நூல் போட்டு தானே காதி. அப்போ நம்ம காதின்னு சொல்லி விற்றுட்டு இருந்தோம்னா அது வந்து ஒவ்வொரு ரூபா சம்பாதிக்கிறது பொய் சொல்லி சம்பாதிக்கிற மாதிரி ஆகி போயிடுவே அப்படின்ட்டு ஒரு முடிவு எடுத்து ராம்ராஜ் காதியை ராம்ராஜ் காட்டன் மாற்றினேன். காட்டன் மாற்றணுன்னு கடையில் இருக்கிற வியாபாரி அத்தனை பேருமே, நீங்கள் காட்டன் போட்டாலும் நாங்கள் வேட்டியை வாங்க மாட்டோம், நீங்கள் காந்தி பொம்மை குத்தணும், ராட்டை சீலை குத்தணும், கதர் வேஷ்டின்னு சொல்லணும், அப்போ தான் நாங்கள் வாங்குவோம், இல்லைன்னு கன்சியூமர் வாங்க மாட்டோம், விற்காது அப்படின்னாப்புல. நான் சொன்னேன், நீங்கள் வந்து கன்சியூமர் ஏமாத்துறதுக்கு என்ன வேணால் சொல்லலாம், பட் நான் அப்படி பொய் சொல்லி விற்கிறதுக்கு தயார் இல்லை. நீங்கள் வாங்காட்டி கூட பரவாயில்ல, நான் பொய் சொல்லி கதரை வந்து காட்டன் வந்து காதின்னு சொல்ல மாட்டேன், நான் காட்டனு தான் போடுன்னு ஒரு தைரியமாக ஒரு முடிவு எடுத்து காட்டனாக மாற்றி போட்டங்காட்டி தான் இன்றைக்கி ராம்ராஜ் காதி உண்மையை சொன்னங்காட்டி ராம்ராஜ் காட்டன் வந்த முன்னாடி அது இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸே பூரா இன்றைக்கி முன்னாடி காட்டன் வந்துடுச்சு. அந்த உண்மைக்கு என்ன வேல்யூ இருக்கிறதுக்கா சொல்ல வர்றதையே. இன்றைக்கி அன்னைக்கெல்லாம் வந்து வேட்டி ஓட்டுறக்கு ஆள் நெசவாளர் நிறைய இருந்தாங்க, வேட்டி ஓட்டுறக்கு நெசவாளர் நிறைய இருந்தாங்க, வேட்டி கட்டுறதுக்கு ஆள் இல்லை. ஆனால் இன்றைக்கி பொசிஷன் என்ன, பிறந்த குழந்தையிலிருந்து போகிற வரைக்கும் எல்லாத்தையும் வேட்டி கட்ட வச்சாச்சு, ஆனால் வேட்டி ஓட்டுறதுக்கு ஆள் இல்லை. ஏன்னா எல்லா நெசவாளருமே பசங்களை படிக்க வச்சு இன்றைக்கி யூகே யூஎஸ் போய் எல்லாவங்கெல்லாம் ஐடியில் போய் இன்றைக்கி எங்கேயோ போயிட்டாங்க. இன்றைக்கி அவங்கவுங்க கார் வாங்கிட்டாங்க, அவங்கவுங்க அப்பார்ட்மெண்ட் வாங்கிட்டாங்க. இன்றைக்கி எல்லாம் போய் வச்சு அந்த ஜென்ரேஷனோட சரி அடுத்த ஜென்ரேஷன் வந்து நெசவுக்கு வரல. அந்த சூழ்நிலை தான் இன்றைக்கி வந்து ப்ரொடக்ஷனுக்கு வந்து நிறைய ஆட்டோமேஷன் எல்லாம் நிறைய டெக்னாலஜி பயன்படுத்தி பண்ண வேண்டிய சூழ்நிலை அளவுக்கு இன்றைக்கி வளர்ந்துருக்குன்னு சொல்கிறேன். இன்றைக்கி அந்தளவுக்கு இன்றைக்கி வேட்டி கட்டுறவங்களுடைய கலாச்சாரம் உயர்ந்திருக்குதுன்னா அதுக்கு ராம்ராஜ் தான் மெயின் காரணம். இன்றைக்கி எந்த விசேஷத்துக்கு நீங்கள் போய் பார்த்தாலும் சரி, எந்த ஒரு கோயில் விசேஷமாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, வீட்டில் ஒரு விசேஷம் நடந்தாலும் சரி, எல்லா குழந்தையிலேருந்து பெரிய வரைக்கும் அந்த கலாச்சாரத்துக்கு ஒரு பெரிய முக்கியத்துவம் கொடுத்து அது ஒரு ஸ்டைலாகவே ஒரு நாகரிகமாக இன்றைக்கி வந்திருக்குது. அப்படின்னா அந்த வேட்டியை வந்து மிகப்பெரிய பிரபலியப்படுத்தி இருக்குது. இது எதனால் அப்படிங்கிறத சொல்கிறேன். ஏன்னா நான் ஆரம்பிக்கிற காலத்தில் வேட்டிக்கு அவ்வளோ பெரிய மதிப்பு அந்தஸ்து இல்லை, ஒரு அங்கீகாரம் சமுதாயத்தில் இல்லை. நீங்கள் அந்த பழைய காலத்து சினிமாவெல்லாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா எல்லாருமே கோட் சூட் போட்டிருப்பாங்க, ஹீரோஸ் எல்லாமே. வீட்டில் வேலை செய்கிற ஆள், ஏதாவது அவங்களுக்கு கீழே ஒரு கீழ்மட்ட வேலையில் இருக்கிறவங்க வந்து வேட்டி கட்டி துண்டு கிச்சில் அடிக்கிட்டு இருக்கிற மாதிரி சீன்ட்டு எல்லாம் பார்த்துருப்பீங்க எல்லாமே. அதே மாதிரி நான் வேட்டி கட்டி தயார் பண்ணுற போது எல்லா இடத்துக்கும் போகிறபோது வேட்டி கட்டிட்டு போகிறபோது நான் அந்த ப்ராடக்ட்டை யூஸ் பண்ணால் தான் அதில் ஆரண்டி பண்ணால் தான் நம்மளுக்கு அந்த குவாலிட்டி பற்றி தெரியும், செலவு பண்ண தெரியும், என்ன பிரச்சனை தெரியுட்டு அந்த காலகட்டத்தில் எல்லா இடத்துக்கும் வேட்டி கட்டிட்டு போவேன். கலெக்டர் ஆஃபீஸ் போனாலும் சரி, பேங்க் போனாலும் சரி, சேல்ஸ் ஆஃபீஸ் போனாலும் சரி, எந்த இடத்துக்கு போனாலுமே அந்த வேட்டி கட்டுறதுக்கு ஒரு பெரிய வரவேற்போ ஒரு மரியாதையோ எங்கேயுமே இருக்காது. ஒரு பேங்க்கு போனால் கூட எக்ஸ்போர்ட் கம்பெனியில் வேலை பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கிற பேங்க்கு வர்ற ஆஃபீஸ் பாய், பேங்க் வர பையன் வந்தால் கூட பேன் போட்டு வர்றப்ப நேராக மேனேஜர் ரூமுக்கு போய் உள்ளே விசிட் பண்ணிட்டு வருவாப்புல. மெசஞ்சர் விட்டுருவார் அவரை. வேட்டி கட்டிட்டு போன முதலாளி போனால் கொஞ்சம் ஓரமாக நில்லுங்க அப்படிம்பாரு மெசஞ்சரை. மேனேஜர் பார்க்குற விட மாட்டாங்க. இப்படி ஒவ்வொரு இடத்துலையும் இந்த அவமானம் தான் எனக்கு பட்டே இருந்தது. ஒரு முறை எனக்கு நூல் சப்ளை பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கிற மில்லுக்காரருடைய பொண்ணு கல்யாணம்ட்டு சென்னையில் எனக்கு இன்விடேஷன் கொடுத்தாங்க. நாங்கள் எல்லாம் 10 பேர் அங்கே கல்யாணத்துக்கு போனோம். ஸ்டார் ஹோட்டல் அது. ஒரு 10 பேர் எல்லாம் அது 5 ஸ்டாருக்குள்ளே போகிறோம். 9 பேர்த்த அந்த செக்யூரிட்டி விட்டுட்டாப்புல. வேட்டி கட்டியிருந்த ஒரே காரணத்துக்காக நீங்கள் ஒரு ட்ரெஸ் கோடு இல்லை அப்படின்ட்டு என்னை உள்ளே விடலை. போன பசங்கள்லாம் திரும்பி வந்து கூட வந்தவங்களை வந்து அவர் யார் தெரியுமா, ராமராஜ் காட்டன் ஓனரு, விட மாட்டேங்க ஆச்சா வச்சு அவி பேசுன்னு இவர் அது அந்த சிஸ்டம் அப்படிலாம் விட முடியாது அப்படின்னு அவர் நிறுத்திட்டார். அவர் உடனே நான் அந்த பசங்களை சமாதானம் பண்ணிவிட்டு நீங்கள் போங்க, அவர் கல்யாணத்துக்காருக்கு தர்ம சங்கடம் ஆயிரு, நான் வந்திருக்குன்னு சொல்ல வேண்டாம், நீங்கள் போய் கல்யாணத்தெல்லாம் பார்த்துட்டு எல்லாம் சாப்பிட்டு வெறும் சாப்பிட்டு வாங்க, அது வரைக்கும் நான் வெளியே வெயிட் பண்ணுறேன் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிவிட்டு அவங்கள அனுப்பிச்சுட்டு போட்டு நான் வெளியே வந்து அந்த ஹோட்டலுக்கு வெளியே இருக்கிற ஒரு மரத்தடியில் உட்காந்துட்டு அவங்கள போயிட்டு வர சொல்லிட்டு வர வரைக்கும் வெயிட் பண்ணி மரத்தடியில் உட்காந்துருந்தேன். புத்தருக்கு எப்படி போதி மரத்துக்கு கீழே கிடச்சி அவருக்கு ஞானம் கிடைச்சதோ அந்த ஹோட்டல் கீழே உட்காந்துட்டு பல யோசனை பண்ணேன். ஏன்னா வேறு ஒருத்தர் மேல் நான் தானே உட்காந்துருக்கேன், என் மனசாட்சி கேட்குது. ஏன் நாகராஜ் ஏதோ நீ வேட்டியருக்கு பண்ணணும், பிராண்டு பண்ணணும், உலகம் முழுதும் கொண்டு போகணும்லாம் பேசிட்டு இருந்தேன். தமிழ்நாட்டுக்குள்ளே ஒரு ஹோட்டலில் வேட்டி கட்டி உள்ள விட மாட்டேங்கிறாங்க, இதை வச்சு நீ எது பெரிய பிராண்ட் பண்ண போகிற, பிஸ்னஸ் பண்ண போகிறியா அப்படின்னு என்ற மனசாட்சி நீ கேட்குது. நான் என்ன சொல்கிறேன், இப்போ ஆரம்பிச்சதும் நல்லா தானே பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்கிறோம், எல்லா கடையில் போகுது நல்லா வந்துட்டு இருக்கிறப்போ ஒவ்வொரு வருஷம் பேலன்ஸ் ஷீட்டில் க்ரோத் ஆகிட்டு தானே இருக்கிறோம், இப்போ என்ன பிரச்சனை இருக்கிறப்பில்ல, எதாவது பிரச்சனை இப்போ நீ இன்னும் உள்ள விட மாட்டேங்கிறாங்க, வெளியே தானே உட்கார வச்சுருக்காங்க அப்படின்னு. எனக்கு அப்போ என்ன பட்டுது அப்படின்னா, நம்ம வேட்டியில் சேல்ஸ் பார்க்குறது முக்கியம் இல்லை, வேட்டிக்கு இந்த சமுதாயத்தில் அங்கீகாரம் வாங்கி கொடுக்குறது முக்கியங்கிற ஒரு ஞானம் அந்த மரத்தடியில் எனக்கு கிடச்சிது. உடனே என்ன பண்ணால் அவங்கெல்லாம் வந்தாங்க. வந்தோன்னா அவங்களெல்லாம் ஊருக்கு அனுப்பிச்சிட்டு போட்டு சென்னையிலே இருக்கக்கூடிய வியாபாரம் பண்ணக்கூடிய இன்றைக்கி நிறையா பிராண்ட் அம்பாசிடர் கம்பெனியெல்லாம் நிறையா வந்திருக்காங்க. இன்றைக்கி எல்லாமே உங்களுக்கு காலேருந்து பேசியிருப்பாங்க. அது மாதிரி பெரிய பெரிய அட்வர்டைஸ்மெண்ட் ஏஜென்சி போய் பார்த்தேன். பார்த்து இது மாதிரி வேட்டிக்கு ஒரு நல்ல அட்வர்டைஸ்மெண்ட் எடுக்கணுங்க அப்படின்னு போய் கேட்டேன்னா அவங்க ஒவ்வொருத்தரும் ஒரு கான்செப்ட் சொன்னாங்க. பட் எதுவுமே எனக்கு உடன்பாடு இல்லை. ஊருக்கு வந்துட்டேன். வந்தோடனே நிறைய யோசனை பார்த்தேன், எப்படி பண்ணால் சரியாக இருக்குன்ட்டு. கடைசியில் எனக்கு ஒரு யோசனை வந்து அதில் எனக்கு ரொம்ப அந்த தமிழ் அந்த பற்றோட கொஞ்சம் நல்லா கான்செப்ட் சொன்ன ஜேடி ஒரு டைரக்டர் 2 பேருமே இன்றைக்கி கூட அந்த சரணாசூரில் எடுத்திருப்பாங்க. அந்த தயாரிப்பாளர் தான் சரணாசூர் முதலாளி ஹீரோ வச்சு எடுத்திருப்பார், அது அவர் தான். அந்த டைரக்டர் 2 பேர்த்தையும் கூப்பிட்டு திருப்பூர் வர சொல்லி சொன்னேன். இது மாதிரி நிறைய கான்செப்ட் சொல்கிறீங்க, எனக்கு எதுவுமே பிடிவில்லை, நான் ஒரு கான்செப்ட் வச்சுருக்கேன், அந்த கான்செப்ட் எடுத்து கொடுக்க முடியுமான்னு கேட்டேன். பரவாயில்ல சொல்லுங்கள் எடுத்துடுறேன் அப்படின்னாப்புல. சொன்னேன், நான் வேட்டி கட்டிட்டு எங்கெல்லாம் போடணும், அங்கே போகிறோம் எனக்கு என்ன ஒரு நெகட்டிவான ஒரு வரவேற்பு தான் கிடச்சிது, ஒரு அவமானம் தான் கிடச்சிது. இதை அப்படியே மாற்றி போட்டு ஒரு பாசிட்டிவாக பண்ணி எடுத்தால் நல்லா இருக்குன்னு நினைக்கிறேன் அப்படின்னா. எப்படி சொல்லுங்கள் அப்படின்னாப்புல. இப்போ வந்து வேட்டி கட்டினாலே வந்து கண்ணமெல்லாம் ஒட்டி போய் வயிறு ஒட்டி போய் ஒரு பாமர மக்களை கிராமத்துக்காரராக தான் காமிப்பாங்க. நான் என்ன சொன்னேன், கண்ணமெல்லாம் தக்காளி பண்ண மாட்டான், ஒரு நல்ல பர்சனாலிட்டி இருக்கிற ஆளை போடுங்க அப்படின்னாப்புல. அவங்க நிறைய ஃபோட்டோ காமிச்சாங்க. அப்போ நான் சொன்னேன், எனக்கு இந்த மாதிரி நடிகர் ஜெயராம் அது மாதிரி இருக்கார், அவரை போடலாமான்னு கேட்டு பார்க்கலாங்கன்னாரு. போய் கேட்டேன், நான்லாம் அட்வைஸரும் நடிக்கிறது இல்லை அப்படின்ட்டாரு. அப்புறம் ஏதோ பிடிச்சி ஆளை பிடிச்சி நேராக போய் ஜெயராம்கிட்ட பேசுனான்னு இந்த கதையெல்லாம் அவர்கிட்ட சொன்னேன். சொன்னோன்னே அவர் ரொம்ப நெகிழ்ந்து போய், அவர் கொஞ்சம் சோசியல் கேஸ் இருக்கிறவர், சரி நான் பண்ணித்தரேன் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி எனக்கு சமாதானம் பண்ணி தேதி கொடுத்துட்டாரு. எடுத்தாச்சு, படத்துக்கு அவரை புக் பண்ணியாச்சு. அப்புறம் டைரக்டர் சொன்னேன், இது மாதிரி வந்து என்னை ஒரு ஹோட்டலுக்குள்ளே விடல, அந்த ஹோட்டல்லே இப்போ எடுக்கலாம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிவிட்டு அது மாதிரி ஒரு 5 ஸ்டார் ஹோட்டலில் பிடிச்சி அங்கேயே எடுக்கிறோம். சைக்கிளில் தான் வருவாங்க வேட்டி கட்டினவே, இல்லை நடந்து வருவாங்க, ஒரு ரப்பர் சீட் போட்டிருப்பாங்க. ஆனால் அவர் பென்ஸ் காரில் வந்து இறங்கணும் வந்து உடனே இறங்கி வந்தானே யார் எவ்வளோ விட மாட்டேங்கிறானே 8 அடி இருக்கிற செக்யூரிட்டி வந்து 6 அடி குமிஞ்சு அவர் ரிசீவ் பண்ணணும். அங்கே இருக்கிற ஹோட்டலில் இருக்கக்கூடிய அத்தனை ரிசப்ஷன்காரமே வந்து நாங்கள் பார்த்தோன்னா ரிசீவ் பண்ணுறதுக்குள்ளே எந்திரிச்சு வருவாங்க. வேட்டிட்டி வந்து சாதாரண ஆள் இல்லை அப்படின்ட்டு காமிக்கிறதுக்கு அவர் பக்கத்தில் ஒரு மிடி போட்ட செக்ரட்டரி காமிச்சு அவர் பெரிய ஆள் காமிக்கிறதுக்கு. அடுத்தது நேராக மீட்டிங் ஹெல்ப் போகிறோம். அங்கே எல்லாம் கம்ப்ளீட் கோட் சூட் போட்ட உலகத்தில் இருக்க அத்தனை பிரபலியமான நாட்டிலேருந்து வந்திருக்காங்க. அத்தனை பேர் கோட் சூட் போட்டு உட்காந்துருக்காங்க. அந்த கான்டாக்ட் போய் அவர் சைன் எல்லாம் எந்த சின்ன சல்யூட் பண்ணிவிட்டு அவர் சைன் கேட்குறாங்க. சைன் போட்டு வெளியே வர்றாரு, லெஃப்டில் வெளியே வர்றாரு. அங்கே ஒரு குழந்தை பூ குத்து கொடுக்கு. அன்றைக்கி நான் குழந்தைக்கு வேட்டி கட்டினா பையனுக்கு கொடுக்க வச்சுருப்பேன். அன்றைக்கி அந்த யோசனை இல்லாத போச்சு. ஒரு பொண்ணை கொடுக்க வச்சேன். ஏன்னா 30 செகண்டுக்கு அன்றைக்கி 60,000 ஒரு செகண்ட், ஒரு 30 செகண்ட் லாட்டுக்கு. அதில் நிறைய எடுத்துக்க முடியாது. வீட்டில் எங்கள் அம்மாவே வேட்டி கட்ட வேண்டாங்க. ஏன்னா வேட்டி கட்டி கஞ்சி போட்டினீங்கன்னா ஒரு பெரிய பிரச்சனையாக இருக்குது. பேண்ட்டை போட்டிங்கன்னா வாஷிங் மிஷின் போட்டு எடுத்து போட்டுருவோங்க. வீட்டில் எங்கள் அண்ணன் பொண்ணு கல்யாணம்னா பசங்கள்லாம் வந்து அண்ணன் பொண்ணு பசங்களாம் வந்து, சித்தப்பா நீங்கள் வெளியே எங்கே வேணால் எப்படி வேணும் போய் எங்கூட வரும்போது பேண்ட்டை போட்டு வந்தாங்க. சரி நான் கல்யாணம்னு என் ஜம்சார் என்ன சொல்லிச்சு, நீங்கள் ஆஃபீஸ் கிடைக்கல எப்படி வேணால் போய்க்கிங்க, எங்கூட வரும்போதெல்லாம் நீங்கள் வேட்டி கட்டிட்டு வர வேண்டாம், பேண்ட்டை போட்டு வாங்க அப்படின்னாப்புல வீட்லேயே. இதுதான் வேட்டி கிடைச்சன்னு இது. அப்போ இத்தனை கதையை அங்கே சொல்லிட்டு இருக்க முடியாதுங்கிறதுக்கு ஒரு குழந்தை வந்து பூங்கொத்து கொடுக்க மாதிரி காமிச்சேன். அப்புறம் உங்களோட காலேஜ் பசங்கள்லாம் வேட்டி கட்டுற பார்த்தோன்னே கிண்டல் பண்ணுவாங்க, கேலி பண்ணுவாங்க. அவங்கெல்லாம் வந்து அவர் இறங்கி படியில் இறங்கி வரும்போது அவரை பார்த்து சல்யூட் பண்ணுறாங்க. அவர் கேரடியில் நடந்து வர்றாரு. இசை வாசிக்கிறவர் வந்து இசை வாசிக்கிறது பரதநாட்டியம் எல்லாம் வந்து 2 மூளைக்கு வேலை கொடுக்கணும். ஒரு மூளைக்கு வேலை கொடுத்தா பண்ண முடியாது. அதையே அப்படி தவமாக பண்ணக்கூடிய அந்த இசை வாசிக்கிறோட 1 நிமிஷம் நின்று அவரை நடக்க வர வைக்கிறாங்க. நடந்து வரதை ரிசீவ் பண்ணுறாங்க. அதையே அதுக்கடுத்து மினிஸ்டர் போய் பார்க்குறாரு. ஒரு டிஐஜி அவரை சென்ட் ஆஃப் பண்ணுறாரு. வெளியே ஹோட்டலுக்கு வெளியே வர்றாப்புல. அந்த வெளியே வந்தோன்னா அவரை பார்த்து யானை ஒரு சல்யூட் பண்ணி அவருக்கு தும்பிக்கை கால் சல்யூட் பண்ணு. யானையோடைய குணம் என்னென்னா, நீங்கள் அட்டப்பாடி சத்தியமங்கலம் பக்கம் இருக்கிறவங்களுக்கு தெரியும். வெள்ளை வேட்டி கட்டுறவங்க பார்த்தா யானை துரத்து. யாராவது காட்டு பக்கம் போனாங்கன்னா வெள்ளை வேட்டி கட்டியிருந்தாங்கன்னா அது யானை துரத்து பார்த்து வேட்டியை எடுத்து புதல் போட்டு அவங்க வெறும் ட்ராயரோடு ஓடிடுவாங்க. அந்த வேட்டி போய் யானை முடிச்சுட்டு இருக்குது. அப்படி நெகட்டிவாக நினைக்க யானையோடு அவர் ஒரே சாட்டில் சல்யூட் பண்ணிச்சு. இப்படி எல்லா நெகட்டிவே பாசிட்டிவை போட்டு 10 வருஷம் சல்யூட் ராமராஜ் நடிச்சோன்னே 1000 பேர் கோட் சூட் போட்டிருக்கிற இடத்துல ஒரு ஆள் வேட்டி கட்டிட்டு போனால் கூட எதிர்த்துன்னு சல்யூட் பண்ணுற அளவுக்கு ஏற்படுத்துறது ராமராஜ். ரெண்டே 2 விஷயந்தான் ராமராஜ் இவ்வளோ வளர்ந்தது காரணம். ஒன்று, நெசவாளர்கள் ஏற்பட்ட அனுதாபமும், வேட்டி கட்டிட்டு போனால் கிடைச்ச அவமானமும். இந்த 2 தான் எனக்கு கிடைச்ச மிகப்பெரிய டூல். இந்த 2 தான் உங்களுக்கு நான் சொல்கிறக்கூடிய கதை. வாழ்க்கையில் எல்லாத்துக்கும் எல்லா விஷயமே பாசிட்டிவாக கிடைக்காது. எது கிடைக்குதோ அதையே நெகட்டிவாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, பாசிட்டிவாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, எல்லாமே நம்ம கண்டிஷனுக்கு பாசிட்டிவாக ரசனையோடு மாற்றிக்கணும். அதை ஒவ்வொரு துளி நம்ம ரசிக்கணும். ரசித்து என்ஜாய் பண்ணி பண்ணோம்னா எந்த வியாபாரமாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, எந்த தொழிலாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, அது மிகப்பெரிய சக்ஸஸை கொடுக்கணுங்கிறதுக்கு இந்த கதை தவிர வேறு எந்த கதையுமே எங்கிட்ட இல்லை. இதை நீங்கள் உள்வாங்கிட்டு நிறைய படிக்கிற பசங்க இருக்கிறீங்க, நிறைய படித்து வேலைக்கு போயிட்டு இன்னும் மறுபடியும் தன்னை உயர்த்திக்கு வந்திருக்கிறீங்க, பெரிய பெரிய தொழில் ஜவடம் இருக்கிறீங்க. நீங்கள் எல்லாத்துக்கிட்டேயுமே வந்து உங்களுடைய சாமர்த்தியத்தை, கிரிமினல்களை எல்லாத்தையுமே உபயோகப்படுத்தி வாழ்க்கையில் ஜெயிச்சலாங்கிறது சமுதாயத்தை பார்த்து நிறைய தெரிஞ்சு வச்சுருப்பீங்க. தயவு செய்து அதெல்லாம் விட்டுருங்க. நேர்மையாக, நாணயமாக, உண்மையாக அந்த வார்த்தையை நல்லா போட்டு முறையை போட்டு இதை எல்லா இடத்துக்கும் அப்ளை பண்ணிங்கன்னா இந்த இயற்கை விரைவுன்னு உங்களை கையை பிடிச்சி மேலே கூட்டிகிட்டு போயிடும். வேறு எந்த திறமையும் வேண்டியதில்லை. இந்த 3 மட்டும் கையில் வச்சுங்க. இந்த ட்ரஸ்ட்டு மட்டும் கரெக்டாக வச்சுட்டிங்கன்னா ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்காக எல்லா விஷயம் வரும். 1000 பேர் இருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த ஹாலில் எல்லாருமே பிஸ்னஸ் பண்ணணும்னு நினைக்கிறீங்க. பிஸ்னஸ் பண்ணால் லாபம் வரும்னு நினைக்கிறீங்க. எல்லோரும் நினைக்கிறதுனா லாபம் வேணும்னு நினச்சிட்டு எல்லாமே பண்ணுற போது நம்ம எல்லா தப்பும் பண்ணிடுவோம். லாபத்தை மட்டும் குறிக்கோளை வச்சு நீங்கள் எதை செய்ய ஆரம்பித்தாலுமே நம்ம இருக்கிறதில் தொழிலுக்கு உண்டான அத்தனை நடைமுறை சிக்கலையுமே பண்ணி மறுபடியும் அது சிக்கல்கள் உருவாக்கிடுவோம். இந்த ஹாலில் ஒரு டோர் இல்லைன்னா எப்படி வெளியே போக முடியாதோ அது மாதிரி சூழ்நிலைக்கு ஆயிடுவோம். வியாபாரம் பண்ணுறதுக்கு என்னென்ன வழிமுறைகள் இருக்குதோ அந்த வழிமுறைகளெல்லாம் கரெக்டாக தெரிஞ்சு அதை நல்வழியாக பயன்படுத்தி, முறையை பயன்படுத்தி அது நாணயத்தோடு ட்ரஸ்ட்டோடு பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சிங்கன்னா லாபம் வந்து உங்கள் கதவை தட்டு. இதுதான் நான் உங்களுக்கு சொல்ல வேண்டிய ஒரு விஷயம். எனக்கு கொடுத்த 30 நிமிஷம் முடிந்து விட்டது. இனி நான் எக்ஸாமுக்கு தயாராகிட்டேன். நீங்கள் கேள்வி கேட்கலாம். வாழ்க வளமுடன்.
கேள்விகளுக்கு பதிலளிக்க தங்களை மேடையில் அமருமாறு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம்.
இப்படியே பேசிக்கணும். ஏன்னா போடியும் சப்போர்ட்டாக இருக்குது. நிறைய கேள்வி கேட்குற போது பதில் தெரியலன்னா உங்களுக்கே சொல்லல, டக்குன்னு பதில் உங்களை சொல்ல சொல்லி.
சார் இந்தியாவை தாண்டி ராமராஜ பரப்புறதுல உங்களுக்கு எவ்வளவு கஷ்டம் சிரமம் இருந்தது, அதையெல்லாம் நீங்கள் எப்படி எதிர்கொண்டீங்கன்னு கொஞ்சம் சொல்லுங்கள்.
எந்த சிரமம் இல்லைங்க எனக்கு. ஏன்னா தமிழ்நாட்டில் வந்து வேட்டி கட்டுற கலாச்சாரத்தை ஏற்படுத்திட்டு அதை அப்படியே சவுத் இந்தியா வரைக்கும் கொண்டு போனோம், இந்தியா முழுவதும் கொண்டு போனோன்னே வெளிநாட்டில் இருக்கிறவங்க யார் இருக்காங்க? இந்தியாக்காரர் தான் இருக்கிறாங்க. அங்கே வேட்டி சட்டில் கிடைக்காது, பேண்ட் செட்டு கோட்ஸ் எவ்வளோ வேணும் கிடைக்கும். வேட்டி வேணுன்னா அடுத்த நிமிஷம் ramraj.com அடிப்பாங்க, அடுத்த நிமிஷம் ஆன்லைன் போடுவாங்க, அடுத்த நிமிஷம் போயிடு. இது பார்த்துட்டு அங்கே இருக்க டிஸ்ட்ரிபியூட் வந்து கேட்டாங்க, அங்கே இருக்க ஃப்ரான்ச்சைஸ் வந்து கேட்டாங்க. நான் எந்த இடத்துலையும் மார்க்கெட்டே போகல. இன்றைக்கி உலகம் முழுவதும் இன்றைக்கி மிகப்பெரிய பிஸ்னஸ் நடந்துட்டு இருக்கிற அளவுக்கு இன்றைக்கி ஒரு வாய்ப்பு இருக்குது. மலேசியா, சிங்கப்பூர், கொழும்பு எல்லா இடத்துலையும் ஷோரூம் இருக்குது. எந்த சிரமம் இல்லை, அதான் நடக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிருச்சு. இந்தியருடைய கலாச்சாரம் வந்து நம்ம நாட்டில் இருக்கிறத விட அங்கே போய் சிறுபான்மை இருக்கிற போது அவங்க ரொம்ப அதை விரும்புகிறாங்க எல்லாருமே. இங்கே வந்து நம்ம வந்து தமிழ் கற்றுக்கிறதுக்கே நம்ம விரும்புறதில்ல. அங்கே தமிழ் சொல்லிக் கொடுக்குறதுக்கு தனியாக ப்ரைவேட் ஆர்வமாக நிறைய பேர் தமிழ் கற்றுக்குறாங்க, தமிழ் எழுத படிக்கிறாங்க, பரதநாட்டியம் கற்றுக்குறாங்க, கலையை கற்றுக்குறாங்க. நம்ம ஊர் பண்டிகையில் அவ்வளோ அழகாக கொண்டாடுறாங்க. அதாவது மகாத்மா காந்தி 1921 வேட்டி கட்டினார் மதுரை வந்து. 2020 மிகப்பெரிய அளவுக்கு செலிப்ரேட் பண்ண அந்த வேட்டி 100ஆண்டு விழாவை. அதே வேட்டி கட்டிட்டு அவர் லண்டன் மாநாட்டுக்கு போனார். அந்த வேட்டி கட்டிட்டு அங்கே போனது வந்து பெரிய ஹிஸ்ட்ரி ஆகிருக்கு. மகாத்மா காந்தி அந்த குளூரில் வெறும் வேட்டி கட்டிட்டு அது போனது நம்ம ஹிஸ்ட்ரி நிறைய பார்க்குறோம். அந்த நாட்டுக்கு லண்டனுக்கு போயிருந்தேன் நான் லாஸ்ட்டு ஜூனில். அங்கே போய் சவுத் காமில் போய் பார்க்கும்போது டெக்ஸ்டைல் ஷாப்புக்கெல்லாம் போகிறபோது அத்தனை கடையில் வேட்டி வச்சுருந்தாங்க. அத்தனை கடையில் ராமராஜ் வேட்டி பார்க்குற போது எனக்கு தலையில் கிரீடம் வச்ச மாதிரி ஒரு ஃபீல் ஆச்சு. உண்மையிலுமே வந்து நான் வேட்டிக்கு தயார் இல்லை. அங்கே லண்டனில் மகாத்மா காந்தி எங்கே சுதந்திரமாகி கொடுத்து யாரும் வெளியே நாட்டை விட்டு துரத்தி விட்டாரோ அந்த நாட்டுக்கு போய் பார்க்குற போது அங்கே எல்லா கடையிலும் நம்ம வேட்டி ராமராஜ் வேட்டி இருக்கிறத பார்க்குற போது எனக்கு மிகப்பெரிய தலைக்கு கிரீடம் வச்ச மாதிரி சூழ்நிலையாச்சு. அப்போது ஒரு வாட்ஸ்அப் வந்தது, பெங்களூரில் ஒரு மால்குள்ளே ஒரு விவசாயி உள்ளே போகிறவோ வேட்டிட்டு போனதுக்குள்ள விட மாட்டிட்டாங்க அப்படின்னு. நம்ம அதுக்கு மறுப்பு தெரிவித்தா 3 மாதம் கழித்து வந்து பெங்களூர் ஒரு கடை ஓப்பன் பண்ண அவரையே கூட்டிகிட்டு வந்து கடை ஓப்பன் பண்ணி வச்சேன். அதனால் எனக்கு இந்தியாவுக்குள்ளே ஆரம்பத்தில் வேட்டி விற்கிறத கஷ்டமாக இருந்தது இல்லையா, அதை அயல்நாட்டில் விற்கிறதுக்குள்ள எனக்கு எந்த பிரச்சனையும் இல்லை. இங்கே பண்ண விதை அங்கே விருச்சமாக மாறிடுச்சு. வாழ்த்துக்கள், வாழ்க வளமுடன். நீங்கள் சொல்கிறது உங்கள் பேரை சொல்லிட்டு மற்றவங்க தெரிஞ்சுக்குவாங்க அந்த கேள்விக்கெல்லாம்.
ஸ்ரீநாத்.
வெரி குட். மேடம் கொடுக்காது, இன்னும் 2-3 மைக்கு நீங்கள் கொடுத்துருங்க.
ஐயா வணக்கம், என் பேர் வேதஸ்ருதி. இப்போ வந்து நீங்கள் வந்து நெசவாளர்களுடைய நலம் தான் நலம் வந்து அதிகமாக கருதுறீங்க. ஆனால் இதே வந்து மார்க்கெட்டிங் அப்படின்ற விஷயத்துக்கு வரப்போ இப்போ மற்ற கம்பெனி இண்டஸ்ட்ரியோட போட்டிகள் அப்படின்னு ஒன்று நிகழும் இல்லையா, அந்த போட்டிகளையும் சமாளிச்சுக்கிட்டு எப்படி நீங்கள் நெசவாளர்களுக்கு உதவி செஞ்சீங்கய்யா?
அது சொன்னேன், எல்லோரும் 47 வேட்டி தான் நான் 2-4 ரூபா சேர்த்து கொடுத்து 49 ஆச்சு. கோமுடுக்குள்ளே கார்டை போட்டு 50 ரூபா பண்ணி 5 ரூபா வாங்கி அவங்களுக்கு கொடுத்தேன் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி தான் வெற்றி பெற்றேன்.
இதுக்கு இல்லையா, இப்போ இருக்க இந்த சுச்சுவேஷனில் இன்னும் நிறையா கம்பெனிஸ் வந்து இதுக்காக போட்டிக்கால காட்டன் இண்டஸ்ட்ரியில் லைக் மார்க்கெட்டில் வராங்களையா, அவங்களோட கம்பேர் பண்ணுறப்போ உங்கள் ப்ரைஸிங்கில் எந்த மாதிரி வச்சுருக்கீங்க?
கரெக்டான கேள்வி, MBA ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டுங்க நிரூபிச்சிட்டீங்க. சொல்கிறேன். இப்போ வந்து வேதாத்திரி மகரிஷி நான் சொன்னேன், பிகினிங்கில் சொன்னேன். நான் அருட்தந்தை வேதாத்திரி மகரிஷி வணங்கிட்டு நான் பேச ஆரம்பித்தேன். அவர் வந்து உலகம் முழுவதும் வந்து உலக அமைதி, தனி மனித அமைதியில் ஆரம்பித்து உலக அமைதிக்கு போகணும்னு சொல்லி தத்துவத்தை சொல்லிவிட்டு 2006 அவர் சமாதி ஆகிட்டார். அவர் போகும்போது வந்து ஒரு குறிப்பிட்ட ஆளுகிட்ட மட்டும் இந்த தத்துவத்தை கொடுத்து நீ மட்டும் வச்சுக்கோ, வேறு யாருக்கு சொல்லி கொடுத்துட வேண்டாம் அப்படின்னு அவர் சொல்லிட்டு போகல. அவர் என்ன சொல்லிட்டு போனார், இன்றைக்கி 18,000 ஆசிரியர் இருக்காங்க உலகம் முழுவதும். இன்றைக்கி 3.5 கோடி பேர் அந்த பயிற்சி எடுத்திருக்காங்க. இந்த பயிற்சி உலகம் முழுவதும் போனால் தான் உலக சமாதானமாக முடியும், உலக அமைதி ஆக முடியும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு போயிருக்காரு. இப்போ என்னுடைய நோக்கம் என்ன, எல்லாத்தையும் வேட்டி கட்ட வைக்கணும், நெசவாளருக்கு வேலை வாய்ப்பு கொடுக்கணும், நம்ம கல்ச்சர் ஆஃப் இந்தியா டெவலப் ஆகணும். அது நான் மட்டும் பண்ண எப்படி இருக்குது? அப்போ வந்து யாரெல்லாம் வேட்டி பண்ணுறாங்களோ அவங்களுக்கு ஃபஸ்ட்டு ரெட் கம்பளம் போட்டு விரிக்கிறாள் முதல் ஆள் நான் தான். அதாவது வந்து அடுத்தவங்கள தோக்க வச்சு ஜெயிக்கிறது பேர் வெற்றி இல்லை, அடுத்தவங்களையும் ஜெயிக்க வச்சு ஜெயிக்கிறது பேர் தான் சரியான வெற்றி. அதைத்தான் இன்றைக்கி ராமராஜ் பண்ணியிருக்கு. இன்றைக்கி ராமராஜ் இந்த இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸில் நம்பர் 1 இருந்தால் கூட வர்றவங்க அத்தனை பேர்த்தையுமே கையை பிடிச்சி மேலே கூட்டிகிட்டு போயிட்டு இருக்குது. நானும் வேட்டி வைக்கிறேன், அவங்க வேட்டி வைக்கிறாங்க. இன்னும் இந்த 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 காலத்தில் எத்தனை பேர் வேட்டி கட்டியிருக்காங்க? இன்னும் எங்களுக்கு எத்தனை வேலை இருக்குது? இது எதுக்கு போட்டி? வாழ்த்துக்கள், வாழ்க வளமுடன். அவையெல்லாம் எனக்கு போட்டியாளர் இல்லை, அவையெல்லாம் என்னுடைய ஃபாலோவர்ஸ். பிரச்சனையே இல்லையே.
ஐயா வணக்கங்க. டாக்டர் பூங்கொடிங்க, குமரகுரு கல்லூரியிலேருந்து வந்திருக்கேங்க. மார்க்கெட்டிங் ப்ரொஃபஸர் தான். பட் கைத்தறி துறையில் ஒரு சிலது தெரிஞ்சுட்டு அதில் சில ப்ராஜெக்ட்ஸில் ஒர்க் பண்ணியிருக்கேங்க. ரொம்ப ரீசெண்டாக பவானி ஜமக்காலத்தில் கூட அமர் ரமேஷ் சார் கூட ஒர்க் பண்ணியிருக்கோம், எங்கள் ஜாயின்ட் கரஸ்பாண்டன்ட் சார் தலைமை. இப்போது வந்து நெசவாளர் பாப்புலேஷன் கம்மியாயிட்டு வந்திருக்கு. உங்களோட பிஸ்னஸ்லையும் அதை நீங்கள் எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கீங்க. இதை மாதிரி திருநெல்வேலி மாவட்டத்தில் பூச்செடி புட்டா இருக்குது. இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு நல்ல ஒரு கிராஃப்ட்மேன்ஷிப் வந்து அக்ராஸ் த குளோப் எல்லாரும் அப்ரிஷியேட் பண்ணுறாங்க. உலகத்தில் பல இடத்துலையும் ராம்ராஜ் காட்டன் வந்து நல்லா அப்ரிஷியேட் பண்ணுறாங்க. இப்போ நீங்கள் நிறைய விளம்பரப்படுத்தி நம்ம ஊர்லேயும் அதை ரெக்கக்னைஸ் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டாங்க. பட் இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ஹேண்ட்லூம்க்கு, ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் ஜிஐ ப்ராடக்ட்ஸ், ஜமக்காலம், பூச்செடி புட்டா, சாரி, இதுக்கெல்லாம் நம்ம ஊரில் ஒரு மதிப்பு வர மாட்டேங்குது. நம்ம ஊர் மக்களுக்கே தெரிய மாட்டேங்குது. இதில் கல்லூரியின் பங்கு என்னவா இருக்கும்? இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ஆசிரியர்களோ மாணவர்களோ நெசவாளர்களுக்கு என்ன செய்ய முடியும்? இதை வந்து நம்ம ஊருக்கு எப்படி எஃபெக்டிவாக மார்க்கெட் பண்ணலான்னு நீங்கள் நிறைய ஐடியாஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கிறீங்க உங்களுடைய பிஸ்னஸில். ஸோ ஏதாவது அறிவுரை இருந்தால் ஒரு மாதிரி கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன்.
அதாவது வந்துங்க, இன்றைக்கி வந்து என்னுடைய நிறுவனத்தில் ஆரம்பத்தில் வந்து அக்கௌண்டன்ட் சேர்த்துனா வேலைக்கு இருந்தார். அவர் வந்து மேனுவலே கணக்கு எழுதுவார், லெஜர் போடுவார், ட்ரையல் பேலன்ஸ் போடுவாப்பில், பேலன்ஸ் ஷீட் எடுப்பாப்பில், கொண்டு போய் சேல்ஸ் எக்ஸல் காமிச்சிட்டு வருவாப்பில். நாளடைவில் பேங்க் வந்து நடந்தே போயிட்டு வந்துடுவார். நாளடைவில் ஒரு சைக்கிள் வாங்கி கொடுத்தோம், அவர் டைப்ரைட்டிங் மிஷின் வாங்கி கொடுத்தோம், அப்புறம் கம்ப்யூட்டர் மிஷின் வாங்கி கொடுத்தோம், அப்புறம் அவருக்கு ஸ்கூட்டர் வாங்கி கொடுத்தோம். இப்போ கார் இருந்தால் தான் போகிறாரு. இப்போ கம்ப்யூட்டர் இருந்தால் தான் அக்கௌண்ட்டுக்கு டேலி போட்டாச்சு, சேப் போட்டாச்சு. இன்றைக்கி அதை அடித்து அது பாட்டுக்கு வந்துக்குது எல்லா சமாச்சாரத்தையுமே. நான் பழையபடி மேனுவலில் தான் போடும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னால் இன்றைக்கி தொழில் பண்ண முடியுமா? அதனால் டாட்டா செய்தி தானுங்க, எளியது வலியது சாப்பிடும். அதனால் ஒவ்வொரு காலகட்டத்துக்கு மாறாது இருக்கிறதுக்கு வாய்ப்பு இல்லை. அந்த கல்ச்சரை ஏற்படுத்தக்கூடிய பொறுப்பும் கடமை நம்ம எல்லாத்துக்கும் இருக்குது. குமரகுரு காலேஜுக்கு மட்டும் இல்லைங்க, எல்லாத்துக்கும் இருக்குது. இப்போ நான் வந்து இன்றைக்கி 6 வருஷம் போய் பண்ணி அந்த 6 வருஷம் அந்த நெசவாளர் வாழ்வாதாரத்தை பார்த்தங்காட்டி அதை ஒரு தாக்கமாக எடுத்து இன்றைக்கி வந்து ஒரு எக்ஸ்போர்ட் பிஸ்னஸ் பண்ணியிருந்தான். நான் திருப்பூர் எக்ஸ்போர்ட் பண்ணியிருந்தேன். இதை விட பெரிய பணக்காராக இருக்கலாம், இதை விட பெரிய வசதி வாய்ப்பாக இருக்கலாம். ஆனால் ஒரு சிங்கத்தில் இருக்கிற வாலில் இருக்கிற கடைசியில் இருக்கிற ஒரு முடியாத இருந்திருந்ததில்லை. இன்றைக்கி வேட்டி வேற ஆரம்பிச்சுங்காட்டி ஒரு எறும்புக்கு தலையாக இருக்க முடியுது. இது வந்து ஒவ்வொருத்தருக்கிட்டையுமே இன்றைக்கி இந்த காலேஜில் உட்காந்துருக்கிற MBA படித்த ஸ்டூடெண்ட்க்கு அத்தனை பேர்த்துக்கிட்டையுமே மனசில் வந்து இன்றைக்கி வந்து இந்த நிகழ்வில் ஒரு சங்கல்பம் எடுத்துக்கணும். 1947 நம்முடைய இந்தியாவுடைய டாலர் அமெரிக்க டாலர் ஈக்குவலாக இருந்தது. இன்றைக்கி 84 ரூபா இருக்குது. இதுக்கு யார் காரணம்? அரசாங்கமா, மதமா, மக்களாகிய நாம்? நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க. மக்களாகிய நாம தான் இது பண்ணிக்கிறோம். 1947க்கு முன்னாடி தமிழ்நாட்டில் மகாத்மா காந்தி வந்து சுதந்திரத்துக்காக போராட்டம் எல்லாருக்கும் தெரியும். ஆனால் 400 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி பிரிட்டிஷ்காரன் வந்தோன்னா வந்து எல்லாருமே வந்து சுதந்திரத்துக்காக அதுக்கு முன்னாடி நிறைய பேர் போராடி இருக்காங்க. தீரன் சின்னமலையிலேருந்து ஆரம்பித்து வீரபாண்டியவட்டிலேருந்து ஆரம்பித்து இந்த படிப்படியை வந்து கடைசியில் வந்து அந்த சுதந்திர போராட்டத்தை பிரிட்டிஷ் ஆப்போசிட் பண்ணினது மக்களை இயக்கமாக மாற்றினது மகாத்மா காந்தி. அவர் வந்து ஒரு சினிமா நடிகர் இல்லை, நல்லா கவிதை பேசக்கூடிய ஆள் இல்லை, நல்லா எழுதக்கூடிய ஆள் இல்லை, பர்சனாலிட்டியான பர்சன் கிடையாது. ஆனால் அந்த மக்களை இயக்கமாக மாற்றி அந்த கம்யூனிகேஷன் இல்லாத போது அதை பண்ணி இன்றைக்கி அது சுதந்திரமாகி கொடுத்துட்டு போயிட்டார். தமிழ்நாட்டில் சுதேசிங்கிற விதையை விதைச்சவர் வ.உ. சிதம்பரனார். இன்றைக்கி கோயம்புத்தூரில் ஜெயிலில் போய் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கோயம்புத்தூர் சில அவர் செக் இழுத்தது இன்றைக்கி நினைவுச்சின்ன வச்சுருப்பாங்க. எத்தனை பேர் போய் பார்த்துருப்பீங்க தெரியல. இந்த கதைக்கு முன்னாடி போய் பாருங்கள். அவர் முதல்ல வந்து பிரிட்டிஷ் கவர்மெண்ட்டை ஆப்போசிட் பண்ணதுக்கு மெயின் ரீசன் என்ன அப்படின்னா, அந்த சுதேசி பண்ணணுங்கிறக்கா வந்து ஊரெல்லாம் கடன் வாங்கி ஒரு கம்பெனி ஆரம்பித்து அவர் கப்பல் வாங்கி தூத்துக்குடியிலேருந்து கொழும்புக்கு கப்பல் விடுறாரு. டிக்கெட் 2 ரூபா விற்கிறார். பிரிட்டிஷ் கவர்மெண்ட் பார்க்குது, 1 ரூபா பண்ணுது. அதையே மக்கள் எல்லாம் அங்கே போயிடுறாங்க. இவர் ₹1 பண்ணுறாரு. அவங்க ஃப்ரீ பண்ணி மது டான்ஸ் எல்லாம் போட்டோன்னே எல்லா மக்கள் அங்கே போயிட்டாங்க. ஃப்ரீன்னு அங்கே போயிட்டாங்க. இவர் ஃப்ரீயாக கொடுத்து கடன் வாங்கி பண்ணாலும் பண்ண முடியல. ஏகப்பட்ட நட்டமாகி ஊரெல்லாம் கடனாகி ஊருகிட்ட ஓடி போய் சென்னை போய் சிந்தாதிரிப்பேட்டில் சீமெண்ணெட்டுன்னு விற்றுட்டு இருந்தார். அங்கே இருக்கிற கடனை அங்கே வருமானம் பண்ணி அங்கே இருக்கிற தூத்துக்குடி திருநெல்வேலியில் இருக்கிற ஜவுளி கடைக்கு ஹோட்டல் கடைக்கு தபால் போடுவார். ஐயா என்ற குடும்பத்தில் இருக்கிற சகோதரர்களோ வீட்டில் இருக்கிற வந்தாங்கன்னா அவங்களுக்கு சாப்பாடு போட்டுருங்க, வேட்டி சட்டு கொடுத்துருங்க, கணக்கு எழுதி வச்சுக்கோங்க, நான் அந்த கடனை கட்டுறேன் அப்படிங்கிற அளவுக்கு அவருடைய வாழ்வாதாரம் அந்தளவுக்கு மோசமாக போயிடுச்சு. அவர் யாருக்காக கப்பல் விட்டார்? நம்மளுக்காக விட்டார், நம்ம சுதந்திரக்காக விட்டார். அந்த காலத்தில் படிப்பறிவு இல்லை, ஒரு பெரிய அளவுக்கு கம்யூனிகேஷன் கிடையாது, ஒரு அறிவுபூர்வமாக சிந்திக்கக்கூடிய திறன் இல்லாதனால மக்கள் எல்லாருமே அன்னைக்கு அவருக்கு சப்போர்ட் பண்ணாதனால அவர் அந்த மாதிரி சூழ்நிலைக்காகி அவருக்கு கொடுத்த பரிசு கோயம்புத்தூர் செக்கு. உலகத்திலே கிடைக்காத ரட்டாயல் தண்டனை அவருக்கு தான் கிடைச்சிது. நாம் எல்லாம் கொடுத்த பரிசை இன்றைக்கி கோயம்புத்தூர் செக்காக இருக்குது பாருங்கள். அன்றைக்கி நம்மளுக்கு அறிவில்லாத அந்த தப்பை பண்ணிவிட்டு இன்றைக்கி நம்ம எல்லாம் படிச்சிருக்கிறோம். இந்தியா நம்ம அப்துல் கலாம் சொல்லிட்டு போயிட்டு 2020 வல்லரசு ஆகும்னு சொல்லிட்டு போயிட்டார். நாமெல்லாம் கனவு காணுன்னு சொல்லிட்டு போயிட்டார். நம்ம என்ன அதுக்காக என்ன முயற்சி பண்ணியிருக்கோம்? எல்லாருமே ஜட்டியை பேண்ட்டுக்குள்ளே தான் போடுவாங்க. ஆனால் ஃபாரின் பிராண்டுக்கு தெரியணுங்கிறதுக்காக சூப்பர் பேனாட்டா பேண்ட்டுக்கு மேலே ஜட்டி போட ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டோம். உண்டா இல்லையா? எப்படி நம்ம நாடு சுதேசிக்கு போகுது? எப்படி நம்ம நாடு வளரு? ஃபாரின் பிராண்டு தான் இன்றைக்கி போட்டால் நம்மளுக்கு ஒரு விடுக்கு இருக்குது, ஒரு மரியாதை இருக்குது, ஒரு போலிக்கோர்மம் இருக்குன்னு நினச்சிருக்கிட்டு அதுக்கு பின்னாடி போயிட்டுருக்குறோம். விஞ்ஞானத்துக்கு மெய்ஞானத்துக்கு நீங்கள் புரிஞ்சிக்க வேண்டிய விஷயம், விஞ்ஞானம் வெளிப்புறத்தில் இருக்கிறது, மெய்ஞானம் நம்ம மனசுக்குள்ள இருக்கிறது. அது யாருமே நீங்கள் இல்லை. ஜெயலலிதா ஒரு காரில் வந்துட்டுருக்கேன்னா கும்பிடு போட்டே இருப்போம். ஜெயலலிதா வர வெறு கார் வந்தால் கூட அது கும்பிடு போட்டே இருப்போம். உண்டா இல்லையா? நம்ம அதை நோக்கி தான் போயிட்டுருக்குறோம். இன்றைக்கு வரைக்கும் படித்தக்கூடிய நீங்கள் எல்லாருமே அதை தான் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்குறீங்க. தயவு செய்து அந்த தப்பை பண்ணாதீங்க. அந்த அந்த தயார் பண்ணக்கூடிய ப்ராடக்டை திருப்பூர் தான் தயாராகுது. ஃபாரின் பிராண்டு போட்டு விற்றோன்னா நாம் வாங்கிட்டு பெருசாக காமிச்சிட்ருக்குறோம். அதனால் நாம் சம்பாதிக்கிற பணம் அத்தனை உழைப்பும் ஒரு கேபிளில் ஃபாரின் போயிடுது. நாம் எப்படி ஈக்குவல் ஆக முடியும்? எப்போ சுதேசி பெருகுதோ அப்போ தான் இந்தியா வல்லரசு ஆக முடியும், பெரிய நாடாக முடியும். மேக் இன் இந்தியா அப்படிங்கிறது நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க. இன்றைக்கி கவர்மெண்ட் இன்றைக்கி திருப்பி எல்லா இடத்துலையும் மேக் இன் இந்தியா போட்டிருக்குது. யாருக்காக போட்டிருக்குது? நம்மளுக்காகத்தான் போட்டிருக்குது. நாம் எத்தனை பேர் அதை பண்ணுறோம்? யாரும் பண்ணுறதில்ல. அப்போ நாளுக்கு நாள் ஏறிட்டே இருக்குது. யூரோ ஏறிட்டு நம்ம பொருளாதாரத்தில் கீழே போயிட்டு இருக்கிற எக்கனாமிக்ஸை நீங்கள் எங்கேயும் போய் படிக்க வேண்டியதில்லை. எப்போ டாலரும் யூரோவும் ஈக்குவல் ஆகுதோ நான் பொருளாதாரத்தை வளர்ந்துட்டு நிறுத்தோம். பாடத்திட்டம் ஒரே சப்ஜெக்ட் அவ்வளோதான். அதுக்கு நாம் செய்ய வேண்டிய வேலையெல்லாம் மேக் இன் இந்தியா டெவலப் ஆகணும். மகாத்மா காந்தி நம்மளுக்கு சொல்லிக் கொடுத்து போனது எளிமையே வலிமை. இதுதான் நம்மளுக்கு சொல்லிக் கொடுத்த தாரக மந்திரம். தற்சார்பாக இருக்கணும், சுதேசியாக இருக்கணும். அப்போ இன்றைக்கி ப்ரொடக்ஷன் பண்ணுறது அத்தனையும் நம்மளுக்குள்ளேயே ப்ரொடக்ஷன் நம்மளுக்குள்ளேயே விற்றோம்னா இன்றைக்கி ட்ரம்ப் அதை தான் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்காரு. அமெரிக்காவில் ட்ரம்ப் அவங்க நாடு முன்னேறது அத்தனை சட்டம் போட்டிருக்காரு. இதை நீங்கள் எல்லாம் அடுத்த தலைமுறை இருக்கக்கூடிய எல்லாம் உணர்ந்து நாம் வாங்குகிற ஒவ்வொரு பொருளும் சுதேசி பொருளாக இருந்தால் நம்ம நாடு ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்காக முன்னேறிடும். இதுக்காகவே நீங்கள் இதுக்கு மேலே நான் சொல்ல வேண்டியதில் நீங்கள் புரிஞ்சிருப்பீங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். உங்களுக்கு சொல்ல விஷயம் அதுதான். இப்போ எல்லாருமே ஜனகாலத்தை நீங்கள் பண்ணியிருக்கிறீங்க. அமரமேஸ் அதை பண்ணி எங்கிட்ட ப்ரொமோட் பண்ண வச்சு இப்போ நிறைய வாங்கி நாங்கள் அதுக்கு உண்டான வேலையெல்லாம் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்குறோம். அமரமேஸ் அதுக்குன்னே தனியாக போட்டு எங்கெங்கெல்லாம் கல்ச்சர் ரேட் இருக்குதோ, எங்கெல்லாம் வீக்காக இருக்குதோ அதையெல்லாம் எடுத்து பண்ணலாம். அதுக்கு வேணுங்க சப்போர்ட் நான் பண்ணுறேன்னு சொல்லி இன்றைக்கி அதுக்காகவே அவர் அப்பாயின்மெண்ட் பண்ணி வச்சுருக்கேன். வாழ்க வளமுடன்.
வணக்கம், என் கார்த்திகேயன். நான் இந்த கல்லூரியோட முன்னாள் மாணவர்கள். உங்களோட இந்த வனம் அமைப்பில் நான் ரொம்ப ஆக்டிவாக பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். நம்ம இந்த நீரா வனம் கோயம்புத்தூர்லலாம் எடுத்து மார்க்கெட் பண்ணி ஹெல்ப் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். ஆக்சுவலி இந்த கல்லூரியில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா MBA வேஸ்ட் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் அண்ட் சோஷியல் ஆண்டர்பிரினர்ஷிப்னு ஒரு கோர்ஸ் இருக்குது. ஸோ அதில் உங்களோட இன்புட்ஸ் நீங்கள் கொடுத்துட்டீங்கன்னா ஏன்னா அந்த அந்த மாணவர்களுக்கு ஒரு உற்சாகமாக இருக்கும். ஸோ அதுதான் என்னோட கோரிக்கை.
கோவிட் வந்ததுங்க, எல்லாருமே நம்ம முடக்கமாயிட்டோம். அப்போ எல்லாத்துக்கும் பயம், உயிர் பயம் எல்லாத்துக்கும் இருந்தது. அப்போ நம்மளுடைய ஒரு ஆரோக்கியத்துக்கு எதிர்ப்பு சக்தி வேணும் அப்படிங்கிற போது நான் என்னுடைய நண்பர்கள்லாம் சேர்ந்து அப்போ எந்த வேலையும் இல்லையே, உட்காந்து இருந்தாலும் ஃபோன் பேசிட்டு இருக்கிற வேலை தானே அப்படின்ட்டு இதுக்கு ஏதாவது ஒரு இந்த கேப்பில் ஏதாவது பண்ணலாமே அப்படின்ட்டு என்னுடைய நண்பர் வனம் இந்தியா ஃபவுண்டேஷனுடைய செக்ரட்டரி ஸ்கை சுந்தரராஜ் நான் எல்லாம் சேர்ந்து அந்த தென்னை மரத்துலேருந்து தென்னீரான்னு எடுத்து இது நான் மகாத்மா காந்திகிட்ட எடுத்ததா. வேட்டி எப்படி எடுத்தோமோ அதே மாதிரி நீராவையுமே மகாத்மா காந்திகிட்ட எடுத்ததா. 1937 நவ இந்தியாவில் அவர் எழுதியிருக்காரு, தென்னை மரத்துலேருந்து எடுக்கக்கூடிய முதல் ட்ராப் வந்து நீரா. இது எடுத்து மக்கள் கொடுத்து மக்களுக்கு ஆரோக்கியமாக இந்தியா வளமை வரும், விவசாயிக்கு வருமானம் வரும் அப்படின்னு அவர் ஒரு வார்த்தை நவ இந்தியா பாப்பில் எழுதியிருக்காரு. அந்த வார்த்தையை மட்டும் எடுத்துகிட்டு இது என்ன நீரா அப்படி எல்லாம் ஸ்டடி பண்ணி பார்க்குற போது தென்னை மரத்துலேருந்து பாலையிலேருந்து ஃபஸ்ட்டு எடுக்கக்கூடிய ட்ராப் நீரா. அது அப்படியே புளிச்சதுன்னா கல், புளிக்காத இருக்கிறதுக்கு சின்னாமது இடம்னா தெளிவு பதநீர். இது 3 ஸ்டேஜாக இருக்குது. இந்த நீரா வந்து இன்றைக்கி நெட்டில் போய் அடித்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அதுக்கு எத்தனை விஷயங்கள் அதுக்குள்ளே இருக்குதுன்னு உங்களுக்கு புரியும். தாய்ப்பாலுக்கு இருக்கிற லாக்டோஜ் இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரே பானம் நீரா பானம். கர்ப்பவதிகளுக்கு சரி, குழந்தை பிறந்தவங்களுக்கு சரி, குழந்தைக்கு சரி 48 நாள் அதை குடிச்சு நம்ம முகத்தேரிசே மாறிடு. ஒரு 150 மில்லி வந்து 60 ரூபா. இன்றைக்கி நம்ம ஃபாரின் பானத்தை எத்தனை பானத்தை வாங்கி குடிச்சிட்டு இருக்கிறோம், உடம்புக்கு எடுத்துகிட்டு இருக்கிறோம். பட்டு வேட்டி விற்கிறதுக்கு என்ன சிரமப்படுறோமோ அது மாதிரி தென்னீராக வைக்கிறதுக்கும் சிரமப்பட்டுட்டு இருக்கிறோம். நல்ல பொருள் எப்பவுமே விற்கிறது கொஞ்சம் கஷ்டம்தான். எப்பவுமே பார்த்து ஸ்பிரிச்சுவலாகவே சொல்கிறேன், எந்த கெட்ட விஷயம் நீங்கள் பண்ணாலுமே அப்போவே இன்பம் கிடைக்கும். என்னென்னலாம் கெட்ட விஷயம் நீங்கள் அப்ளை பண்ணிங்கன்னா அன்றைக்கே இன்பம் கிடைக்கும். ஆனால் நல்ல விஷயத்தை நீங்கள் அப்ளை பண்ணி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அப்போவே வந்து எந்த இன்பமும் கிடைக்காது. அதுக்கு 6 நாள் ஆகலாம், 6 மாதம் ஆகலாம், 6 தலைக்கட்டு கூட ஆகலாம். அதனால தான் நம்ம இறைவன் ஒருத்தர் நம்ப வேண்டியதாக இருக்குது. நல்ல விஷயத்துக்கு காலம் இல்லை. அது மாதிரி தென்னீரா வேட்டிக்கெல்லாம் வந்து தமிழ் இதுக்கு எல்லாமே காலம் இல்லைன்னா கூட நல்லதை நோக்கி போயிட்டுருக்கனால ஃப்யூச்சரில் கரெக்டாக வரும் நம்பிக்கையில் இயங்கிட்டு இருக்கோம். கண்டிப்பாக வந்து வனம் இந்தியா ஃபவுண்டேஷனில் இது நிறைய பண்ணிகிட்டு நீங்கள் எல்லாம் டைம் இருக்கிற போது அந்த பல்லடத்தில் நாங்கள் வனம் இந்தியா 17 ஏக்கரில் இந்த 5 கொள்கையை வச்சு அழகாக பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம். எல்லாத்தையுமே நீங்கள் எல்லாம் என்னென்னலாம் வேஸ்ட் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் நெட் அடித்து பார்க்குறீங்களோ அதை அத்தனை இங்கே செயல்படுத்தியிருக்கிறோம். ஒவ்வொரு விஷயத்தையும் செயல்படுத்தியிருக்கிறோம். நீங்கள் வந்து பாருங்கள் எல்லாத்தையுமே. இப்போ ஸ்கூலில் இருக்கிற குழந்தைகளுக்கு எல்லாத்தையும் கொண்டு வந்து ஒவ்வொரு நாளும் ஒவ்வொரு ஸ்கூல் குழந்தைகள் சொல்லி கொடுத்துட்ருக்குறோம். நீங்களும் காலேஜ் படிக்கிற குழந்தைங்க தான் ஒரு நாளைக்கு வந்து பாருங்கள். பார்க்குற போது இது பேசுகிற நேரம் இல்லை, நேராக பார்த்தாத்த அவர் சொன்னதுக்கு உங்களுக்கு அருமை புரிய ஆரம்பிக்கும். ஏன்னா இன்றைக்கி வந்து நம்முடைய மண் வந்து நுண்ணுயிர் வந்து 0.4 இருக்கணும். இன்றைக்கி இல்லது, இன்றைக்கி இல்லை 4% இருக்கணும். 4% இருக்கணும் நுண்ணுயிர் இல்லை. இப்போ 0.04 இருக்குது. மண் எல்லாம் மலடாயிட்ருக்கு. மண் எல்லாமே மலடாயிட்ருக்குது. எப்படி விளையும்? இதுக்கு எல்லாத்துக்கும் அங்கே சொல்லி வச்சுருக்கோம். இதுக்கு அத்தனைக்கு மண்ணை வந்து நுண்ணுயிரோடு வளர்க்க அத்தனை விஷயத்தை நாங்கள் அங்கே பண்ணி வச்சுருக்கிறோம். இன்றைக்கி அது சென்ட்ரல் கவர்மெண்ட் வரைக்கும் எடுத்துகிட்டு போயிட்டுருக்குறோம். இதெல்லாம் நடைமுறைப்படுத்தினா இந்தியாவில் வந்து உலகம் முழுவதுக்கு நம்ம சாப்பாடு போடுற அளவுக்கு அத்தனை வாய்ப்புகள் வரக்கூடிய அளவுக்கு ஃப்யூச்சர் இருக்குது. இதுக்கு பேசக்கூடிய நேரம் இல்லை. அவர் நீராவிலேருந்து அந்த நீரை பற்றி சொன்னதால சொல்கிறேன். பல விஷயங்கள் அங்கே வனம் இந்தியா ஃபவுண்டேஷனில் இந்தியாவுடைய எதிர்காலத்தையான அத்தனை விஷயங்கள் அங்கே பண்ணிகிட்டு நடைமுறைப்படுத்திட்டு இருக்கிறோம். பின்னாடி எதிர்காலத்தை நல்லா எப்படி சாமிஜோடி தத்து உலக சமாதானத்துக்கு போகுமோ அந்த மாதிரி வனம் இந்தியாவுடைய பண்ணக்கூடிய 5 கொள்கையுமே வந்து உலகத்துக்கு மிகப்பெரிய முன்னுதாரணமாக இருக்கும் என்று கூறிக்கொள்கிறேன். வாழ்க வளமுடன்.
நன்றி ஐயா.
எக்ஸாம் முடிஞ்சது, மார்க் ஃபெயில் இல்லையே, பாஸ் தானே? பரவாயில்ல. எப்படி எஸ்எல்சியில் ஃபெயில் ஆனால் கூட பிஹெச்டி காலேஜில் பாஸ் பண்ணிட்டேன். வாழ்த்துக்கள். வாழ்க வளமுடன். முடிச்சுக்கலாமா? ரொம்ப மகிழ்ச்சியாக இருக்குது, ரொம்ப மகிழ்ச்சியாக இருக்குது. ஏன்னா நமக்கு வந்து காலையிலேருந்து பொழுது வரைக்கும் நான் பேசிட்டே இருப்பேன். அத்தனை சப்ஜெக்ட் இருக்குது. ஆனால் நேரம் இதாக இருக்கும்போது சுருக்கி என்னால் முடிஞ்ச வரைக்கும் சொல்லியிருக்கிறேன். இது எல்லாம் உள்வாங்கிட்டு நீங்கள் அத்தனை பேருமே வந்து எம்பிஏ ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டு. ஒரு பிஸ்னஸை வந்து ஒரு நிறுவனத்துக்கு நல்ல ஸ்டூடெண்ட் உள்ளே போனாலும் அந்த நிறுவனத்தை இன்னும் மிகப்பெரிய அளவுக்கு மேலே கொண்டு வரலாம். எல்லாருமே அந்த சிஸ்டமேட்டிக் பண்ணி. இப்போ ஏன்னா ஒரு கம்பெனி வந்து எங்கள் திருப்பூர் நடக்கிற விஷயம் சொல்கிறேன். ஒரு 100 கோடி பண்ணுற வரைக்கும் வந்து கம்பெனி கரெக்டாக கொண்டு வந்துடுவாங்க. 100 கோடிக்கு மேலே டர்ன் ஓவர் ஆச்சு அப்படின்னா முதலாளியெல்லாம் சொத்தை விற்றுட்ருப்பாங்க. இருக்கிற கணக்குள்ள மேனேஜர்லாம் சொத்து வாங்கிட்டு இருப்பாங்க. இதுதான் நடந்துருக்கு. ஏன்னா அதுக்கு மேலே பணம் தெரியாதுங்க எல்லாத்துக்குமே. ஏன்னா அதுக்கு மேலே சிஸ்டம் தெரியல எங்களுக்கு எல்லாத்துக்குமே. இது எல்லாம் எடுத்துகிட்டு போய் ஒவ்வொரு நிறுவனத்துக்கு நீங்கள் உள்ளே போனீங்கன்னா, இல்லை நீங்களே சொந்தமாக ஆரம்பித்து ஒரு எஸ்ஓபி சரியாக பண்ணி கரெக்டாக முறையாக பண்ணி அதில் ஒரு ட்ரஸ்ட்டு நேர்மையை ஆரம்பித்து உள்ளே அப்ளை பண்ணி கரெக்டாக பண்ணுற போது ஒவ்வொரு நீங்களும் முன்னேறலாம், அந்த நிறுவனம் முன்னேறும், இந்த நாடே முன்னேறும் என்று கூறி இந்த நல்ல விஷயத்துக்கு வாய்ப்பளித்த பிஹெச்டி இன்ஸ்டியூட் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்டுக்கு மீண்டும் ஒரு முறை என்று நன்றி சொல்லி உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களையும் வாழ்த்துக்களை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். வாழ்க வளமுடன்.
மிக்க நன்றி ஐயா. தங்களின் உரை உண்மையிலேயே நம்மை பாரம்பரியத்தின் பயணத்தில் அழைத்துச் சென்று அது எவ்வாறு புதுமைக்கு வழிவகுக்க முடியும் என்பதை காட்டியது. தங்களின் நேரத்திற்கும் அறிவுரைகளுக்கும் எங்களுடன் பகிர்ந்ததற்கும் PSGIM சார்பில் நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். மிக்க நன்றி ஐயா. I now request Dr. Nalini, Faculty in Marketing, to present Thiru K.R. Nagarajan with a memento.
Nandri Ayya. Thank you, ma'am. This session was truly inspiring that left us with so much to reflect upon. As we near the conclusion of a day rich in insights, it's time for a look at how India's timeless wisdom can shape global leadership in a disruptive era. To introduce and welcome our esteemed guests for the valedictory section, I invite Ms. Pradiksha, student of PhD Institute of Management, to introduce the guest.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of PhD Institute of Management, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the valedictory session of the Marketing Conclave 2025. We take a great pleasure in welcoming our esteemed speaker, Sri Sandeep Singh, Interim Chairman of the Board of Governors at Indian Institute of Management, Kashipur, Dr. Sri Vidya, Director of PhD IM, our respected faculty members and dear students. We are delighted to have your presence today for this insightful session on the topic Ancient Wisdom, Future Disruption, India's Global Leadership. Sri Sandeep Singh is a multifaceted professional whose journey spans across media, management, public policy, and education. He began his career with Associated Chambers of Commerce and Industry of India and went on to work with organizations like R.K. Swamy, A.C. Nielsen, and Sahara News, where he was instrumental in launching Sahara Samay channels and repositioning Sony Sub TV. He holds a postgraduate diploma in rural development from the Xavier Institute of Social Service Ranchi and has pursued executive education in general business management from IIM Bangalore, along with a specialization in media planning from MICA Ahmedabad. In 2006, he shifted focus to research and writing, promoting the Indian way of management. He has authored 11 books and edited 2, exploring themes like branding, Indian leadership, development, and business history. He was a judge on India's first reality show on sales, Sales Ka Bazikar, and appeared as a regular news panelist on national television from 2014 to 2022. He is currently the interim chairman of the Board of Governors at IIM Kashipur, teaches at various IIMs, and also curates a museum on industry business history. Today, we are honored to have him with us as he shares his thoughts in his valedictory session. Without further ado, let us welcome Sri Sandeep Singh to address us.
Thank you, Pradiksha. Now I welcome Sri Sandeep Singh to commence the session. The session will be for 30 minutes followed by a 10-minute Q&A session. Sir, you may lead the session.
Good evening. Are you really in a mood to listen anymore? It's been a long day. So I'll try to keep it as short as possible so that you don't feel sleepy. So the topic given to me is Ancient Wisdom, Future Disruption, India's Global Leadership. So I'll try and connect. I hope you get the message. So let me start with a story. The story goes like that. There was a king named Daksh. He married his 27 daughters with moon. Now, how does it sound to you? When you hear it for the first time, that a father marrying all his 27 daughters with one person. So, it's regressive, patriarchy, those are the words that we'll hear. But the story is like this. The sun rises in the sky every day from the same place. Moon arises in the sky every evening from a different place. So in a month, the moon arises in the sky from 27 different places. So how do you identify them? How to locate that which place the moon will arise in the evening today? So they identified, our ancestors identified the brightest star was there in the background of the moon. And they named them differently. So we have 27 constellations. And the story further goes that the moon was in love, extra love with one of the daughters. So he used to spend 3 days in a month with her. So today actually the moon arises in the sky in a month, 3 days from the same place. And the story further goes that once the king Daksh came to know of it that he is favoring one daughter, he cursed moon with the waxing and waning. And so on the story goes. So basically the whole high-end astronomy was condensed in the form of a story. And why a story? Because stories are easier to remember. The facts touch your mind, your brain. The stories touch your heart. And they remain alive. And as a generation passes down, if people want to go and delve into it, they'll be able to figure out what's the story behind it, what's the science behind it. I've just given you one example. There are n number of such examples. So I got interested in Indian business history. So I said, let's see, where does the Indian business history starts? Is it recorded somewhere? So my analysis is that the Samudra Manthan, or the churning of Indian Ocean, is the first recorded industrial activity. What did you got out of it? Horse. We still measure the energy in horsepower. So if you look, what we had was prosperity, that is Devi Lakshmi, Kalpavriksha, Kamdhenu. We had a pleasure in Rambha. We had prosperity, pleasure, power, and bit of pollution. So I think that's how it was recorded. And obviously we are an ancient civilization, the only living civilization, and we have a very unique business practices. And let me take you some of them from your day-to-day experience. I'm sure you all would have been to, by now, a cafe coffee day or a McDonald's to have a tea or a coffee. And I'm sure you would have got a chance to have a tea or coffee at what we call tapri or a dhaba, the small joint. What is one important difference that you can think of between the two? Normal answer I get is ambience, all those things. But to cut the long story short is, where do you make the payment first and where do you make the payment after? Where do you do self-service and where will you sit after 15 meters and expect the guy to come and give it to you? Where is the place you expect customized and where is the place you expect the same thing delivered to customer after customer, year after year? So the Indian tapri or a dhaba is a much better place. I often get to hear that people will say environment, then cleanliness. I asked how many people have died or fallen sick having a tea at a tapri or a dhaba. So our business practices are slightly different. We don't have a word for blackmail in any Indian language. And there will be many such words which are in Bharatiya language which are not in English, or in English which are not in Bharatiya language. But blackmail is a very important part of it, because as a concept it did not exist in our culture. A business has always been trustworthy, and that's why I'm telling you is that you must understand the philosophy of Bharatiya business or Indian business model. And there are different ways how it reflects on us. Let me give you another example of it. I'm sure you would have bought sometime in your life from the people who is selling on a kirana shop or a roadside vendor who weighs it, in a weighing scale. So if you ask him to give you a 1 kg of potato, he'll weigh it, balance it, and then what does he do? Does something before giving it to you. If you'll notice, he'll add little more to it. If you ask him why he's doing it, he won't be able to answer it. And this is a practice you will find it pan-India. And even if you happen to be in his position, you will also do the same thing, because that's what you have seen it. So the thought behind that actually is, even though the weighing scale looks balanced, there still be some mistake, and I accept it to be on my behalf, and hence I add little more to it. So that's the deep how business philosophy goes. I often use compare and contrast method not to undermine something, but to make the point more starker. Have you shopped in a mall? I'm sure the way the response was to the lady from the mall talking about. Have you noticed that how many places after decimal you pay? So assuming you buy a rice, you can weigh it to exact a kg, you can do, but you can't do it with a potato, very difficult, or an onion, It could be 1 point some kg. So how many places after decimal you pay in a mall? You pay up to 3 decimals. So even a potato, when you buy in a mall, you pay up to 3 decimals. Now look at it. The mall where you have gone, might be expensive. You pay up to 3 decimal places. The poorest businessman who is there sitting on a street, he almost gives 5% of his volume every day free of cost. So that's, you have to have a great observation skill to understand how Indian practices are there and where the philosophy comes from. And how old is the weighing scale? The oldest intact weighing scale is found in Mohenjo-daro, and this practice is since then. We had a defined weighing scale. There's an old black and white BBC documentary on YouTube if you want, or you want to see that weighing scale, it's in the National Museum in New Delhi. So that's where, and so you'll say that our businessmen so honest. Yes, as I said, we didn't have a word for blackmail. So Puhar was a place in Tamil Nadu, it's submerged in the sea. A stone inscription has been found. It talks about the business practice. It says is that when the businessman used to sell there, the retailer, they used to state upfront what the profit is making out of that sale. Can you think of it? It's basically if somebody is selling a packet of biscuit of 10 rupees and making a profit of rupees 2, the signboard displays that MRP 10, profit of retailer rupees 2. So that was the level of honesty of Indian business. How we lost, I will leave it for that. There are recorded documents how we lost. British take the ownership actually to a great extent in recorded document. So our business practices are very different, and we are taught. It's quite funny today that we see people, senior executives being taught to learn ethics. Now ethics you can't teach in a seminar and conference room in MBA college. It has to come from the society and the family, and it's not me who said it. I haven't got a PPT, it's too late for another PPT. The GMAT head said that MBA schools can't teach ethics. It has to come from society. Now let me give you an example. There's a game called Monopoly or a business. I'm sure you all have played it. When do you win the game? When every other player is bankrupt. Right? It's a game of business. Do you think economics can function when every other player is bankrupt and you are the only one? It doesn't work like that. That's the basic flaw. So how did Monopoly develop? It's equally interesting. So the Saap series, the snake and ladder game, was invented in India. When the British came, so it didn't have 1, 2, 3. So it had a greed. So if you go to the greed, you'll get a snake. It had a charity. If you go to charity, you'll get a ladder. So 99 was lust. Lust is excessive desire of anything. And then the 100 was moksha. So if you cross the lust, then you get to the moksha. Now British couldn't connect with the words like moksha. It doesn't exist again in English. So they simplified it 1, 2, 3, and it went on to evolve over a period as a monopoly or a business game. Monopoly is the largest selling game in the world. Championship happens. There are guidebooks. There are people do PhD. So there's a stage in a monopoly when you land up in a jail, and you have two options. You pay the fine and move out, or you remain in the jail and avoid the fine. What will you do if you land in the jail? Normally nowadays, sometime I get 1 or 2 hand going up saying they'll prefer to stay in the jail. But normally in India, I wouldn't like to be seen with a policeman. In a building, if a policeman comes for passport verification, the person will call up every flat owner and tell him why the police guy had come. We are so scared of it. But the guide advises you, it's better to be in the jail. And if as a kid, if you grow up thinking that it's important to make money and you can be in jail, then Lehman Brothers is a very common occurrence. It's not surprising that every 8 years since I started working, I've heard there is a recession in Europe or America. Because I'm taking it further. They'll come with a mall. That's a very Western concept. So we'll have the mall. The next mall will be bigger than the earlier mall. There'll be that furniture giant. They've opened in Bombay the store. So I'll open the biggest store. So rest of the carpenter can go and commit suicide. But then the business doesn't work like that. In India, how does the business work? You go, there'll be 5 shops of medical shop. There'll be 5 shoe shops. There'll be 5 stationery shops together, 5 electrical shops at the same place. And chances are that the owner of the first shop has called rest of the guys. In fact, that's how G.D. Birla got all the businessmen Marwadis to come to Calcutta and open the textile mill. And the British have going, they said that G.D. Birla single-handedly drove us out of the textile business in India. So he'll call everybody, and it makes more sense. Because when you go, if you just look at, there are 500 varieties of pens, there are 200 varieties of a folder. One shopkeeper cannot keep all of them. And you can't run a shop by just selling low-end pens. So there is a mix of it. And when you have to go and buy, you think, fine, I'll go to that place, there are 5 shops. I'll get in one of them. And only this happens in India. If you can't get, you ask the shopkeeper, where will I get it? And the guy will happily tell you after 2 shops. Or he'll tell you, wait, I'll get it. He'll send his own person to bring. So our business practices are very different. For us, it's everybody should survive and make money. It's not I, me, and myself. So earlier days, in the morning when say 10 a.m. all the shops open, so every shopkeeper will have a stool or chair outside his shop. After he would have got his first customer, what we know as bohni in most part of India, he'll take the stool or the chair inside. Assuming it's a kirana shop, and then he gets the second customer early morning, the shopkeeper will peep out, look if there is another kirana shop, which is chair or stool is still outside, and then he'll send his customer to that place. Because every shopkeeper must have a bohni or a first transaction in the day. So when we hear Sarve Sukante Bhavana, everybody should be happy, satisfied. That's the philosophy you look in the business. So our business practices has been a trust-based business. And you'll find it when you start dealing with the businessman, you'll find it reflecting in different ways. I've done long period of time as a head of sales and marketing of different TV channels. We used to meet advertisers of all scale, and this was reflected. There was a set of people who will call on the 10th of every month, Sandeep, your company hasn't sent me the bill. And if I'm dealing with, again, compare and contrast, with a Western company, they will stipulate 60 days payment, 90 days payment. When you go to make the, take the money, they will raise, by default, there will be 10% payment will be under dispute, which they will not pay or haggle you for that, and you get payment after 120 days kind of thing. So we have a very different way of business practices when you start dealing with people. So how do I put it? So I'm not doing Hindi imposition, just giving you an example. So how do we write profit in India, in Sanskrit or Hindi? Shubh Labh. So Labh is not accepted. It has to be Shubh, it has to be auspicious. So how does this differ? Capitalist model is Sirf Labh, only profit. Communist model is Shunya Labh, 0 profit. For us, it is Shubh Labh. It has to be auspicious because you can't function you can't run an economy without profit. It has to be profitable, but that's how our business principles are written in Dharma Granth. They're bounded by Dharma. Now, dharma is different than religion. Dharma is doing the right thing. So, if son's job to rise every morning, that's his dharma. As a student, your job is to study. As a teacher, my job is to teach. That is dharma, doing the right thing. So, our business philosophy is completely bounded in that. So, you'd see in our country, Devi Devata's picture, and everywhere, like the Muslim vendor will have his Makkah Madina's picture, or a Christian will have a cross. So, why are there in a shop? Are they just there because the person is very religious, or there is more to it? So, in UK, they have a habit of researching everything. So, in a company, there was a vending coffee machine, and it was not manned. So, every employee was expected to go, have one cup or whatever number of cup of tea or coffee he has, and leave that much of money there. And generally, we say Indians are not honest. The world is equally honest or dishonest, or maybe Indians are more honest in some cases. So, there they realize that the payment collection is only 1/3. So, if 100 copies of coffee has been taken by people, only 1/3 have left the money there. So, one week they decided to put a picture of a flower. And then one week they put a picture of an eye. And over a period of study, they realized the weeks they had the picture of an eye, the collection went up by 60 to 70%. So, it basically signifies is that the God is watching you. So, those images of Devi Devata's work in a way as a dangler. The dangler's job is the last point of recall. You have thought that from home, you have gone there to buy Lux, you will see 20% discount hammam, you will end up buying hammam. So, the last point, and it reflects in different forms. If you have seen the movie Salesman of the Year, so the hero thinks of cheating his customer, then he raises his head and he suddenly sees Guru Nanak Dev's picture is there, and he drops the idea of cheating. And if you look for us in Navratri, Devi's eye, Bhagavan Jagannath is all eyes, and Mahadev or Shiv is Trinetra. So, eye plays a very important part, that somebody is watching you, and that's why they are there. It's just not that we are dharmic. So, this is how the society teaches you many things, about the basic business principles as you grow. So, David C. McLeod is a guy who did a study, and he concluded that Indian kids have a very high entrepreneurial spirit because our kids' stories, lullabies, and the games that we play as a kid have high motivational factor. And that's for some other day to give you examples and deal with that. And I started asking questions that if we are so rich a country, what was the mode of what used to manufacture, what used to sell, how used to navigate? So there are answers, but I'll just give you two things. Have you ever thought how easy or difficult it will be to do business without a calendar? And to have a calendar, what do you need to know? You need to have a high understanding of astronomy. And to understand astronomy, what you need to know? You have to have an understanding of zero. So the Greeks, very highly evolved civilization, they couldn't do much in astronomy because they did not have understanding of place value of decimal and concept of zero. Imagine writing 10,587 in Roman script. You know why they can't, And once you don't understand astronomy, you can't do navigation because you can't understand latitude and longitude. And that's why Greeks were not great in shipping till Indians started. So we're great shipbuilders. The world knows it. I wouldn't get into that. But just to give a small example is that why is Indian Ocean? How many people can draw a map of Indian Ocean? I keep asking this question. Ocean named after a country is not taught, not your fault. And where's the southernmost tip of Indian Ocean? That touches Australia. It has huge geopolitical, geoeconomics impact and the business impact. I wouldn't get into it, but how could we do it? So we had an understanding of zero. And how important is the zero? Is that like World War I and World War II? In maths, there is Maths War I and Maths War II. So in Europe, it was church which controlled science, we all know it. So when the zero was invented, it took them 500 years to accept it. It's called Maths War I. And why it took 500 years? Because we generally don't play importance to such things. So what is zero? It's empty or it encompasses 1 to 9. And that's a huge philosophical debate, huge amount of literature are there. And then came from Kerala School of Mathematics what we call integral calculus, which is 0 to infinity. Now you can't make out 0, how will you make out infinity? So it took them another 300 years. So that becomes second maths war. And for us, the oldest inscription of 0 is found in a temple in Gwalior few thousand years back. And how does we reconcile with it? Because there is a shlok which are taught in many schools as a peace mantra. Sometimes they are called communal mantra, which basically says Purnamada, 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 it goes on. It basically says that if you add something to full, it remains full. If you take out something from full, it remains full. So the Manjul Bhargava, which won the field medal equivalent to Nobel in mathematics, solved his mathematical puzzle, he states with this shlok. And most of the mathematical puzzle in the world are solved by mathematicians using, there's a series of shlok with it. So how do we do it? So just giving you, and we had the best calendar. So the current Gregorian calendar that we follow originated from India. So there's a person, so the Western or the Christian calendar as it called, followed the movement of sun. The Islamic calendar follows the movement of moon. The Hindu calendar, and that's how it's recorded, follows both. So for few things we follow sun's movement. I wouldn't get into detail. For some, the moon. And that's why we are more accurate, and that's how the Gregorian, Father Gregory, he sent his nephew Robert Divoli. He came to Madurai. He copied the art of calendar making. When he went back, he took 2 shiploads of scriptures from India on art of calendar making, and that's how we got the Gregorian calendar, what we follow today. So our contribution to the business is huge. I was talking to people and I said that the new financial year has just started. Have you ever wondered why it's April to March and why not Jan to December? So many countries in the world follow Jan to December. The Commonwealth countries follow April to March. And why do Commonwealth countries follow April to March? Because when British came to India, India's contribution to world GDP was 35%. It's validated by Agnes Madison's study, available on the websites, you can check. So they had no choice but to follow our financial year. And hence, all the Commonwealth countries follow April to March. Canada has changed, and I guess Malaysia was talking to, have they changed or not, I'm not aware of. So, and the double entry bookkeeping was again invented in India. And you need double entry bookkeeping once you have huge amount of money to be taken for account for. Otherwise, for day-to-day or home transactions, you don't need a double entry bookkeeping. So I wanted to tell you about how we did the business. So we had a calendar, we had an accounting system, we had a business philosophy. How transportation used to take place within, if you're such a huge economy. So incidentally, yesterday, Business Line also carried a story on that. The Bombay edition, I don't know what happens here. So how big bullock cart have you seen in your life? The 5th century French traveler records, he was stuck in traffic jam, 5th century, he was stuck in traffic jam in Patliputra. And why was he stuck? Because 2 caravans were moving. So there were caravans of 200 to 300 bullock carts, each bullock cart driven by 10 to 12 oxen. So you can imagine the size. I have seen in my childhood bullock carts driven by 4, not bigger, but they used to be bigger than what we see 2. And they used to move in a caravan of 200 to 300 bullock carts. So this one caravan will move from north of India carrying wheat to south, and on way back they will carry the wheat. And the caravan used to move, their school teacher, their pujari, it was like a moving city. And that's how the goods used to get transported. And so such 2 caravans were crossing in Patliputra. So the poor French traveler was stuck for 2 or 3 days in a traffic jam there. So just look at everything that falls in the puzzle, that if we used to contribute 30% of the world GDP, yes, we had all the systems in place. So do we had a product? How many times have you looked at sari? Can you think of some of the names of a sari? From where so names that come to your mind will be Banarsi, Kanjivaram, Sambalpuri, Dhakeshwari. Each sari comes from a temple, town, where Mandir of Devi is there. And there is a reason for that. If you look at the Banarsi sari, the design, the motif on that sari will be of the same flower and petal which is offered to Devi Parvati. If it's from Sambalpur, it will be the ones which are offered to Devi Sambaleshwari. And every temple or a mandir has a different shikhar. So the ones coming from south will have the shikhar style in the fall of the sari of Tamil Nadu. The ones coming from West Bengal will have the design of the West Bengal mandirs. So if you look at the sari, it's a huge product. And I wouldn't get into just to give an example how the products were made and how they related to people. Now coming to the last part, which I conclude with two examples, do we have strategic models? So I'll leave you with two example of, so when liberalization happened, people were very happy that multinationals were coming, more money will come. It has its own issues, I won't get there. But there was something called Bombay Club, which was headed in a way by Ratan Tata, Rahul Bajaj, Birla, and they were worried. And I think to rightfully so, because suddenly the economy was being opened. As we know, there was a license raj. You could produce only X number of scooters, or there was a demand of 30,000 trucks, but Tata Motors was allowed to only produce 3,000 trucks. And greatness of Sumant Mulgaonkar, he refused to increase the price, even though the manager said, he said, we can't freeze our own people. Bajaj scooter, 16 years, Kamal and Bajaj refused to increase the price. He said, I can't cheat my own people. That was the level of our businessmen. So the honesty that I'm talking of, you can look around and you will find those examples in real life. So they had an issue. They talked to the government. But with liberalization, Pepsi and Coke were also entering India. And guess who would have been the most threatened people? So some guys sold off, some guy closed. But there was a group of sellers who didn't have a union, neither they had a union nor they had access to the ministry. Those are the guys whom we know as the coconut water sellers, dhab, or nimbu pani sellers, In Delhi you will find, and coconut in Bombay and all this area. But they survived, and we still see them around. So how did they survive the onslaught? And to the young people who may not understand how was the craze of Pepsi and Coke, so just let me tell you that the craze that you see for a new iPhone today. And I know people, and some of my age people will recollect, that there were people who used to sell status that I could drink. It was a 40 or 50 rupees those days. And so that was the onslaught. And in spite of all this coconut seller or a nimbu pani seller survived. And if I ask this question in class, it gets very interesting answers, but we have an issue of time. Basically, what did he do? He got a thermocol box, he put ice cubes in that, and started selling Pepsi and Coke. And today, if you go, he doesn't sell Pepsi and Coke because Pepsi and Coke sales has declined in a way, if you do proportionate to the population, and more people want to drink Nariyal Pani. Pepsi and Coke, those days had a price point of 5 and 10 rupees. They still have a price point of 10 rupees. Nariyal Pani was those days 20 rupees. Today, in Bombay, depending on the area, it can vary from 90 rupees to 370, 350 rupees. So that's the Nariyal Pani. So why he could do it? Where did he get this thought from? And if you can decipher this, then you are a marketing hazard. What was the difference between the guy who was selling Pepsi and Coke and the guy who was selling a nimbu pani or a coconut water? If you can think what business they were in. Pepsi and Coke were in the business of increasing market share of Pepsi and Coke. The guy who was selling Nariyal Pani or Nimbu Pani is not in the business of increasing market share of a Nariyal Pani or a Nimbu Pani. He understands his business correctly and he is in the business of anything, he'll sell anything which satisfies your thirst. He understands his business much better. Then, or he also understands the business as good as the people who come out of there doing MBA or selling Pepsi and Coke. And it's not one case. I'll just to reinforce, I'll give you another case of it. Cadbury's, we all know. And if you look, it's a brilliant campaign they had run over a period of time. They tried to replace at every stage the mithai, Pappu Paas ho gaya hai, Raksha Bandhan, Deepavali, every occasion, And they took to the village where the cow, I'm forgetting the name, Miss Palanpur, because they understood Indian psychic so well that they wouldn't show a woman, they showed as a cow when you're talking to customer. Mahine ki pehli taarikh hai, it became a part of when you order from the ration shop. It's become another like pack of biscuits and a pack of chocolate also. So they have spent crores of rupees, but have we stopped eating mithai or what has happened to mithai wala? He's also growing. So how did Mithaiwala tackle the Cadbury's onslaught? So I was very worried, passionate about Indian business. So I had spoken to some of big Mithaiwalas in Bombay. Our idea is that let's collaborate and have some ad to counter Cadbury's. But they said, no, Sandeep ji, don't worry, we'll take care of it. We have seen many such onslaughts. And which is true, if you look at civilization, we are the countries which has faced maximum onslaught, and we have come back. So what did they do? Can you think of? You all were witness to it. So how many types of laddus are there in our country? Anything you give, we'll make a laddu out of it. Atta, suji, maida, besan, you name it, nariyal, til. What did he do? The chocolate that Cadbury's has built spending crores, that brand, the Mithaiwala reduced it to commodity. He just put another chocolate laddu, chocolate barfi. So now you go to him, you will have kaju katli and chocolate ka bhi katli de do, How do you kill? Again, look at the understanding of the business. Cadbury's was in the business of increasing market share of only Cadbury's, not even chocolate. Mithaiwala is in the business of selling sweets. He is not into increasing the market share of besan ka laddu, market share of til ka laddu. He'll sell any laddu which he sells, and it helps you to sweeten your taste. So the understanding of the business is very important, and how does it work in the corporate life? I have quoted in my book with the source, Ratan, or it's there on Tata Sons website. I hope it should still be there. Ratan Tata in an interview said that we need to think what business are we in. Because the Tata steel what makes goes into automobile. But today what you're looking for is cheaper and a sturdier automobile which will give you less mileage. It means put together less weight. So fiber is the... And he said that should we be in the business of increasing market share of steel, or should we think and revisit that we'll manufacture and sell any material that helps automobile companies. So Tata Steel is one of the biggest researcher investors in fiber because that's where the cars will be made. He also realized during his tenure that what business are we in, to sell tea and coffee or to maintain gardens. And once the realization dawned, because once you own the garden, if the quality of production is bad, you are stuck with it. What do? But you sell off the garden, and then you are free to buy the best quality of tea and coffee anywhere in the world, whether in India, Africa, Sri Lanka, wherever you want. And they sold off their garden. So just look at the traditional wisdom of Indian businessman. He always clearly understands what business he is in. He also understands that he is not the only player who is going to be in the market. If the economy is to be run, there has to be many players. So everybody in India, businessmen, we often complain, I find people that, they haven't expanded globally, they have not done this. Because our businessmen are satisfied, they realize that they can't take the wealth from this world to the next world. They are big players. India is a huge market. And traditionally, there was a sense, nowadays we don't see it happening, founders not leaving it. But G.D. Birla's father, Baldev Das Birla, at 60 he left, stayed rest of his life as Kashi with his brothers. Once there was a need of him, the business was dwindling. He was requested, only he came, his other brothers refused. They said, we have taken sannyas. He came, revived the business, went back to sannyas. So they know what you have to expect from our life. So Sarve Sukhine Bhavantu is the basic principle. So with this, I hope I have been able to give you how our business philosophy and how we have been disrupting best of the business practices. It's happening all around us. It's happening in Coimbatore. It's happening in Chennai. It's happening in all smaller places. Just need to look around. You will have visionary Indian businessmen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. The floor is now open for questions.
Hello, sir. I'm Pranita from Texcoms Worldwide. I have read about Devdutt Patnaik's Indian way of doing business, and it is the same that Indian way of business was always about dharma and not about monopoly.
So if you work with this principle of what happened to Nokia, there are many companies, and the current companies that you're seeing will not be around after 5 years or 10 years. The contrast model will be Indian companies where you have a huge number of business which are 100 years or more than 100 years, look at their philosophy. They don't want to capture all world market. They're very happy selling in their district, and they've survived from generations, and they'll survive. So the more wider you spread, the bigger chances that you'll not be able to change at a faster pace, and you will collapse one day. Yep. So we can call it a day. I think. There's a question. Yeah.
Sir, good evening. I liked your speech, sir.
Thank you.
I am PhD scholar from Agribusiness Management, sir. Farming is a lifestyle. Agriculture is a lifestyle. I am doing my research in agribusiness management only. How the future of Indian farmers, or in past, how the farming sells, or how the farmers' business models are evolved, or how they are going to be in future, as per our ancient, even a sweet wala is able to do something. A Nimbu Pani person is able to do something. Why the farmer was not into that particular thing? I just want to have some of your wisdom. You can give some light on that, sir. Why we are unable to make farmer as a businessman, despite of this much huge this thing?
Yeah. So why we are not able to make farmer in a businessman? You just saw I'll put it the politics, the farm policy, because that would have given him open market. He could sell his product wherever he wants. Second is that we need to educate our farmers. We have educated them on the new technology with M.S. Swaminathan, whatever he did. The next thing that we need to do is the correct pricing. Our farm products are not priced correctly. So rice is 76% water, and water is the most expensive commodity today. When we export, we don't charge correct price of rice, or a wheat. So that is one aspect of it. And the second thing, as a society, we need to be very cautious, is that what is happening in our surrounding. My latest books are 2 volumes on temple economics. So where the temple economics comes, and I'll tell you with this, that we used to have lakhs of varieties of rice, or every product that we have in this country. Today, we have left with very few hundred varieties of rice. So there's a variety of rice which could grow in 2 centimeters of water. There was a variety of rice which could grow in 12 centimeters of water. So depending on the rainfall prediction, farmers, but with the, not M.S. Swaminathan's fault, he always said green revolution, be careful, should not turn into grid revolution. But we have applying more fertilizers, this, that, it's going down. So we had those varieties of rices. Now, in Orissa alone, there were close to 50,000-60,000, M.S. Swaminathan's Research Foundation study. Now only a few hundred are left, and courtesy the mandir. Because in a Jagannath mandir, every day you offer a different variety of rice. So those rice are grown only to have been preserved just because of the mandir, otherwise it would not have been there. If you go around the town, you will find that the Indian traditional fruits have disappeared. The huge size guava has come. Now a dragon fruit has become very popular. Look at our vegetables. Cabbage flower, cauliflower, tomato, and potato are not Indian products. Potato was forced by Britishers. They paid, sometimes punished farmers to grow potato in this country. So again, some of the Indian vegetables that have survived are again because of the mandirs. So in a Jagannath Puri or a Mathura or any traditional mandir, you won't find tomato, potato, cabbage, cauliflower in the prasad. So whichever flora and fauna is not associated in mandir is lost. So the same thing is happening in the farming, is that one is the farming, we have to teach them the pricing correct, and our politicians will let it happen or won't let it happen is a billion-dollar question. How do we solve that dilemma? And the second is that we have to be very cautious that what are we eating, because the exotic fruits that we eat may or may not contribute to our body's composition, because it doesn't belong to this weather. This ecosystem that we are in, and what we eat generally doesn't help our body. So that is something you have to be very careful. So when the British came, they named our, look at lentils, chickpea, cowpea, what is it? Chana dal, besan dal, right? They couldn't relate to it, so they could understand rice and wheat, so they became, otherwise it became a coarse meal or a chickpea. would have stopped eating, like coarse meal, it was branded, we stopped eating it. Now government is promoting millets. Whatever was named as chickpea and cowpea would have also been disappeared, but being offered as a prasad in mandir, so they survived. So now we have to go back and correct few things. And I think it's not very difficult. We have seen a lot of correcting measures being taken place. The earlier speaker has revolutionized the dressing sense, and there are people working in different parts on different concepts. So if you'll have a right concept, it will take time. And when you're trying to make a change in the social dynamics, it takes time. That is something we need to understand, because today's youth, as I said, want something fast. I started talking on Indian way of management from 2006. So it's taken me almost 20 years to get invited in south of India to speak on that. So things take time, but they do materialize.
So there's one last question for the day.
Hi sir, good evening. Yeah, myself Abhishek from APAC Mediatek. I'm working as a digital marketing executive. We have already discussed about the communication sector and like a food industry like that. What's your future opinion on a B2B industry, like exclusive for manufacturing industry, which will be our boom or it will get down in nearby future?
No, B2B industry is bound to grow as long as industry
No, as I know, more than our manufacturing are delivered to abroad, not in our country. So, what is the opinion on that?
Well, I think Trump has made everybody realize that manufacturing should be within the country. So, and people have been talking of Swadeshi and Atmanirbhar. So, Swadeshi's format is a bit changing, like Hindustan Lever is owned by a multinational. Sit down, please. So, but the company is in India, so where do you put it? Or Royal Enfield has bought over Harley, assuming a buys over Harley Davidson. I don't think it's going to be very difficult. So, how will we treat Harley Davidson? So, the concept of Swadeshi will change over a time. Manufacturing, you can't manufacture everything. No country can manufacture everything in their own country, but there will be balance of it. And what we need, we must produce. So like defense equipment, yes. So whatever is necessity, we must produce ourselves. That's where the country is growing. I think we'll be on a right path as far as manufacturing is going. Yeah, it was the last question anyway. Thank you. Thank you. Pleasure talking to you. There's one last request I have. I made to the faculty also that I always wanted to come to Coimbatore. The reason was G.D. Naidu. I don't know how many of you are aware of him. And given a chance, if I had money, I would have built a 100-meter statue of him. The amount of work he did. So please do write case studies about the local businessman, and that's how you preserve the local history and you learn about the local business practices. And collectively, we'll have good philosophy of Bharatiya business model. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for closing these sessions with such a visionary perspective. Your thoughts on combining India's timeless wisdom with the spirit of modern disruption have left us both inspired and challenged to think bigger. We are honored to have had you with us today. Thank you once again for your presence and insight. I now request Dr. Srividya, Director, PhD Institute of Management, to present Mr. Sandeep with a memento as a symbol of our gratitude.
Thank you, Mom. Thank you, sir. As we come to the end of MARKETRY, the Marketing Conclave, a day filled with insights, inspiration, and industry wisdom, it's time to pause and reflect. To help us stitch together the many threads of marketing disruption that we've explored today, I now invite Dr. P. Nalini, Faculty in Marketing, PSG Institute of Management, to present the summary of key takeaways from today's session.
Pleasant evening. The MARKETRY Conclave, the Marketing Conclave, offered an intellectually stimulating and purpose-driven experience filled with high energy and impactful engagement. Throughout the day, participants explored the powerful theme of disrupt or to be disrupted, delving into the forward-thinking and transformating marketing strategies. Dr. Srividya, Director, PhD Institute of Management, inaugurated the session
by highlighting the strategic importance of embracing disruption. She reminded the audience that disruption is not new, but navigating it effectively, it's essential and it's today's evolving markets. Professor S.B. Srinivasan, Dean, Industry Engagement, delivered a compelling keynote urging businesses to be proactively recognizing disruption. His message, if you're not disrupted, you'll be disrupted. Emphasized the shift towards story, purpose, and experience in modern marketing. In session 1, Mr. Raghu B. Vishwanath, founder, Vertibrand, emphasized that traditional marketing funnel is outdated. He discussed how AI-driven personalization, customer co-creation, and speed, purpose, and data-led storytelling are critical to brand leadership in the disrupted world. Session 2 by Mr. C.N. Ashok, Managing Director of Autoprint, focused on sustaining disruption beyond initial breakthroughs. He stressed the need to invest in core strengths, unique differentiation, customer closeness, skill talent, and nurturing Gen Z capabilities for long-term innovation. In session 3, Mr. Sridhar Ramanujan, founder, CEO of Integrated Brandcom, encouraged marketers to embrace constant change, identify unarticulated customer needs, and commit to continuous innovation. He highlighted the importance of evolving brand identity, building reservoir of goodwill, and exploring multiple product uses to stay ahead. Session 4 by Mr. Jagannath Ramasamy, Chief Mentor and Crystal, spotlighted the enduring power of offline strategies. He spoke about building deeper consumer connections through the real-world, real-time feedback, non-verbal cues, and emotional bonds amid media noise and the FOMO effect. He urged marketers to restore offline rightful place in the mainstream, recognize its unique ability to foster trust, communal moments, and impressive engagement. Session 5 by Ms. Sujata, Marketing Manager at Brookfields, on crafting memorable experience, the Brookfield approach, emphasized of how emotion-driven design, nostalgic decor, and strategic brand placement create lasting customer impressions with throughout layout, effortless navigation, and underlying safety. Thiru Nagaraj, founder Ramraj Cotton, highlighted how empathy can evolve as great brand. We learned empathy marketing and emotional marketing through that. And finally, the valedictory session. It was not easy, but then, yeah. The valedictory session by Shri Sandeep Singh, Interim Chairman, Board of Governance, IIM Kashipur, on how ancient wisdom can disrupt the future business, highlighted the India's honest and ethical business approach, diverse perspective on profit, and understanding how ancient business is and how it is relevant in the today's corporate world. Thank you all. It's a long day, but all your energy made us, made the day very, very special. Thank you so much. And we all, very proud to host this event as part of PSG Institute of Management. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nalini, for that thoughtful and comprehensive summary of today's rich and insightful sessions. As we draw the curtains on this remarkable conclave, it is only fitting to acknowledge the many hands and hearts that work tirelessly to make the marketing conclave a success. And so, to formally conclude the day, I now invite Dr. Chitra, Faculty in Marketing, PhD Institute of Management, to deliver the word of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. I think you have started with the vote of thanks itself. You have made the day easy. We are truly honored and grateful to Mr. Shri Sandeep Singh, Interim Chairman, Board of Governors, IIM Kashipur, for gracing the valedictory session and sharing his thoughtful, provoking views on ancient wisdom, future disruption, India's global leadership. Your words gave us a visionary outlook that perfectly encapsulated the spirit of this conclave. Thank you, sir. We extend our deepest gratitude to our managing trustee for his unwavering support, visionary leadership, and continuous encouragement in enabling the initiatives like MARKETRY. A heartfelt thanks to our director, Dr. Srividya, for her inspiring leadership and gracious welcome address that set the tone for the day. We are immensely thankful for all our distinguished speakers, Mr. Raghu B. Vishwanath for opening the day with a powerful session on Disrupt to Lead, the future-proofing brands, setting the perfect tone for the conclave, and Mr. C.N. Ashok for his insightful talk on sustaining disruption beyond the breakthrough, offering a practical lens on the long-term innovation. Mr. Sridhar Ramanujam for his dynamic session on brand disruption, breaking the mold, building the future, which offered a strategic perspective on navigating change. Mr. Jagannath Ramaswamy for emphasizing the relevance of offline strategies in building deeper consumer connections. Ms. Sujata for showcasing the Brookfield's approach to experience marketing with real-life insights. And Thiru K. R. Nagarajan for taking us on the cultural and the entrepreneurial journey through his captivating storytelling session on Oru Kadai Sollunga Sir on the resurgence of the Ramraj cotton. Each of the contributions have added rich dimensions to our understanding of marketing in a disruptive era. We are also grateful to Professor S.B. Srinivasan, Dean, Industry Engagement, for aptly introducing the theme and anchoring the day's discussion. Our sincere appreciation goes to all our event sponsors, Srivatsa Reality, Swarga, the Veranda Club, the Hindu Economic Forum, the Swarjaya. Your belief in the vision of MARKETRY and your partnership means a great deal to us, and we look forward to continuing this collaboration in the years to come. A special thanks to all the participants and attendees for your active engagement throughout the conclave. And finally, thank all our faculty, organizing team, student volunteers, staff for their dedication and seamless coordination. Let us carry forward the ideas sparked here today and continue to break molds, build future, and shape tomorrow's marketing landscape. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Mom. What a day it has been. From thought-provoking keynotes to inspiring stories of innovation, MARKETRY has truly been a celebration of ideas, curiosity, and change. We hope today's sessions have sparked new thoughts, challenged old perspectives, and maybe even planted the seeds for your next big idea. On behalf of PSG Institute of Management, we would like to thank everyone who listened, engaged, questioned, and connected. As we step out of this hall and back into our routines, let's carry the energy of this day with us, the spirit to disrupt, adapt, and lead. With that, we officially conclude MARKETRY, the Marketing Conclave 2025. Thank you and have a great evening. The industry delegates and the external student participants are requested to collect their certificate of participation at the registration desk on the ground floor. I repeat again, the industry delegates and external student participants are requested to collect their certificates of participation at the registration desk on the ground floor. Thank you and have a great evening.